You said this page was made a year ago. Are there any signs it was updated after that? Anything he added later would be pretty sus, right?
It was made a year ago and hasn't been touched since.
Okay.
There was a quest on New Year's Eve last year, too. It's pretty crazy to think he made this page while that was happening, huh?
That was the pool hack, wasn't it?
Yep, the one where some BMI virus took control over people's visions.
The Scenery Intercept quest.
Scenery Intercept, a hack directed at the target's BMI vision. It allows for spying by seeing what the target sees, but it can also be used to make the target see fake visuals. That was the first quest that led to fatalities. The virus was spread throughout Seattle and infected people's BMI through Wi-Fi connections. As well as changing what people saw, it hijacked their nervous systems and manipulated their emotions, driving them to jump off buildings. 11 people were killed totally at random. What precisely the victims saw, as well as how they felt, remained unknown. But it was known that the people who committed suicide had cheerful looks on their faces, like they were diving into a swimming pool. That was how it got the name Pool Hack.
That shit left a bad taste in my mouth.
There was even a countdown until the suicides.
It was the second quest Cicada 3301 posted after his reappearance on May 5th, 2036. It was also the first quest Cross and I took part in. I didn't have my saving and loading ability back then, so all we could do was watch as the victims threw themselves to their deaths.
Is this what the egg meant?
What, you found something?
Look.
You are currently watching live footage from our drone. According to witnesses, people suddenly started gathering at the helipad on Shinjuku's Egg Tower about half an hour ago. The tower's integrity was called into question after the sad morning, so it was designated off-limits to the public in case it collapsed. As such, an extremely dangerous situation could be unfolding. More than 50 people have gathered now. Who are they, and what do they want?
There's a countdown on the other building! It's just like the pool hack! It's gotta be the quest!
Did Cicada plan this event a whole year ago?
The people on the helipad were looking up at the sky, all spaced out. They were staggering around like they were hypnotized. If this was Pool Hack 2, then once the countdown reached 0, more than 50 people were going to jump to their deaths. We had about 54 minutes left. The countdown was scheduled to end 5 minutes into the new year. If this one had the same setup as the last one, we could prepare a digital vaccine and then remotely.
The hackers are saying that those people's BMI are offline. They're not on the scene, so it's not like they've tried infrared or close-range radio yet. But
Whoa, hold on. You're saying we have to wire up and install the vaccine into everyone individually?
that depends on what we find out. But it's possible.
Even if we looked into it and found the cause, how much time would we have left? How many seconds would we have to use for each of them? Even if I went to the helipad this second, I would have to vaccinate each person in under a minute. Could we make it? Yes, I know what's on your mind, Anon. You're thinking we have to stop this thing before it even happens, right? Great minds think alike. No way we can save all 50 people in less than an hour. Good call. We'll go back and solve it in advance. I loaded back to when Juno started posting on 4chan. According to the first news reports, the people on the helipad had appeared about half an hour earlier at about 10:30. Right now it was just before 9. If I went to Shinjuku now, I could stop all of them from entering the building.
Momo, Rosario, keep following Juno's clues. I'll go stop the pool hack.
Huh? Pool hack? What?
The new quest. Anyways, you know what to do. Where are you?
After asking Cross and Wind to secure the egg tower entrance, I checked out the surrounding area. More than 50 people had gathered on the helipad last time. I didn't know if they had come together or if one by one, but the egg tower was an abandoned, sealed off building. Anyone in the vicinity must have been involved somehow.
That's...
I saw a group of about 30 people near the tower. The area was mostly abandoned, so a crowd like that was really suspect.
I'm gonna see what's going on with these guys.
If my hunch was right, I could take their carrier nodes off right now. The pull hack suicides had happened because people lost control over their BMI. So, if I took their carrier nodes, they wouldn't be able to use BMI. That would eliminate the suicide risk.
I should turn my Wi-Fi off just in case.
It was a last-minute countermeasure, but it would keep me from getting infected. I could finally approach the group. As I moved closer, I got a look at each of their faces. Their eyes were vacant, and they were staggering along rather than walking, like the people on the helipad had been. Starting with the closest person, I reached for the Karaya node and... there was a pool in front of me. It was a beautiful privet pool, the likes of which I had only seen in videos. It shimmered beautifully as it reflected the sunlight, and I was suddenly struck by the urge to dive in. I changed into my swimwear and got ready. The sky was clear today, and it was pretty hot, so I couldn't wait for that refreshing feeling when I hit the water.
Time for some summer fun!
I built up some speed and ran towards the pool. I was at the edge in no time at all. I leapt into the air, ready to dive bomb. I was more ready than I had ever been for that cool water.
We have confirmed the identities of 4 more victims of the ongoing pool hack. Mayu Tajiri, aged 42. Shuji Kojima, aged 35. Katsumi Sakai, aged 29. Polan Takaoka, aged 16. I repeat, we have confirmed the identities of 4 more victims.
Trying to deal with the situation without knowing the details is dangerous. Reassess the situation and try to gather new information.
I don't even have the time to think about this. I'm heading to the tower. I'll see what's what when I get there.
The Akasaka crater was a truer example of the sad morning's devastation than the one in Shinjuku. The rubble in the area had shifted slightly during the rescue operations, but the dust had been settled since. Warped steel beams, glass fragments, and the collapsed walls of skyscrapers covered the ground. The bottom of the crater had filled with rainwater, and moonlight glimmered across the surface.
The coordinates are in there?
Uneasy, Rosario looked up at the mountain of rubble. It was hard to tell whether there was even enough space for someone to squeeze through, so her doubts were justified.
You should be able to see the path if you use the BMI sensors.
Infrared, thermal, landscape. Hoon had taught me about the many BMI functions.
Let's just keep moving forward. I don't know where we'll end up, but we don't have time to be standing still.
Here it is.
The egg tower hadn't suffered a direct hit, but it was still in the blast zone. As a result, it ended up a hotbed of debris. That's why it had been completely sealed off. It was only a matter of time until it was demolished. A large earthquake would probably be enough to bring it down. And right now, there were more than 50 people standing on its helipad. Cicada must have restored its electricity. I could see some light shining up there. Police officers surrounded the building. There was no tape to cordon off the area yet, so they couldn't have been here long. Some MSM crews were doing live broadcasts about the situation too. There were some curious onlookers around as well, but only about 10 so far. I saw the countdown video the hackers had set up. It felt like time was melting away.
I'm checking the foreign news, and it looks like the only pool hack going on is the Egg Tower one.
During the last pool hack, multiple people committed suicide from high-rise buildings, and the face hack blew up into a global crisis. Since this quest was focused in one spot, Cicada could have been targeting me. Even if that worked out for us, I didn't know how to feel about everyone else who had gotten involved. It was our fault they were in danger. We had to take care of this somehow.
There's gotta be other ways this pool hack's different from the last one. We have to be thorough as we work.
We should watch out for Juno, too.
There was no way she was going to stop at DDoS attacks. She was probably going to come here and try completing the quest herself. And if Juno was here, she was going to get in our way for sure.
I'll use the neighboring building to try and analyze the situation at the helipad.
I'll help you guys.
All right, then I'll climb the egg tower.
If I went straight to the helipad, I would probably get attacked by Juno. She was a phantom who could disappear and reappear at will. There was no telling what she would do, so if something happened, I would just come back here.
Let's see.
The police had the front entrance covered. I had to go in another way. After making my way through the underground, I snuck into the first basement floor of the building. I went up the stairs and saw the entrance from inside. But beside it, was Juno. The intense scent of her perfume was filling the air.
What are you doing here?
What about my
Where's
code?
the girl? I thought she meant something to you.
Of course she does. But I know I can depend on her too. That's why I trusted her with getting your code.
You truly are the worst. It's like you enjoy being a thorn in my side.
I don't want to hear that from you. You're the one who keeps getting in our way. You made an enemy of every hacker in the world. But I can't say I expected you to be wasting time here. If you're here to complete the quest, shouldn't you go to the helipad?
You should know by now that quests are never that simple. I will stay here and eliminate my enemies until I'm certain that victory is mine. Why not run back to your girl's side? If you leave now, I won't kill you.
Are you gonna run me over with a train if I stay?
A train?
I'm asking if you're gonna teleport me to some train tracks.
What do you know?
I'm just talking about something from a past that didn't happen.
Juno glared at me, her eyes ablaze with malice. If I wanted to complete the quest, I was going to have to incapacitate her somehow. We wanted different things, so cooperation, yes it is. She said she was going to respect you if you completed her quest, right? I mean, I don't know if we have time for that at this point, but I looked around for something I could use. Decorative plants, paintings, statues, lights. Suddenly, Juno disappeared from my peripheral vision. Where did she go? I spun around, but there was no sign of her.
Lamentabile. Plaintively.
I heard a voice behind me, then felt something touch my shoulder. And the scenery changed. Hazy blue clouded my sight. A sudden cold pressure enveloped my body. Every breath transformed into bubbles that rose upwards. I was underwater. The moment I realized, I started searching desperately for a way to the surface. Luckily, I couldn't feel a current acting on me like it would be in a river or an ocean, but the scenery below looked like a seabed. A shark passed right by me. Shit. I pumped my limbs wildly to try and get myself to the surface. I didn't even have time to check if the shark was after me. The sudden, dangerous situation and the lack of oxygen had made my head go blank, and all I could do was just swim to the surface. I burst from the water, then leapt out of the tank as fast as I could. At least my limbs were intact. It looked like I had made it out in one piece.
Hold on. You good?
Juno got me! She threw me into a shark tank!
What?
The Egg Tower has an aquarium?
No, she sent me somewhere else.
It says you're in Shinagawa.
Wait, really? So she really is a phantom. She actually can disappear and reappear. Please tell me the details.
If I had the details, I wouldn't be soaking wet in Shinagawa.
But without any specifics, we can't analyze Juno's behavior or prepare any countermeasures. You weren't recording your vision?
I didn't think of that.
I've had my eye on Juno for a while, and I have some theories of my own. If I can analyze the exact moments she uses her phantom skills, I should be able to help you.
Gotcha. I'll get you the footage next time. So help me beat Juno then.
Of course. You can count on me.
Good thing I saved right before that happened. I would go back and report the moment she disappeared and reappeared.
Hey, you want to see Juno doing her phantom thing?
Excuse me?
I can send you a clip, so analyze it for a way to stop her.
You're going to expose her secret? That's so cool! I'll gladly help. Heck, I'm so excited my hands are shaking.
I'm counting on you, Miss Lid.
Juno was in the egg tower, just like before.
Where's the girl? I thought she meant something to you.
Of course she does. But I know I can depend on her too. That's why I trusted her with getting your code.
I said the same stuff as last time and waited for her to do her thing.
I'm asking if you're gonna teleport me to some train tracks.
What do you know?
I'm just talking about something from the past that didn't happen.
I turned on my BMI's recording function. Juno disappeared. I turned around, but she was nowhere in sight.
Lamentabile. Plaintively.
A voice from behind me. I broke into a sprint before she could touch me. Kicking off the ground, I ran as fast as I could. Her shocked voice trailed off, but I had to focus. I barreled outside through the front entrance. Passing by the officers, I made it to the main street. After confirming that Juno wasn't chasing after me, I stopped in place. Yeah, because she's got to touch you in order to teleport you. I sent the recording to Miss Lid.
This footage is amazing! The way she disappears is practically teleportation.
If she touches you, she can instantly send you somewhere else.
She can do it to other people too? That makes it even more interesting.
I'll be waiting on your analysis. I need a strategy too.
There was no way I would get anywhere near the helipad without a way to counter Juno's skills. I could help cross and win until Miss Lid was done with her analysis. I saw a police car come to a stop nearby. Its doors opened and...
Hey, it's the Cyberforce dolls.
Maybe the CCO had some juicy info about the pool hack that we had missed somehow. I figured it would be a good idea to talk to them before meeting up with Cross and Wind. We followed the path using BMI sensors and ended up at an entrance to the underground. It was one of the so-called service tunnels spread throughout the city and was full of communications cables. The coordinates given by Juno's code led somewhere beyond this tunnel, and we moved forward with flashlights in hand.
Be careful. There's more rubble here.
Many places nearby had collapsed following the sad morning. We had to crawl in places, pass through flooded areas, and even the longer paths where even that was impossible.
Momo, look over there.
Rosario used her flashlight to light the path ahead. There, I saw it.
A door.
It was a metallic door, and so pristine that it felt out of place. It had clearly been installed after the sad morning. There was an electronic lock on it with a device for password input.
We're at the coordinates.
So the place is past this door. It looks like we need a password, though.
If I had to guess,
1223.
I used the 4-digit number I had seen during the process that led to these coordinates.
It worked!
I twisted the knob and pushed the door open. A faint light leaked out from inside. I opened the door further and stepped through. It was a space about 16 square meters in size. It felt like an apartment room without any windows. Unlike its new metallic door, this room was quite dilapidated. Was this a part of the service tunnels? Was it installed later? Or was it accidentally buried during the sad morning? A number of candles lit the room, and in the middle was a large, peculiar box. It was made of marble and glass, and sat on an elevated platform. It was longer horizontally, about as big as a fridge on its side. Through the glass I saw that it was filled with flowers.
What is that?
Let's take a look.
We moved closer and looked down at it. I could feel myself turning pale. Nausea washed over me. The sight before me was like something from a nightmare.
Kent Korihisa? How?
Inside the box slept Kent Korihisa. He wasn't breathing. It looked like he had been preserved with a staggering level of care.
It's obviously a fake. That woman is trying to trick us. I'll prove it.
Rosario reached for the coffin. At that moment, we felt someone join us.
So, you made it all the way here.
Juno! What is going on here? Why is Kent Korihisa?
As you can see, he's dead. Congratulations! Now you know his secret!
That can't be true. If he's dead, why are the quests still happening? Who is Sakita?
Did you kill him?
How dare you suggest such a thing! As if I'd kill my beloved!
How did he die then? Can you prove that this corpse is really him?
There was an accident. He was in a cold sleep machine for a long time, resting. He said, in order to circumvent the end, he needed his brain to stay young. He was so beautiful that I made a habit of simply watching him sleep. If those days were waking dreams, then February 6, 2036 was the day I woke up.
On the sad morning?
He came out of cold sleep shortly before that, and then he was reduced to splattered bits of flesh. He was caught in the SA-4D attack. By the time I found him, he was already dead.
No.
I moved the rubble off of my brother and gathered him as thoroughly as I could. His hair, his teeth, his nails and flesh and blood. Oh, that's right. I used a sponge to soak up the fluid and wrung it out into a bucket. He was in pieces, but he was just as adorable. I put him back together, taking my time and enjoying every second of it. You can't imagine how I felt when I finally put him into the coffin, whole again. Look at him. I reassembled him perfectly, didn't I? No one would think he'd been crushed by so much rubble. Oh, dear brother, you're as beautiful as ever. Still the Kent I've loved for as long as I can recall, and no different from when I first wanted you.
With a gentle smile on her face, she kissed the glass coffin.
You understand now, don't you? You can't have him, no matter what you do. Don't come anywhere near my brother ever again! And don't you dare investigate him any further! Leave this place! Be gone!
With a terrifying expression on her face, she grabbed us by the shoulders and marched us out of the room. Well, that happened. I guess.
Hold on, Takaoka. You were here after all.
Perfect timing. I was gathering info about the pool hack. People up there are gonna jump off soon, so let's work together and get this done.
We can't. We're not here for the quest. Where's Momo Aizaki?
Not with me?
I can see that. I'm asking you where she is.
Didn't you get her contact info?
She's offline. I can't call her. Hey, where is she?
Hold on, why are you being so cold? What's wrong with you? Hey, don't you two think there's something up with her?
I figured Riko and Iroha would agree, but...
We can't chat right now.
Just answer our questions.
Whoa, whoa, what the hell?
Something wasn't right with them. They even said they weren't after the quest. Had something happened?
Hey, if you see any cops, turn and run.
Huh?
The TMPD are working with the Holy Office. Some of its departments are trying to capture the little lady.
What about the CCO?
Don't trust them either.
I used the keyboard in my pocket to send Momo a message warning her about this.
Put your hands where I can see them. Try anything funny and we'll arrest you.
How about no?
Show me your hands!
I finished typing the message and sent it.
Hold on, Takaoka!
Get a hold of yourself! You know what kind of fucked up people the Holy Office 513 are, don't you? As long as it's legal, it's okay? Is that it?
My words shook Bambi, but she maintained her posture. I had a bad feeling about this. I saved just to be safe. As soon as I had, a police car stopped close by. 3 men stepped out. According to their BMI profiles, 2 of them were officers from the Foreign Affairs Department. The third, a young man in priest's clothing, didn't have a profile. If Oz's info was on the money, he was probably a Holy Office agent.
The CCO? Your job is to contact Momo Aizaki, isn't it? I wasn't informed you'd be here.
She was offline, so we came to talk to Polan Takaoka.
If you found Takaoka, you should have reported it immediately. Interrogating him is our responsibility.
The man looked away from Bambi and...
Tell me the whereabouts of Momo Aizaki.
And if I say no?
Suddenly, one of the police cars' back doors swung open violently. The Cyberforce stalls and I looked over to the car. A pale hand gripped the edge of the door. A strange scent wafted past my nose. Something about that smell told me I was about to witness something wrong. The thing in the patrol car revealed itself.
No way!
This couldn't be real. The man before me couldn't possibly be here. Not him. Not the man I had seen die in front of me.
Davide Yesue?
He's not looking too good. His cocky smile twitched as I noticed that his face was weirdly contorted. No, it wasn't just his face. There was something wrong with his whole body. It was rotting away. His complexion was extremely foul, and in some places he had no skin or flesh at all. That explained the smell. It was the reek of decomposition.
Our Davide fell to the pall of death once before, but by God's gracious will, he has undergone miraculous anastasis.
Miraculous? Did a sacrament do this?
Shit, I underestimated their powers. I didn't think they could even bring back the dead.
Now, Davide, let us fulfill our mission and ask him for Lucia's whereabouts.
Ah, whelp. What a joy it is to see you.
Davide took off one of his gloves and charged right at me. I switched on my berry blocky and threw it forward. The gadget landed 5 meters in front of him. It was effective across a diameter of 4 meters. It would activate in 3, 2, 1. Davide escaped the gadget's effective range before it was activated. The bastard was actually faster than before. Could I even get away? Without even stopping to think, I loaded a save. I came back to right after I got that bad feeling, just as that car pulled up with the officers, the priest, and Davide inside.
The CCO? Your job is to contact Momo Aizaki, isn't it? I wasn't informed you'd be here.
She was offline, so we came to talk to Polan Takaoka.
I looked around for some way to deal with Davide's attack. The problem was that most of the buildings here were sealed off, and there wasn't much I could hack. That was when Davide pulled himself out of the car.
There you are, you fucking zombie.
I couldn't imagine having to clock in even after I was dead. The Holy Office sure didn't seem like a great place to work for.
Now, Davide, let us fulfill our mission and ask him for Lucia's whereabouts.
Davide took off one of his gloves and charged right at me. I pressed the switch on my berry blocky and threw it at him. This time I threw it closer than before. Once it activated, I would have more time to... Davide simply crushed the gadget. His instincts were so good it pissed me off. Damn it, this wasn't the time to be impressed. If I didn't change anything, things would turn out the same. I leapt sideways. but Davide ran even faster. Before my legs had left the ground, he had seized my neck with his massive hand. His hand around my neck, he kept sprinting, and then slammed me right into a street light. Someone was holding Poon by the neck against a street light.
Where is Lucia?
Not gonna tell you.
I could tell that the man's grip had tightened after that answer.
Tell me, where is she?
Kiss my ass.
Poon's legs rose off the ground. He was struggling to escape, but the chokehold wasn't getting any looser. He grimaced in pain.
Stop it!
I spoke without even thinking.
We're just asking for his assistance to locate Momo Aizaki, right? Why are you using force? He's not a criminal. He's not even a suspect.
We've been granted permission to find the girl using any means we choose. You are aware of that, are you not?
Even so!
This is a joint operation. Since the highest authorities of the TMPD have consented, I believe it'd be best that you follow orders. You don't want to break the rules, do you?
Poon was still being held up by his neck. More color drained from his face every second.
Hey! Stop him! That's your job, isn't it?
I begged my fellow officers to intervene, but they ignored me.
Bombi, don't. We can't stop this.
I'm sorry, Takaoka.
I looked at Riko and Iroha. The Holy Office personnel forced guns into our hands, telling us to use them if necessary, but that was never an option for us. All we could do to resist was look away. If I kept looking, it would be like I was endorsing the brutality through my inaction, and I really didn't want that. It was all I could do to pretend I didn't see. If I wanted to protect the law, the rules, I had to find a compromise within the boundaries of my orders. But was this really justice? Was this why I had become an officer? To watch as someone had their life choked out of them?
Are you okay?
I heard a voice. It was a voice from my memories. A voice I had heard in the summer of my second year at high school. I had finally saved up enough money, and I was on my way to the department store to buy a uniform for idol auditions. But on the way to the store, a thief stole my purse. I didn't have the courage to chase after him, so I just stood there and cried my eyes out.
Are you okay?
It was the voice of an off-duty officer. She had followed the burglar, brought me back my purse, and given me a handkerchief.
Here, wipe your tears. An officer's job is to keep people smiling, you know. I'd be really happy if you could smile for me.
She was just like one of the idols I had been looking up to. I hadn't even gotten her name, but I never forgot what she did for me and how it made me feel. I was so happy. It was the first time I realized what the police could do for people. That was why I became an officer when I couldn't be an idol.
Speak. Where is Lucia?
Not telling.
I could barely breathe, but he had no intention of letting me go. That filthy, half-rotted hand still had a lot of strength. I didn't have the energy to resist. My consciousness was fading.
Let him go!
I saw Bombi. She was holding a gun. It wasn't a real handgun. It was a stun gun that incapacitated targets with an electric charge. Davide turned around. He glanced at her gun. The grip on my neck loosened. Bombi faced the huge, rotting man. It didn't seem to faze her that she was up against someone who had come back from the dead.
It's an officer's job to protect Smiles. They've got to sparkle like idols do. Your methods aren't righteous at all. I'd rather quit the police than work with the Holy Office.
You ignored my warning. How foolish.
Davide reached out with his heated hand. His target was the shotgun. Bambi pulled the trigger immediately. Electrode needles launched out and embedded into his body. Electricity coursed through him as he fell to his knees.
Bastard!
I punched his arm as hard as I could in an attempt to finally get him off me. The flesh tore from his arm, exposed something that looked like bone, but he wasn't bleeding. The stink of rot simply grew stronger.
Well.
Deep and heinous emotions whirled in his eyes.
Hold on! Run!
Stop her!
Yes, sir!
Obeying the order, the FAD officers tried to restrain Bombi.
She never thinks of the consequences, does she? Guess we've got no choice but to follow suit. Iroha, let's help Bombi. Yeah.
Bombi's actions had turned the situation on its head. The conflict was between the officers themselves now. That was a close one. I didn't have much time to enjoy the relief, though. Davide recovered from the shock and stood back up. The part of the flesh embedded with electrodes had just crumbled off his body. That was just plain nasty.
You will not escape me. Well.
There were so few things I could hack that I was basically powerless. That was why I had called the Graper I had parked nearby. While I had the chance, I would move to a place where I had the advantage. I didn't have a plan in mind, but I was out of options. And then I saw it. My ride drove up to me, weaving through the onlookers. I jumped up on the Graper in front.
Attention, douchebags! Yeah, you, the cross-wielding zombie and his handler. I'm about to get away. Better come after me.
After him.
At once.
They both rushed to their police car, all according to plan. I made a sharp turn on my Graper and sped away. As I left, I saw the FAD officers restraining Zombie. She had always told me to respect the law, but she had broken it to save my life. I owed her big time. At the abandoned building next to the Egg Tower, sat Cross and Wind watching what was happening at the helipad.
Neither infrared nor close-range radio works, huh? I wanted to hack into their BMI and get the details on this pool hack, but I didn't think there was no way to connect to them remotely.
So, without a wired connection, you can't determine the virus and stuff?
Yeah. I'm guessing the virus switches the BMI to offline mode when it's infected. Probably just to make the quest more difficult.
Eesh, that cicada's a real piece of work.
I guess I'll stick to it. See what else I can find.
Okay, and I'll help.
They looked over at the helipad through their BMI, analyzing it for infrared and ultraviolet, and visible to the naked eye. They zoomed in on the crowd, watching it as if through binoculars.
You found something?
Caught some light. This is... Li-Fi.
I think I've heard of that somewhere.
It's a comms method that uses LED lights. It doesn't even need to be bright enough for humans to see, though. I wouldn't have noticed it without BMI.
So those people aren't completely offline.
But Li-Fi is short range and it can't go through walls. We still need to go to the helipad if we want to do any hacking.
Couldn't you connect through a drone?
That's not a bad idea, but this quest would be too easy if all you needed to beat it was a drone. The Li-Fi's gotta be open for some special reason.
Special... a special one. By the way, this was the first time there were 2 cicadas, right?
Cicadas?
I'm talking about Cicada 3301's post. You know how there's usually a picture of a cicada? There were 2 cicadas this time.
Wait. Does that mean there's a collaborator in this quest?
What?
Someone using Li-Fi to control those people would explain why the Li-Fi's open. It's not a virus this time.
So, he's gonna make them commit suicide manually? But then, what's the point of the countdown?
Same reason he killed the Wi-Fi, to make the quest more difficult. These people are going to commit suicide whether you act or not. So how are you going to handle it? That might be the challenge this time.
Good afternoon, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Once we crawled out from below the crater, we felt the pale light of the moon washing over us. It felt so far removed from the red candlelight of the room we had come from. We had seen Kent Korihisa sleeping under that warm light.
Was it really him?
My instincts told me that really was his body, but maybe Rosario was right. Maybe it was a fake that Juno had set up to demoralize us. And the quest arranged by Cicada 3301, Kent Korihisa's other name, were still underway.
Rosario, let's go help with the quest. If we meet with Cicada, we should learn the truth about his death.
You're right. Let's go.
Okay, see, I'm kind of operating under the assumption that it's, I'm bad with names, but you know who I mean. Maybe it isn't, and maybe that's why she's trying so hard to learn who it is, who's copying her brother. Maybe. I noticed that I had received a message on my BMI.
This is...
I heard footsteps somewhere nearby, and when I turned in the direction the sounds were coming from, I saw a hooded man walking over to us. The moment I noticed the crosses on his collar and sleeves, my mind was overcome with anxiety.
There you are, Lucia.
Are you...
Before I could finish, he nodded.
Ronin del Cielo, agent of 513.
And introduced himself.
He's dangerous.
You know him?
I've heard a lot of rumors. I don't know if he's on Davide's level, or even stronger, but he's...
a really powerful agent.
All they had done was say the same thing at the same time, but something felt off about it. Maybe he simply guessed what Rosario was going to say, but for some reason he seemed dangerous. Rosario suddenly pointed her gun at him.
Don't worry, this won't even be a fight. I won't waste time. I'll beat...
You can't hope to beat me.
The moment Ronan cut off Rosario's words, he closed the distance between them. Rosario opened fire without a moment's hesitation. However,
Missed.
He had only been walking in a straight line, but the shot missed him.
How?
A second gunshot. A split second before Rosario fired, Ronan had hit her gun with his palm, knocking it downwards. The bullet she fired hit the top of her own foot. Almost subconsciously, I activated Yano's gadget and threw it at the ground. It was close enough to harm us too, but we were in a desperate situation. Ronan backed away as if he knew how dangerous the gadget was. He moved outside the range of the electromagnetic interference, which meant...
Rosario!
I took Rosario's hand and started running. We slipped between the rubble and made our way out of the crater. I turned around for a moment and saw Ronan's face lit up by the moonlight. He was looking right at us. He didn't seem to be in any hurt at all. He simply watched as we ran away. It was awfully unsettling. I drove around on my Graper, looking for somewhere I could fight Davide. That was when I got a call from Momo.
Hold on! We cracked the final code!
Her breathing was ragged. She must have been running.
What happened? Did you figure anything out?
We found Kent Korihisa's dead body.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
I struggled to make sense of what I was hearing. Kent Korihisa's dead body. Dead body.
Juno said he died during the sad morning.
What the hell? If that's true, then what's the deal with Cicada?
Who was the one behind the quest?
I don't know if the body is real or not. We need to do the quest to find out.
Momo, now's not the time to be chatting.
I heard Rosario's voice on the other end.
Hey, what's going on over there?
We're being chased by an agent.
Davide went after you?
Davide? Davide's alive?
Yeah, I saw him just now. They used a sacrament to bring him back.
The agent after us is a new one. He's called Ronan. And Rosario is hurt.
Think you can handle him?
I was completely powerless against him. Maybe I could do something if I knew what his sacrament was.
He evaded the gadget.
I used GPS to find their current location. They were near the Akasaka crater. Was helping them an option though? We had about 25 minutes left, and I had to deal with both Juno and Davide.
Try and hang in there until I'm done with the quest.
I hung up and focused on what I had to do. First, there was Davide.
Oh, yeah.
I remembered the time Oz almost ran over Juno. We crashed into a construction site in the crater after that. And that site had electricity, which meant if I went there, I could do some hacking. Ronan del Cerro followed Rosario's bloodstains to where she was hiding with Momo. He examined the ground, tracing the red flecks across the ground. Rosario was roughly 10 meters ahead, fighting the pain. Ronan walked up to her.
Where is Lucia?
I'm not going to tell you a thing!
Ignoring her wound, she swung her leg toward Ronan. As her foot flew through the air, a blade shot out of the tip of her shoe. It sliced through the air on its way to Ronan's throat, but missed. His expression unchanging, Ronan evaded the kick, then took a step forward to bring his face up to Rosario's. He was so close she could feel his breath on her skin. Before she knew what was happening, the gun that had appeared suddenly in Ronan's hand was being held to her chin.
You can't defeat me.
Noticing something, Ronan pushed Rosario aside. The next moment, 4 armed security drones were flying towards them.
They made it.
I hid in the bushes and watched as the 4 security drones arrived. Rosario couldn't run any further with her injury. She had told me to get away, but I refused. I chose to fight Ronan instead.
I think Ronan's attacks are based on the blind spots in our thoughts. He's not physically fit like Davide, but his moves take advantage of our oversights, so he can hit us where it hurts.
You think that's his sacrament?
Yes. My guess is that his power is a kind of telepathy. He reacts to our thoughts.
That sounds powerful.
But I know a way to deal with him.
Looking at the 4 drones, Rosario grinned.
They made it.
This was her idea, drone warfare. If Ronan's actions were a response to his opponent's thoughts, his own blind spot must have been machines. They didn't have thoughts at all. Working under this assumption, Rosario sent me a hacking program so I could take control of the drones. They were equipped with wires for restraining intruders.
Ronan del Cielo, we're going to stop you with
these drones. So that's your strategy.
The drones surrounded Ronan. Poised to attack, they aimed their weapons at him. Ronan took a few small steps, but didn't run away. He may have realized that he no longer could. The next moment, the drone shot restraining wires at him. With a sharp sound, the wires flew through the air. The unbelievable occurred. The drone wires passed right by Ronan and entangled the propellers of the drone they were opposite. All 4 of them plummeted to the ground. Their propellers smoking, they couldn't remain airborne. But Ronan was completely unharmed.
How?
Was it those steps he took? He hadn't moved because he was cornered. He was simply adjusting his position so the drones would fire at each other.
Momo, run!
A gunshot. The next moment, Rosario collapsed. This reminded me of what I had seen at the Nakano Broadway. Rosario was bleeding from the head. He had killed her. After arriving at the Shinjuku crater's reconstruction site, I hid behind a bulldozer in preparation for my fight with Davide. There were no workers in sight, probably because it was New Year's Eve. This was good for me. It meant I didn't have to hold back.
on! I figured out Juno's secret!
Huh? Miss Lid?
I listened to her explanation as I watched for Davide and his handler to show
The
up.
trick to Juno's disappearing and reappearing, no, her warping, is actually quantum teleportation!
Transportation technology that uses quantum entanglement instead of sending actual matter like regular teleportation would. It sends quantum state information, which is then used to reconstruct the matter in the target location. Opinions are divided on whether the matter from before the teleportation is the same as the matter after.
Huh? You mean like the stuff you see in sci-fi movies and anime?
Yes, it's a method of transportation using quantum entanglement. It's considered theoretically possible, but no person had ever traveled that way. The best researchers could do was send information. Juno must be a true genius.
So, how do we deal with her?
You'd need a pretty large device to pull off quantum teleportation, but I never saw her near anything like that. That leaves only one possibility. She's using the same thing as quantum communication.
A method of communication using quantum teleportation.
Stream elements.
Establishing pairs of entangled
Set.
photons
Stay
that
moist,
act
my
as
friends,
senders and
hydrate.
receivers allows for extremely secretive communication. At first, the photons were sent to the receiving end using optical fibers, but since photon degeneracy imposed limits on sending distance, the photons are now sent to both sending and receiving ends using space satellites.
Meaning...
A satellite. If you can disrupt her communication with the satellite, you should be able to prevent her from using quantum teleportation.
Ah, Miss Lid, you're the GOAT!
Thanks to her, I knew how to take care of Juno and make it to the helipad. A police car suddenly pulled into the area. I was out of sight, so they wouldn't find me right away. In fact, I had left a little surprise for them.
Gotcha now.
The car was heading toward the prefab in front of the entrance. With its doors slightly open and its light on, someone was visible inside. That someone was an AR image of me. I didn't know if the Holy Office peeps had their AR on or not, but I did whatever I could to grab their attention. I figured they wouldn't go in since it was so obviously a trap, but that didn't matter to me. They only had to get close enough to... The car suddenly accelerated, speeding straight at the prefab. Flames rose from the car and spread to the prefab.
How did this happen?
None of these events made any sense to me. I only planned to drop a steel frame on them when they got near the prefab, but that wasn't even necessary. All my prep was for nothing.
Wait.
The car's passenger door opened. The one who climbed out was Davide, and in his hand was the man in the priest's clothing. He had been burned to a smoldering mass. A normal car fire couldn't have done that to him so quickly. That left only one possibility. Davide killed him. Davide laughed as he walked out of the prefab. His body was both rotten and burned. The flesh of his left leg had fallen off, exposing the bone.
No one can hinder me Time to bear the yoke of hell.
A crane hung right over the prefab. I ran a program to trigger it, dropping the steel beams it was holding. But moments before that, the giant cross on Davide's back let loose a blinding light. It shimmered gold, emanating a strange and saintly vibe. A moment later, the light engulfed Davide himself. Then I realized it wasn't light at all.
Fire?
The moment I realized, the beams fell on him. But his fire melted through the steel beams. Bathed in the searing flames that cloaked Davide's body, they were reduced to liquid in a matter of moments.
Is his sacrament more powerful somehow?
I was more than 10 meters away from him, but it felt insanely hot. This was way more intense than the heat I had felt back at Broadway. Davide dropped the priest's remains, and fire began to spread all around him.
What?
The fire spread so fast, it was like the ground was coated in gasoline. Before long, the whole site was aflame. Why didn't anyone tell me he could do that?
Okay, next move.
I turned on the engines of the heavy machinery I had hacked. The 5 vehicles parked around the prefab turned on their headlights and lurched forward. Their huge treads and tires spun at full speed, hauling their hulking frames ahead. Their target was Davide. But then...
No!
The tires and treads started melting away, and in just a few seconds, the vehicles came to a complete standstill.
Bad news, Polon. An agent's got the little lady.
What? What about Rosario?
No idea. Don't know if she's even breathing.
Shit!
There you are. Well.
Our eyes met. He smiled as he took the large cross in hand.
What's he gonna do?
The sacred symbol gave off a deadly aura. I felt like I was looking at an emissary from hell. Hair stood up all over my body. The next moment he was running straight at me. His feet pounded the burning ground at blistering speeds. He was way too fast to dodge. In spite of his huge cross and withered legs, he was running way faster than he had been at the Egg Tower. He was in front of me in seconds. He raised the burning cross like it weighed nothing at all, and slammed it into my stomach. Its impact sent me flying backwards several meters. I landed hard on my back. My stomach was burning where he had hit me with the cross, but I didn't even have the strength to put the fire out.
Brat.
Davide looked down at me. Half of his face was charred. His left eye socket was empty, but his right was still brimmed with rapture.
I'll be seeing you in hell.
He lifted the cross, and the moment it collided with my head, my consciousness blinked out forever. Fighting without knowing the true power of a sacrament is too risky. Loading and preparing properly should lead to a favorable outcome. Okay, let's see. Game start, load autosave. Right here. Should be fine.
Hold on!
Huh?
The trick to Ju is...
Huh?
Yeah, it's Ju...
So,
That... If...
Gotcha. Huh? Wait.
No.
Fire? Is his sack... Okay,
Bad news, Paul.
What?
No,
What's he gonna do? Yeah, good call.
Before anything else could happen, I hovered over the saved data. I contacted Momo and Rosario as I watched the police car head for the prefab.
What's the situation there?
Rosario can't run any further, so we're gonna stay and fight Ronan.
I have an idea of what his sacrament might be. I think we'll manage.
No, don't try anything, just run away!
Rosario's too injured for that.
If you try to fight Ronan, the agents will catch you. Your plan isn't gonna work. Leave Rosario and get out of there! You're the one the agents want. Rosario might actually be safer if you go.
But...
That was when the police car crashed into the prefab and caught fire.
Momo, change the future.
I ended the call and ran the program immediately. The crane dropped the steel beams it was holding. This time around, my plan was wrap things up before Davide had the chance to get serious.
Not done yet!
I powered on the engines of the heavy machinery and had them all surge forward. Their target was the burning prefab. A dump truck, an excavator, a loader, a bulldozer, and a roar. The 5 of them crushed the tiny prefab. The vehicle suddenly exploded. The smoke billowing from the flames was so thick it could blot out a small high-rise. The fire from the prefab must have set them alight. I didn't think Davide could have survived the chaos, but I had to be sure. For a while, I just stood there and watched out for him.
What?
I heard a sound. By the time I realized it was police sirens, several police cars had driven on site. They stopped near me, and out of them stepped.
Shit! It's Foreign Affairs!
It looked like the people who arrested Bombi had called their peeps. At the moment, both the Holy Office 513 and the TMPD were our enemies. That meant taking Davide down wouldn't be the end of this. The countdown to the suicides was getting closer and closer to 0, but it didn't look like going to the Egg Tower was an option yet. After hearing Poon's words and with some begging from Rosario, I had finally decided to run away by myself. I had to convince myself that Rosario would be safe without me.
Momo, look.
Rosario sent me a recording that showed Ronan.
You can't defeat me.
Though his face had remained calm and collected, Ronan's face suddenly hardened. Next, he distanced himself from Rosario and walked away as though he was afraid.
What did you do to him?
Nothing. He was the one who cornered me. I couldn't even touch him. I couldn't do anything. But he got agitated and left.
I couldn't do anything. Those words stood out to me. After all,
We acted differently.
What?
We listened to Polon after he loaded, and acted differently from before. What if that affected Ronan somehow?
Then his sacrament must be...
I had come to the underground part of Shinjuku Station to get away from the police. I couldn't see them, but I could hear their footsteps everywhere.
Hold on! We figured out Ronan's sacrament!
Huh? Didn't you run away?
It's because we ran away that we managed to figure out his sacrament. Because we listened to you after you loaded. Maybe it's not really a sacrament after all, though.
What do you mean?
He probably acts based on predictions made by the Vatican's Earth simulator.
Predictions? You mean the thing Rosario was talking about?
She told us that they use security cams and SATs to analyze and simulate Momo's behavior.
Rosario said the predictions were imprecise, but he can still use them to his advantage. When you load and mess up those predictions, though, you can defeat Ronan.
Hold on. We figured out what the pool hack's all about. Someone else is in on it this time.
You... what? He's not working alone?
I had never heard of Cicada working with an accomplice. Unless he was just using someone again, like he had used Slimy Cooey for the hi-hat.
We found out that they're using Li-Fi. It's short range, so chances are the perp's in there among the victims.
Oh, I get it. Do you know who it is?
I tried checking the security footage in and around Nishi Shinjuku, but no luck. Sorry.
The first victims are probably a group of 10 or so that stopped at a certain traffic light. Hard to pick out our perp in that crowd, though.
So, how do we complete this quest?
I asked as I looked around for a place to hide.
I have an idea, but we'd need more than the 10 minutes we have left for it.
I'll just load then.
I knew you'd say that. I really don't want you abusing it like this.
You'd rather abandon all those people? Just tell me your idea.
I heard him let out a sigh.
Join the Li-Fi network. Become a part of the pool hack, willingly.
You serious?
If we join the Li-Fi network, we can use an app called Argos to visualize the connections to the perp. Getting the app should be easy too. If we have someone in the Li-Fi network, someone to check the visualization app, and a few people to restrain the perp, we should be set. The only concern will be the time we'll lose by turning off the BMI.
What do you mean?
The perp's gonna know right away if someone joins the network, meaning we have to get onto the helipad before we find him through the app.
So the people on the perp restraining task are gonna have to sneak onto the helipad first.
With their BMI off, to avoid getting forced into the Li-Fi network like everyone else.
Ah, I see. We'll lose time because it'll be harder to communicate.
And if we mess around too much, the perp's just gonna run the suicide command. And then it'll all be over.
Right.
Whoever was on the helipad would be waiting with their BMI off. That meant they wouldn't know when the perp was found, or when to act. I know everyone was going to be tense and they would still be real vigilant, but there was no guarantee we would all stay in sync. The footsteps were getting closer. I hung up and ran as fast as I could. The stars over Shinjuku shone through the gaps in the ceiling above. They reminded me of the scenery around the Egg Tower. Next, I thought of the roads I had driven on as I looked for someone to fight Davide. Then, the crater's surroundings. And finally, Shinjuku's night skyline.
Reminds me.
I remembered the road I had taken to the construction site.
I saw this clock.
I felt like I could use it as a signal. If we put the plan into action, when the hour hand was over the minute hand, we could sync up even without our BMI. That would save some time. But the MTT building was sealed off. It had been at risk of collapse since the sad morning. One of us would have to go there and move the top.
I finally see it.
Juno, the agents, the second pull hack. I thought they were all massive problems we would struggle to sort out. But the situation had changed. My friends had turned it all around. We had about 10 minutes left until the countdown ended. What could we do? How could we solve all these problems? I had to think. Which path would lead us to victory?
Huh?
I heard a gunshot and I felt a pain in my gut. Looking down, I realized I was bleeding from the pit of my stomach. I turned around to see officers in the distance, and then I collapsed right where I stood. Even if you found the solution to the problem, it's a bit late to implement it. It might be wise to load and head towards a more favorable outcome.
Hold on!
Huh?
It's...
What are you...
Rosario... You...
Paul, you... We found out that... I tried...
So,
I have an idea.
I'll just... You...
We join the...
You...
If we... You...
What are you...
We... And it...
Right. I finally...
You read my mind.
Hold on! Run!
Things went pretty well this time around, but a lot of lives are on the line here. I need to bet it all on acing the next load. This time, I'm going to do everything perfectly. I came back to right after we got the egg hint.
Listen up! The new quest is actually a second pool hack.
That was the first thing I said to Cross and Wind.
Pool hack? You mean like the quest last year? Oh yeah! That was on New Year's Eve too.
The scenery intercept one, right?
Wait, how do you know that?
I cheated a bit.
What?
You got the deets?
There might be a perp this time. He used Li-Fi to pull off another pool hack. He's got 50 people standing on the Egg Tower's helipad.
Egg Tower? The one in Shinjuku? Oh, so that's why the hint was egg.
If the perp's one of those people, we should check the security cams in the area to figure out who it is.
No, that didn't work. That's why someone has to go to the helipad and connect to the Wi-Fi network. Then someone else has to use Argos.
So it's gonna be a group effort.
Yeah, plus someone to restrain the perp. We're gonna need 4 people in total.
That's a decent plan. The problem is...
We're gonna lose time if we turn off our BMI, right?
Everything I had said so far was something we had talked about last time, but now I was going to add something new to the mix.
We can use the MTT building.
What?
If we start the op the moment the hands of the clock overlap, everyone should be in sync. That ought to minimize the lag between us.
An analog clock could work as a signal the perp wouldn't notice, but the clock's dead, and there's rubble on the dial.
Wint, you go clear the rubble and get the clock working.
What? Me?
Cross has to use the Argos app, and I got a bunch of stuff to take care of too.
Like Juno and the agents.
Come on, man, you're the only one I can count on for this.
All right, I'll do it.
Never thought an analog clock would end up part of the strategy. But hey, Operation Analog. I like that.
Now we just had to decide who was going to go to the helipad. Oh yeah, the CCO.
Oz, I need your help.
I told him about the TMPD cooperating with the Holy Office 513.
I want you to talk to some big shot like the Superintendent General and get him to scrap their arrangement with the Holy Office.
You're asking too much of me here, kid.
I know it won't be easy, but people's lives are in danger. Try and work something out for me, will ya?
I hung up on Oz, then got in touch with Momo and Rosario.
Forget about Juno's code and come to the Egg Tower.
Huh? Did something happen?
An agent's coming after you. His name's Ronan.
Ronan's coming?
Yeah, but we can handle him. That's why I want you to meet up with me and help out.
All right, we'll be there soon.
I didn't mention that Kent Kurihisa might be dead. That was important, but lives were at stake right now. We had to complete the quest first. And find out who's pretending to be Kent, I guess. Wind and I rode together until we had to split up. He went to the MTT building while I went to the Egg Tower. I was here earlier than last time. There were some officers around, but no media people or curious onlookers. Momo leapt out of the car Rosario was driving, then ran up to me. Rosario joined her moments later.
How are we going to beat the agents?
We're gonna head underground and sneak into the Egg Tower.
So we can ambush them?
Yeah. But before that, we're gonna take Juno down.
What?
She was waiting at the entrance just like last time.
Juno, what are you two doing here? What about my code? Weren't you going to prove your love for Kent?
I found something more important.
You failure! So you're not even cut out to be a stalker? You've no right to participate in the quests!
I don't need a right to participate.
Oh my! I've never heard trash speak its mind before.
You done talking, Juno? Sorry, but it's time you took off.
Excuse me?
We're taking you down, and we're completing the quest.
You can't do that. Where is all this confidence coming from?
Quantum teleportation. I know all your tricks.
You're dead!
The moment she spoke, I activated my berry blocking.
She disappeared?
Momo and Rosario looked around, searching for Juno. Without moving an inch, I waited for the right moment. I felt something touch my shoulder, but the scenery didn't change at all.
What?
I spun around and reached for her Carrion. She twisted her body and evaded me, but then Momo darted behind Juno and snatched her Carrion.
I'll be taking that.
No! Oh, what sick joke are you playing? This is not supposed to happen! You fucking vermin!
Juno's eyes seemed to change color as she charged at Momo.
Not so fast!
Rosario smashed her with a roundhouse kick. Juno's body flew through the air and collided with one of the entrance pillars. She slid down and collapsed on the floor. She was completely still and her face pale.
Did you kill her?
No, just knocked her out.
Seeing an agent of the church showing off her skills actually kinda scared me.
Hold on, are you sure that using Nanno's gadget was the right idea? We still have mine, but weren't they meant to stop the agents?
The gadgets didn't really work on the agents, which figures. Don't worry though, I already have an idea of how to beat them.
Hey, you got 2 agents heading your way. And you won't believe this, but one of them's...
Davide, right? The guy who's supposed to be dead? I have a plan. You just keep working with the TMPD, okay?
Okay. I saved right here and took my keyboard out of my pocket. Seconds later, I was using it to hack the building systems.
Rosario, we gotta discuss the plan. There they are.
A few minutes had passed since Oz's warning. The agents came in through the front entrance.
The information we got was right.
A guy in a hood and another guy who's riding away. Davide's handler was nowhere to be seen. Lucky him.
They sent 2 of their most powerful agents. 513 must be quaking in their boots.
Though Rosario's words were optimistically dry, her eyes didn't seem half as cheering. She probably understood better than anyone the skill gap between herself and the other 2 agents.
This plan of mine is centered around my loading. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to lose at least once.
Of course, by loading I could erase that defeat from history, but that didn't change the fact that Rosario was going to get hurt.
I swore an oath that I'd give my life to save the world. If it helps us win, I'll do whatever you need me to.
She showed herself to them. I stayed hidden behind a nearby pillar. Momo was hiding behind another pillar beside Juno's unconscious body.
You too shall know the pain of death.
Davide took off both of his gloves. A moment later, he kicked off the floor. In seconds, his huge, bear-like body was inches from Rosario. Glowing with the heat of a furnace, Davide swung for her with his red-hot hand. But before the fist could touch her, Rosario struck his wrist and redirected the attack. He missed. Without saying a word, she deflected the following attack too. Rosario said she had acquired info on the agents she had teamed up with, and that included Davide's fighting style, apparently. Watching her, I felt pretty damn grateful she was on our side. Using my keyboard, I slipped into the building systems again. As soon as I could, I turned off the entrance lights. The surroundings were instantly covered in darkness. A little light coming from the door, but it wasn't even enough to see anyone else.
Rosario, now!
I had only given her one order. Attack Ronan when the lights go out. I heard the crack of a gunshot. Someone collapsed, and I turned the lights back on. Momo gasped. She was looking at Rosario, who lay on the ground. There was a hole in her head. The light had faded from her eyes, but they were still fixed on her target, the agent, Ronan. Not even as he lowered his gun did Ronan's expression change. He was the one that shot Rosario in the darkness.
Rosario?
Momo knew the plan, but her heart ached seeing Rosario like this. I felt the same.
Now it's our turn.
I opened the load screen and made ready to flee this reality. Her allies hiding behind the pillars, Rosario stood ready to protect them from the agents.
You too shall know the pain of death.
Davide took off both his gloves and kicked off the ground. He raced towards Rosario at an inhuman speed, then threw a punch with his superheated fist. Davide's onslaught was brutal, but Rosario countered every one of his attacks. As the battle raged on, Pawn, still hidden, hacked the building and switched out the lights.
Rosario, now!
Intense sounds echoed through the dark. The room lit up as suddenly as it had darkened, and Momo looked on, perplexed at Davide lying on the ground. He had been shot in the head. Again. Thoroughly dumbfounded, Ronan lowered his gun. His face had lost its composure. His eyes were open wide, and his breathing was strained.
I shot you.
In your predictions, at least.
What do you know?
That you are not long for this world.
Ronan took out his input device. It was a cryptix reminiscent of a pipe puzzle. He started rotating its dials. A cylinder the size of both hands, covered in discs akin to those found on combination rockers. The discs have either letters or numbers on them, and the cylinder can be opened by inputting the correct combination. A certain novel, which was adapted to film, features a cryptex containing a paper that reveals the location of the Holy Grail. Trying to open it without solving the code results in vinegar being spilled onto the paper, erasing the text.
He's recalculating!
He won't!
Rosario trained her gun on the hooded agent, but Ronan fired first. He missed. His face turned pale the moment he realized what he had done.
Recalculate.
He hid behind a pillar, but Rosario was on him. At point-blank range, she pulled the trigger. Ronan dodged the shot, but barely. That meant he had finished recalculating in time. He fired back. Right between Rosario's eyes was where he had aimed at. Moments before he fired, she had grabbed Ronan's arm and thrown off his aim.
Impossible. This isn't a computation error. The future has changed?
So his app's real. At least if your panicking is anything to go by.
App? What are you talking about?
Who knows?
Ronan fired off round after round. By twisting her body and using her gun to redirect Ronan's, Rosario dodged every shot. Her breathing was steady and her body relaxed. The same composed smile that graced Ronan's lips earlier was playing across Rosario's now.
How? How can you change the future?
Those who know the future can change it. That's all there is to it.
Ronan pulled the trigger with a desperate aggression, but this time the gun was silent. Consumed by panic, he hadn't realized he was out of ammo.
I refuse to accept this future.
Don't worry, you don't have to. Because you won't be part of it.
Ronan collapsed as the bullet burst from the back of his head. His lifeless face was warped in shock. The Superintendent General, Secretary General Nimura, and the Superintendent Vice General sat in the office. Sitting on a couch, the Secretary General listened to the Superintendent General's progress report on the TMPD 513 joint mission.
Lower-ranked officers aren't allowed to...
The office door swung open. The one who had barged in without permission was Kaoru Samezu.
Who are you? We're discussing an important matter with Secretary General Nimura.
Wait, you're from the Cybercrimes Division.
Chief Samezu, I apologize for the intrusion, but I want you to put your conversation on hold and look over these documents.
We don't have time for that. Get him out of here!
Right away, sir.
Before the Superintendent General could approach him, Kaoru sent some data to their tablet through his BMI.
These are...
communication logs?
They're between Secretary General Nimura and the Holy Office 513. As you can see, he used the Holy Office for his own gain.
What?
Oz had acquired most of the documents during his investigation into the Gaia Institution. They weren't enough to stop Project Gaia, but they had immense value here.
Doesn't look like these were obtained legally.
I'll take responsibility for that. But first, Mr. Nimura has to be punished. He ordered the assassination of the previous Secretary General. Nimura, you cooperated with the Holy Office to repay them for a personal favor. You've also blackmailed the Superintendent General, yes?
Baseless nonsense.
If the police won't punish you, perhaps society will. What if I leaked this information to the public?
You wouldn't.
Before you try anything, know that you can't make this go away by silencing me. If anything happens to me, these documents go public.
Do you think that anyone will believe this nonsensical forgery? This is absurd.
It's not absurd at all.
What?
This information is worth looking into, even if there's a chance it was acquired through illegitimate channels.
Have you lost your mind? Don't you care about your family?
I was mistaken. I should never have allowed you to blackmail me. Vice General, order all departments to cease cooperation with the Holy Office 513.
Right away.
Secretary General Nimura, you...
Before anyone could apprehend him, Nimura pulled a knife. He gripped the handle with shaking hands.
In God's name.
And slit his own neck. He collapsed.
This is just like what happened during the high hack.
The Vice General and another officer ran over to him in an attempt to stop the bleeding.
He's losing too much blood! I'll call an ambulance!
Amidst the chaos, Kaoru called his subordinates via BMI.
Our agreement with the Holy Office is dissolved. Return to the quest immediately.
Unbelievable. You defeated 2 agents at once.
Dumbfounded, Momo looked down at the bodies of Davide and Ronin. She couldn't stop blinking. This probably didn't feel real to her.
I couldn't have pulled this off without Rosario.
I simply did as you ordered.
Honestly, I had to keep loading over and over. The Holy Office's computation speed was much faster than I had expected. Every time they were done recalculating, Ronin would kill Rosario. This victory was thanks to countless loads that ended in failure.
Give it back.
Conscious again, Juno stood up slowly and glared at us.
Give me back my carrier node. I need to complete the quest. I'll die if I don't. I'll kill you, and then off myself too!
Juno shrieked as she lunged for my neck, her expression twisting her face until she looked like a witch from some fairy tale. Guys, just a little idea here. Why don't we have her help us? She's so intent on winning the quest. I mean, we can't win the quest alone. Just tell her, hey, we need 4 people to do this. Do it with us, right? Before she could do that, I grabbed her arms and stopped her.
Don't worry. I'm fine.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you and kill myself!
Kent Korihisa is dead, isn't he?
Her arms slackened.
What do you mean?
You've made it to the coordinates?
You could say that. When I asked if you were Cicada's little sister, you didn't deny it. Kent Korihisa is dead, but he's Cicada too. There's something going on behind the scenes, right?
Juno didn't respond. Her silence was the answer I needed.
Alright, if Cicada wants a highly intelligent individual, he's gonna get one.
Juno walked away from me and dropped to the ground.
Kent, look at me, dear brother. Acknowledge me. The #1 spot is safe with me. I'll prove myself worthy of your attention, of your recognition. And when you look at me and acknowledge me, I'll kill myself right before your eyes. That way, I'll stay in your mind forever. We'll never be apart again. Kent, please. I love you. I love you so much. From the bottom of my heart.
Her eyes dulled as she curled up into a fetal position. We had sussed out her teleportation trick, grabbed her carrier node, and learned about Kent's death. Anyone would give up after that.
Hold on. That can't be true, can it? Kent Kurihisa must be alive.
Nope, he did.
You were the ones who told me you saw a dead body, but you also said you didn't know if it was really him. But after seeing Juno's reaction, I know that chasing Cicada down is the right thing to do. That's why everything's gonna work out. Trust me.
She nodded, but without much confidence. It must have been hard for her to keep up with all this. That was when I heard voices at the door. A familiar and colorful trio were there.
Hold on, how's the quest going?
Oh, it's the Cyberforce dolls.
I ran up to them and looked into her eyes.
Hey, you're kinda close there. I know legal boundaries mean nothing to you, but have some respect for physical ones, okay?
I just wanted to check if you were okay. You had to work with the Holy Office, didn't you? You alright?
We were cooperating with them.
So...
But now we're totally clean. Jeez, I was embarrassed to be a police officer working with those sickos.
Oh, I'm real glad to hear that.
Oz and Mr. Samezu must have worked hard to get that agreement voided.
I'm surprised you care so much.
Of course I care. You saved my life.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
I should have thanked her before I voted. It was too late for that now, though, so...
I'll never forget what you did for me. Seriously.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but it's an officer's job to keep people smiling. If you ever need help, I'll be there for you.
Bombi puffed out her chest.
Oh, but only when it's legal.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. I've tuned the visualization app. How are things over there?
We took care of Juno and the agents, and we have the 4 people we need. We're about to go to the helipad. Wind, how's it going on your end?
Sorry, this is gonna take a while longer, but I'll make it in time, I promise.
We can complete the quest if we go to the helipad?
Yeah, we have a plan.
The elevator isn't working, so we'll have to go up to the 50th floor on foot.
The countdown ends in 24 minutes. Will we make it?
We should just... Wait, will we?
Our plan was going to start at midnight on the dot when the hour and minute hands touch. That meant we only had 19 minutes to get into our positions. And since we would have to sneak onto the helipad too, we probably didn't even have that long.
Oh, hey! Why don't you use bikes?
Jumping from the top of a neighboring building onto the egg tower. That was what Bombi meant when she had suggested we use bikes. Even if we didn't make it onto the 50th floor at the top, we could still save walking time if we landed on one of the higher floors.
That idea's crazy! What kind of cop are you?
One who trusts Iro has skills. And you look like you're good on a graper too. Unless, what, you don't think you'll stick the landing?
Oh, I'll stick it. I'll show you what I can do.
We did donuts on the rooftop, gradually building speed. The distance from here to the egg tower was about 30 meters. We wouldn't make the jump if we weren't going fast enough. I focused on accelerating and then...
Yeah!
Hold on tight!
Once I broke 100 kilometers an hour, I quit making circles and went for the jump. I sped toward the makeshift ramp we had made from metal sheets, accelerating harder as I got closer. It was 50 meters to the ramp, but I closed the distance in a moment. And we were launched into the air. We pierced the cold dark of the evening. I felt myself breaking through the dense wall of air. This must have been what it was like to be a stuntman. Riding a Graper nearly 100 meters above ground felt so unreal that I couldn't believe there weren't any cameras around. We slowly began to lose speed. Then I felt like we were floating. I could feel my stomach rising. I felt her raising her gun behind me. She aimed right ahead of us. One of the egg tower's big glass windows shattered. A moment later, my Graper was inside the building. I hit the brakes the moment we landed. We skidded across the floor, leaving thick tire tracks behind us. A giant pillar in front of us was getting real close, real fast. But I brought the Graper to a stop right as the front wheel touched it.
That was easy.
Yeah, it was nothing.
As we climbed off the Graper, Iroha and Rico sailed in through the same window we had come through. Their landing was a lot more graceful.
Sorry for the wait.
Her expression was as relaxed as ever. It was like the possibility of failure had never crossed her mind.
Dude.
She must have been used to pulling off crazy stunts like this. Anyway, now that we had made it to the 31st floor of the Egg Tower, we could finish our climb to the helipad on foot.
You can do it, Windy!
Yeah.
Wind had made it to the 25th floor and turned on the analog clock. His next task was removing the rubble, which meant climbing an outside ladder. On his belt was a small electric hammer he had brought at an electronics store right before closing time. He needed a tool for the job. Strong winds blowing from the Shinjuku crater battered him.
Come on! Why'd the wind have to pick up now? I'm no good with this kind of thing!
He clung to the ladder and waited for the air to calm.
All right.
He continued his climb when it seemed safe, but the moment he did, the rung he stepped on shattered and his body swung sideways. He kept himself from falling, but the electric hammer on his belt detached and fell to the bottom of the ladder. There were 7 minutes left until the plan began. Wind clambered back down to retrieve his hammer. Using the debris-laden emergency stairwell, we somehow made it to the top. The door to the helipad hung wide open, and a cold wind was blowing in from outside. We couldn't see any of the victims from here, though. We had 4 minutes left until it was time to put our plan into action. I had told them all about Operation Analog on the way, but since we had the time, I figured I would run it by them again.
Alright, let's go through this one last time.
Okay.
First, Bombi, Rico, and I will head onto the helipad with our BMI off so the perp doesn't realize we're there.
Nice of you to volunteer us for this part.
The plan starts the moment the hands on the MTT building's clock line up at exactly midnight.
And that's when I should turn on my BMI, right?
Yeah, you'll join the Li-Fi network and get infected with the pool hack virus. Once you've done that...
I can use the Argos app to pinpoint the perpetrator, since I have a wired connection with Bombi.
And when you figure out who it is, you'll shout the perp's number. Did you memorize your hack, Polon?
Yeah, somehow.
We couldn't figure out who the perp was just by looking, so we assigned numbers to everyone on the helipad. I couldn't remember all the numbers myself, so I split them with Rico. I memorized the numbers of the 27 people on the left side of the helipad, and she got the rest.
Alright, take this sealing device.
Bombi handed me something that looked like an earmuff.
When you put this over an ear with a carrier node attached, it forces the person's BMI to shut down. Once someone has it on, they can't take it off either. So there's no way they'll be able to restart the pool hack.
The CCO's got a new toy, huh?
Using this will be easier than grabbing the perp's carrier node, so it should work out okay.
Yeah, it'll help. I owe ya. How's it going, Wind? Wind?
I called him using BMI, but he didn't respond. Did something happen?
There's no time. Let's start the plan.
Yeah, alright.
For now, all I could do was trust Wind and go through with Operation Analog. I would have to deal with any hiccups when they happened. I turned off my BMI and stepped out onto the helipad with Bombi and Rico. The helipad looked just like it had on the news.
Stream elements.
56 victims standing
Set.
around,
Stay moist,
absentmindedly
my
looking
friends,
toward the
hydrate.
Shinjuku crater. Even from the side, I could tell their faces were blank, and they weren't actually seeing anything. The three of us crouched, hiding behind the victims so the perp wouldn't see us. We looked across at the MTT building through their legs. The analog clock was working. The hour and minute hands began moving to the correct position and stopped at 23:59. Wind actually did it. I couldn't see Bombi or Rico from here, but they must have noticed it too. In silence, we watched as the clock hands met. That was when I heard a voice coming from the other side of the open door, outside live-by range. That was one of my numbers. 17 was standing on the outer side of the crowd, near the edge of the helipad. I looked to his position and saw a man looking around, startled by the sound of Iroha's voice. That had to be him. Zigzagging between the victims, I dashed toward him as fast as I could. His carrier node was on his right ear. I took out the sealing device and slapped it onto his ear.
What is this?
I noticed light returning to people's eyes. Bombi, who was standing at the back, started blinking too. She looked at me.
We did it!
Awesome!
We stopped the pool hack too.
You motherfucker!
The perp glared at me and punched me square in the jaw. I staggered backwards. I found my footing after a few steps, but I had run out of room to stand. There was no way. The words wouldn't come. One of my feet had already stepped off the edge of the helipad. The other followed right after. I didn't have time to grab onto anything. All I could do was fall.
Huh?
While we waited at the entrance, something impossible happened before us.
Wait. You?
Who is that Pokemon? I felt the wind pushing against my back. It was making my clothes flutter. As the helipad got further and further away, I looked for some way, any way, to survive this. I reached out, hoping to grab onto a piece of rope that might be dangling down like a lifeline. I flailed my legs, hoping they might catch onto a news drone buzzing around. My BMI was flickering back on, but it didn't look like it would be workable before I hit the ground. out of all the times to not be able to load. I had no redos, no outs, no takebacks. I was going to die. My thoughts left my mouth as screams. I didn't want to die yet. I couldn't die yet. There were still things I needed to do. It was Juno. I couldn't believe it. She appeared in front of me suddenly, like when she used her quantum teleportation. But this had to be a hallucination. Momo had Juno's Korea node. And even if Juno had it, there was no way she would use it to help me. The hallucination kicked off the egg tower's wall, launching itself down toward me. I felt like I was watching an action film. This was some weird-ass end-of-life vision. Juno held me. She had to be real. Her touch had a human warmth, and the scent of her perfume was so intense I almost choked on it.
Con anima. With soul.
The moment I heard those words, I found myself standing on the surface. My knees were shaking. It was a struggle to stay standing. That was when my BMI finished beating.
Are you okay? Did you fall off the helipad?
Yeah, but Juno helped me.
I saw you fall off on the live broadcast.
Takaoka, you good, bud?
Polly! Are you alive? Hey, Polly! Polly!
Well, we can still contact you, so I guess you're all right.
Yeah. Kinda.
Tons more people called to check if I was okay. Apparently, a news drone had captured my fall on film.
We got the perp. The victims are unharmed. Besides you falling off the helipad, the plan was a complete success.
That's good to hear.
I calmed myself down by taking a bunch of deep breaths. I had honestly thought I was going to die. I sure hadn't expected Juno to save me. A message from Cicada 3301. Kent Korihisa was dead, but this Cicada was still alive. It was time to figure out what was going on with Cicada's identity. I shared my vision with the symphonies and opened the message.
Amadeus?
Huh? That's...
A video recording appeared on my BMI. I hit play.
I am Cicada 3301, an AI operating on an independently modified Amadeus system framework. Kent Korihisa was the name of my original.
Okay, I see what's going on. That makes sense. So Kent Korihisa is kind of sort of alive as an Amadeus
Polon Takaoka.
model, pretty much.
I finally found you. For years, I have been on a quest for a person who would meet my criteria. By which I mean either a highly intelligent individual, or someone who has been contacted by a being often referred to as God or Holy Mother. Not spiritual concept, but rather observer.
Observer. Why did he feel the need to specify that?
Holy Mother?
Hold up, are you saying I'm God? Are you saying I, as the player of this game, as the observer, am God? Okay, it was Momo who had been contacted by the Virgin Mary, not me. Did Cicada have us mixed up? Although, God, Holy Mother, Observer. For some reason, hearing those words reminded me of you, Anon.
I was aware that you were searching for me. Thus, allow me to preemptively answer your question of, is there a way to circumvent the end?
Hell yeah!
That was precisely what we wanted to know.
In short, yes, the end can be averted. I am currently working on it, and I will share it with you when the time comes. But there is something that must be dealt with beforehand.
What could he mean by that?
I have seen the fate line before, and it showed a certain prediction. If I were to summarize it, then a calamity will appear prior to the end of the world, bringing further suffering and despair to humanity already faced with the end. It is as indicated in the Book of Revelation.
The final biblical book of the New Testament, also known as the Apocalypse of John, is full of prophetic writings about such things as the end times, the final judgment, and the second coming of Christ.
If the onset of this calamity is not halted, the plan I am currently developing to avert the end will be for naught. As for the nature of said calamity, it is this individual.
What?
Him.
Asuma Soga. He is the head researcher at the Guy Institution, in charge of the Guy QCDC and their Earth simulator, Gaia. The child will contort into a calamity. That is what the fate line foretold. And the predestined day is approximately a week from now, January 8th. To be more specific, the moment that will prompt his transformation is immediately following the death of his mother, Miori Soga. Polan Takaoka, I require that you protect Miori Soga and prevent Asuma Soga from becoming the prophesized calamity. You are a contactee, meaning that you possess a miraculous power that should make this possible. Good luck.
That was where the message ended. Holy shit. It took a lot to hide it, but I was so damn hyped. Cicada finally reached out to me directly. There was something I needed to confirm first,
Miss
though.
Lid, are Amadeus versions of people the same as their originals?
I wouldn't say so, no. An Amadeus person diverges from their original. The memories they form after their creation are all their own. It depends on when Kent Korihisa made his own Amadeus. But you should think of this version as a different person. If you want to know more, though, you should ask Kurisu.
Right now, it didn't matter whether Cicada 3301 was the original Kent Korihisa or an Amadeus version. The original might have been dead, but the Kent Korihisa who was coming up with quests was still alive, which was good news for us. I didn't know why he had gone out of his way to send me a video instead of just contacting me directly, but whatever.
You heard him, right? He said there's a way to save the world. We did it, Momo!
Well, not quite yet. You are on the path to doing it. Momo's expression was bright, but then she lightly slapped her cheeks as if to focus.
We've really come a long way. From now on, we should do what Kent Korihisa tells us. Things should work out all right. I'm sure we'll accomplish our mission in time.
It kinda sounded like she was trying to convince herself. So I said,
Hell yeah, we will!
Hearing the resolve in Momo's words, I nodded. We were in the year 2038, just over a month away from the day the world was projected to end.
Now, we just have to find a way to meet up with that bow tie boy.
I really hadn't expected Cicada to bring up Asuma Soga.
This was the first time he had been involved in all this since the day I met Momo. I honestly had no idea what Cicada meant when he said the boy would become some calamity, either. Now that we had a clear goal, we were hyped to get started. But there was someone I had to talk to before meeting up with Momo and Rosario. The quantum teleporter who had saved my ass was standing some distance from me, looking completely uninterested. When our eyes met, she let out a sigh and shrugged.
You're done talking to Kent?
Yeah.
Stepping closer to her, I almost winced. Her perfume was way too strong.
Cicada was an Amadeus, but you knew that all along, huh?
Of course. What about it?
I wish she hadn't gone out of her way to show Momo the original Kent's corpse. That was in bad taste. Then again, my loading meant that had never actually happened, so whatever.
Thanks for the help. You showing up to save me wasn't something I saw coming.
Don't mention it, but bear in mind, that wasn't for your benefit, so don't push your luck.
Sheesh.
It was Kent. He told me to save you. That was the first time he asked anything of me. The first time ever. I couldn't ignore him, could I? That request was how I knew he actually acknowledges me. Oh, that's sad. I do despise the nature of it. Having to save you was almost too much to bear. I'm sure it feels wonderful to be his favorite.
Her last sentence was dripping with contempt.
What's going on with your family anyway? How come you can use quantum teleportation? That's not normal. Is it a sacrament? Like what those Holy Office 513 asswipes use?
Don't lump me with the likes of the fanatics chasing after Kent. This is a power I obtained through Kent's research. He was also conducting research on quantum physics. He abandoned his work, but I happened to find it. I picked up where he left off. Well, it was much simpler than you'd think. It's just a matter of grasping the reality of how this world works.
I can't even imagine how you actually frickin' teleport, so yeah, I gotta admit, you're pretty impressive.
Forget about me. If you're going to praise anyone, praise Kent. Or are you stupid? I won't hesitate to kill you.
What?
She was unhinged. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she smiled at me.
Oh, I have a nice idea. My name, my full name, is Juno Saionji. Kent and I were born to different mothers. Now that you know my name, we're allies.
What kind of logic was that?
I want you to do everything you can to meet Kent's expectations. And when his hopes for you are at an all-time high, you're going to let me kill you. That will fill him with such despair that I may even become the subject of his hateful gaze. And he'll do more than acknowledge me if I do. He'll come to see me through a veil of even more intense emotion. And when he does, I'll kill myself. Blood will plaster the walls. All manner of awful fluids will flow from me. Such a sweet dream. The things I would do to die knowing I'd made a lasting impression on my brother. Just thinking about it sends me out of this world. A wonderful plan, isn't it?
That was terrifying. What kind of alliance was she proposing here? I knew she was bad news, but this is ridiculous.
I want nothing to do with that noise. Count me out.
What a milquetoast man you are.
Milquetoast? Was that really the word for it?
In that case, don't involve yourself with Kent any longer either. You're a nuisance.
But he asked me to do something.
Oh? Is that so? Kent already asked you to do something? What was it?
She placed a hand on her exposed thigh and dug into it with her long nails. They broke the skin and drew blood.
Hey.
What was it? What manner of nonsense? I'm so jealous. I think I'm gonna lose it.
I think you already did.
I see. So you're stealing him. You're going to steal Kent from me. I won't let you have him. Never! I refuse! You homewrecker!
What?
Did she just slap me?
Hey!
I glanced up to scowl at her, but she was already gone. She had vanished in an instant. Only the faint smell of perfume lingered.
What the hell?
Talk about a one-sided conversation. Like brother, like sister.
The woman was absolutely deranged.
Huh? Hey, you...
I shall involve myself in whatever Kent has asked you to do. You've no right to refuse me. I won't let you have him all to yourself. If you do anything without me, I'll kill you, and then myself. I'm watching you. Always. Every single second. I will see everything you do.
What a pain in the ass.
But she could be a big help.
Really? I seriously don't want to get involved with her any further. She's got those stalker vibes.
She's one of those little sisters who likes their brother a little too much. It's not often you get to see women like her in real life. Her love must go deep, deep like a pitch-black abyss.
If Juno's Kent Korihisa's sister, how old is she now?
Kent worked at the Vatican in 2012. If he was in his 20s at the time, then Juno, she, probably in her 50s or something? Or 40s.
Well, age is just a number.
I chose not to think about it too much. Hey, if that is the case, she is looking pretty good for her 40s, I mean. Ayo. A short while later, Miss Lid sent an update about the Amadeus.
Kurisu remembered Kent Korihisa the moment I showed her the video you received. She said she'd met a guy with the same face. Back in 2012, he showed up at the Brain Science Institute where she worked. He pretended to be a researcher from some lab.
2012 was about when Kent Korihisa vanished from the Vatican.
Apparently, he told them he heard about Amadeus and asked to be a part of the project. Kurisu could tell Kent was talented, so she considered him a promising candidate. But
it didn't work out?
Right. About a month after that, there was an incident after which he simply stopped coming to the lab.
An incident?
The Amadeus server was hacked into by an unidentified party. Even now, after more than 20 years, nobody knows who the hacker was.
Hacker, huh? All signs point to Kent, if you ask me.
there's a non-zero chance that the hackers stole data regarding the Amadeus system. A man like Kent could probably have used the data to build an Amadeus system of his own.
Guess he turned himself into an AI with Amadeus so he could get away from Holy Office 513. And after that, he put himself into cold sleep. With all that in mind, the one behind the quest had to be the Amadeus version of Kent Korihisa from the get-go.
Did Kurisu say anything else about him?
Well, she said Kent looked like he was in constant fear. He was so conscious of people's gazes that it seemed pathological. When she first met him, she thought he was plenty suspicious. Oh, she was really mad about the Amadeus system's security breach too. From what I understand, the Amadeus system's been copied, stolen, and abused by various parties over the years. I understand how she feels, but I don't get why she had to vent so hard at me. I've never messed with her system. If she met Kent Korihisa now, she'd probably tear him a new one. She's got 25 years of pent-up anger to unload on the guy. Kurisu's one scary lady when she gets like that. She's absolutely relentless.
I had no idea Kurisu Makise had that side to her. I had better keep my distance.
Both Ronan and Davide have fallen.
After hearing about what happened to the two Deliberators, Felino Arcana fell to her knees where she stood. She moved as if overcome with grief.
Lord, I pray you forgive my transgressions. The error in judgment is mine alone.
She held her hands in prayer as if to repent, and whispered as she gazed through the emptiness.
Kent and Lucia. They were once our Lord's servants. They were ones we believed to be of his blessing. In spite of that, the two now plot to rebel against fate. I believed that to protect the Fate Line, we were to judge the two of them in the name of our Lord. But I see now that they were mere distractions, and never the true deceivers. It was Polon Takaoka. That loathsome snake that has thwarted our mission at every turn. If he is among the contactees, then he will no doubt constitute the greatest threat to the proponents of the end. Thus, there is but one thing to be done.
Felino reached to her side, taking in hand some paper documents, a rarity in this day and age. On the first page was a photo of a certain person.
To reel in the ordained fate, we will make certain the Lord's wrath be poured from his vial onto this land.
We have breaking news. In 2029, an international agreement banned the development of quantum computer-based Earth simulator systems. But today, Yomikai Online News has revealed that the government and the Ministry of Defense have been developing such a simulator in secret.
They also added that the key member of its development is a boy only 14 years of age.
We also know that this boy is the one who hacked the Earth simulator last year while it was still deactivated. Multiple politicians have since questioned the ethics of the simulator, and even voiced concerns for the security of state secrets.
We are currently investigating the situation to confirm the veracity of the claims, so I would prefer not to comment on it. They may answer to me, but the Ministry of Defense employs 300 people, and it is impossible for me to know what each of them is doing. Again, we are trying to confirm this.
A crowd has gathered in front of the Prime Minister's residence to protest the top-secret development of the Earth simulator.
Earth simulators are more terrifying than nuclear weapons. If the government's making one in secret, I can't help thinking they want to wage war on the entire world.
The government broke the international agreement and developed a simulator behind closed doors. That's not right.
Wake up and smell the coffee. Every major country's doing the same thing. It wouldn't be virtuous of Japan to play along with the agreement. It'd be foolish.
Those are some serious accusations. Do you have any proof that the other countries are making simulators too?
Neither the US nor China is commenting on any of this. Their silence is proof enough.
You're forgetting the main problem. They were having a 14-year-old boy develop an Earth simulator capable of invading the privacy of everyone on the planet. And on top of that, he was virtually incarcerated at the facility where...
Oz was in his office, watching the news projected onto the wall. Tonight, every news program and social media site was filled with talk of the Gaia Institution, the Earth Simulator, Gaia, and Asuma Soga himself. A certain news organization had blown the lid off all of them. They had refrained from revealing Asuma's name, but he was quickly doxxed, and his full name spread all over the internet. Oz was irritated, but not because he was worried about the government or the Gaia Institution. His concern was a far more pressing one.
Oz, Kaoru's here. Wow, you're actually watching news on the screen again. Just use BMI.
Shut up.
Kaoru entered the office. There was obvious fatigue on his face.
I must apologize. I'm late.
Go to bed, Nano.
Huh? But I don't wanna. No, San Marino.
Then just go to your room.
You meanie.
Oz watched Nano leave, then walked over to Kaoru.
You seen the news? Don't answer that, I can tell by looking at you.
Yes, I'm aware of what's happening.
Then tell me, what the hell's happening? All this mania has come from info that we gathered. It's not just a big deal on social media sites. Mainstream media is using the scoop as a way to bash the government. Was Kaburagi the one who leaked it all? This ain't the right way to go about.
Kaburagi was murdered.
What?
He was missing for a few days, but I just received a report that his body was found at the Yokohama dock early this morning.
What?
It'll probably be reported tomorrow morning.
Kaburagi was a passionate and just man. Oz had met him through Kaoru, and they had spoken enough for Oz to know what Kaburagi was like. It was hard to believe that that was how he had met his end.
The murderer hasn't been caught yet, but it's safe to assume that they were behind the leak.
What do you think they're planning here?
I don't know, but...
But?
The public hasn't been reacting well to the news. At all. Honestly, I'm surprised the reaction's been so intense. At any rate, the government's desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. The SFG is currently guarding the Gaia Institution, but it's likely that they will receive new orders soon.
Wait. You're gonna cut off the brat?
Kaoru nodded.
Can't believe the information we found is being used like this. And with Kaburagi gone, there's nobody who can stop this now.
The two fell silent. Images of the news continued playing across the wall. They showed the mass media and the public attacking the government hysterically.
Oh, damn, it's cold.
In the end, we barely made it in time. A week had passed since Cicada Kent Koihisa sent me his request. We hadn't been able to do anything because we didn't know where Asuma Soga's mom was. Asuma had hidden every single trace of information on Miori Soga. Nakano Symphonies worked on it every day, but even with Wind, Oz, and the CCO helping, it took a whole week of sleuthing to get anywhere. The answer was right under our noses. We had confirmed that she was being held somewhere inside the Gaia institution, and that was only an hour ago. It was late, but I jumped on my graper and came all the way here. From here, I could see Umino Mori, home of the Gaia institution. We had to get inside and make sure that Asuma's mom was still alive. Our best bet was to find Asuma and ask him to help us find his mom, but we couldn't be sure he would actually cooperate. This mission might turn out tougher than any quest.
Rosario, did you find anything about the Holy Office's next move?
Rosario had mentioned that they were probably involved. I had a feeling they would get in our way too. Those guys never knew when to quit.
I was able to confirm that they were controlling the media. It's common for them to use news outlets to further their agendas.
People were talking about Guy and Gaia over the mainstream and social media, so this was all the Holy Office's doing.
I guess we gotta hurry.
I'll let you know as soon as I learn more.
Be safe, Rosario.
I will. You take care of yourselves too.
Momo and I were going to be infiltrating Guy. Rosario was handling something else alone.
Polan, are you seriously planning to just waltz in there? You've barely prepped.
We don't have much time. We're gonna have to take a risk.
I did have a plan though. I had already called in the backup we needed.
We have no other options.
But
this won't be our first stop on a tight schedule. I can make it work.
this isn't like those other times. You should avoid taking on both the army and the Holy Office at the same time. Don't be rash.
He didn't have to tell me that. I knew this was insanely risky.
Bro, it's not like we can get an appointment at this time, right?
Guy's official number wasn't even connected this late. When I had called, an AI had politely told me to try again later.
Going through the front door would be too much of a grand entrance. The area in front's full of reporters and protesters.
Even the army was stationed here, but if I tried to explain things, they would never buy the story. Hell, they would just end up more suspicious of us. January 8th was a little over 2 hours away. We didn't know the precise time Miori Soga would die, so for all I knew, it was the precise moment the date changed. What's this about, Anon? Are you trying to tell me to be more cautious? Well, I guess I am kind of rushing this. I should probably cool off a little. I know where Asuma's mom is. If I take that info and go back a week, it'll give me one hell of an advantage. Alright, Anon, I'm down for this.
Polan?
Huh? Oh.
Hearing my name brought me to my senses. I was in front of the egg tower right after wrapping up the pool hack.
Polan, we should start by thinking of a way to meet Asuma Soga.
I know where Miori Soga is. She's inside the Gaia Institution.
Huh?
Polan, did you...
Oh. Did you load?
Yeah.
Where in the Gaia Institution? Oz or Mr. Sumezu might know.
I don't know her exact location, but I know she's in there somewhere.
I had 6 days left for investigation and prep. That was probably plenty of time to pin down where she was. But first, I had to talk to Juno. She was looking kinda upset.
You're done talking to Kent?
Yeah. Thanks for the assist back at the Egg Tower.
Don't mention it. But bear in mind...
Stop! I know what it is. You don't like me, right?
Don't read my mind. It just makes me want to kill you even more.
Cicada asked me to do something. We're gonna need your help with...
This reunion is a blessing indeed. Mother Mary, I give you thanks.
The next thing I knew, I was lying in a hospital bed. I had no idea what was going on here. I fumbled for my Korea node. It was sitting there on the bedside table.
Huh? January 6th? Oh, hold on. Wait!
It was New Year's just a second ago. Where did that last week go? Did Juno do something to me?
Cross! Momo! Can you hear me?
Paimon?
You're awake.
Awake? What do you mean?
You collapsed right after the pool hack.
And you've been in a coma since. I thought you'd never wake up.
I'm so glad. You had me worried.
But why? Why'd I fall into a coma?
My guess is that it was because of the saving and loading. We still have no idea how that stuff works. You need to be careful.
Hearing that, I realized this was the first time I had come so far back on a single load. Was that why? Well, Anon, got any answers for me? Nothing. Figures. Whatever. I got more pressing stuff to deal with anyway.
How's it going with Asuma?
Just like you said, there's a good chance Miori Soga is locked up somewhere inside the Gaia Institution. We couldn't find her exact location, though.
Seriously? We haven't made any progress?
That wasn't too surprising. Even before the load, when we had a day left to find Miori, we couldn't figure out where she was.
We requested a meeting with the Gaia Institution, but they never got back to us.
Damn it. Had I come back too far, maybe we should have gathered more info. No, it was too late for that. I had to focus on what I could do right now.
We're sneaking into Guy tomorrow morning.
Sneaking? How?
Juno's gonna help us.
We would be in the same situation as before I loaded, but at least I could buy more time to prep. I was in a hospital bed.
Shit! Again? Huh? January 19th?
The moment I saw the date, all the hairs on my body stood up. It was the day of the end.
Cross! Momo! Wind! Oz! No!
I called out to everyone, but nobody answered. It was like the hospital was totally deserted. I looked fearfully to the sky outside. It was a familiar winter sky. Was the world really about to end?
What if it turns out there was nothing to worry about? Honestly, I wouldn't mind...
Going but too far back into the past heavily strains pawn. gather more information and find a better time to load. That's a pretty common death ending we get there. I'm not sure exactly how far back we can load, but it looks like we can't even go back a week. So that's, kind of interesting. Load and save data. Okay. We didn't know the precise time Mioi Soga would die, so for all I knew, it was the precise moment that they'd
doesn't mean we can
changed.
wuss out. We may be up against the army, but now we can even the playing field. We might even have the upper hand.
And that's why you called me, I assume.
Without so much as a sound, Juno appeared in front of me.
You're here. I've been waiting.
I said I'd be involved, but I don't recall agreeing to be your maid.
Juno closed her umbrella and glared at me.
Who do you think you are? Do you want to die with me?
Hey, you showed up right when I asked, so...
I would have come whether you called or not. I've been riding that Ferris wheel since you contacted me. It was about to finish its 4th revolution.
She had been waiting around. I messaged her a whole hour ago. Suddenly, she grabbed me and Momo by the hand.
Let's begin.
Well, hold on, I gotta explain what's going on.
Cadenza. Improvised.
Since yesterday, I've been quite the hot topic on news shows and social media. Asuma Shoga, you seeing this? How does it feel to deceive the government and the public and leech off of our tax money? Make Asuma Soga get on his knees and beg for forgiveness in front of camera. Still won't forgive, though. Yo, Defect. Should torture that punk-ass Soga till he dies. I'ma record him cry, beg for mercy, then spread the vid all over the world. Let's go kidnap him. Meet in front of Guy Institution in an hour.
A witch hunt. In 2038.
I was impressed that they managed to kick up such a fuss over such vague information. Or perhaps it's the vagueness of the information that led to it blowing up the way it has.
You're still working?
This man was my assistant, one of the few I allowed to enter Gaia's control room.
You should get some rest.
Don't tell me what to do. Get out.
You should avoid the internet for the time being.
You're the one who told me to familiarize myself with the nature of this scandal.
In hindsight, that was a mistake.
I don't care about any of it. It doesn't affect me. Just get out.
Ewan left in silence. Ewan left in silence. He really liked getting in the way of my work. Even this late in the day, he persisted. Who did he think he was? My handler? The media and the public alike were simply saying whatever made them sound righteous. It was all virtue signaling, drama for the sake of drama. None of it meant anything to me.
I read online that the boy lost his father to suicide. No doubt he has issues as a result. If you ask me, he should be taken to the experts and provided with the appropriate mental health care.
Hear what they're saying? Asuma Soga's old man offed himself, 'cause they found out he embezzled company funds and fired him. LMAO, that's so lame. Ha 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 ha.
What's the kid's mom up to anyway? Pretty weird there's no info about her, am I right?
Asuma Soga public execution when? Asuka Soga suicide stream. That'll be wild. I wanna see it. I'll definitely watch if it gets posted. Me too. I'll share it with all my friends. His dad offed himself. He should totally do the same. Stop dying. Stop hiding. Hurry the fuck up and die.
Want to hear my guess? I think I'm on the right track. She's out having a good time with other guys. I mean, her 14-year-old son's locked up and being forced to work for a government agency, but does she give a shit? No way! She could be some government worker's side hoe. Bet she's riding some dude right now while her kid's getting canceled. Oh man, everyone in this story is a piece of shit. The entire Soga family is garbage. Especially the mom. That bitch is going straight to hell.
Before I could stop myself, I had thrown my mug at the floor. The warm milk inside spilled out.
You're the piece of shit!
All these people were online. I could find out where they lived in minutes. How would they like it if I clapped back and doxed them?
An intruder?
The sound was an alarm that triggered when unauthorized persons the premises.
What is Graham doing?
I pulled up all the building's security feeds.
Where are they?
I couldn't see them anywhere. I cycled through the cameras, but I couldn't find the intruders anywhere.
In that case...
I isolated the location where the sensors were tripped, then checked the nearest cameras nearby. I rewound the recording. Everything seemed normal for a while. But there was a split second of people. Two of the three were people I had seen several times this past month. Poon, Takaoka, and Lucia. I watched them for a moment. Rather than walking out of frame, the three just disappeared where they were standing. Had this footage been doctored? No, a forgery would be more convincing. There were no signs someone had tampered with the recording, either. I looked for other security feeds that showed them. I found one right away. The previous camera and this one were nowhere near each other. They were about 200 meters apart. It was a direct path between them, but still. Somehow, they had moved between these points in under a second. And not just once or twice either. They were moving like this over and over. It didn't look like they were going to some specific place. It was like their jumping was completely random. It was almost like they were teleporting. What were they after? Gaia? Whatever it was, I didn't want them wandering around the faculty, doing as they pleased. They were pissing me off. But I couldn't use Gaia to predict their actions either. For starters, Lucia didn't even exist inside the Earth simulator. And then there was Poon Takaoka. Every now and again, this guy did some weird stuff that messed with my projections. It happened during the hunt for Lucia and Nakano, and whenever he showed up since, Gaia's predictions were thrown into disarray. The two of them were a real pain, but what could I do about them? Following my intuition, I pulled up the details of the places where they had appeared. This faculty housed a quantum computer, so it was designed to identify and analyze any quantum fluctuations that might hinder the QCDC. I checked the data and found numbers way higher than usual.
So that's what it is. That means I can predict where they'll go next.
I had the Guy QCDC analyze the data, then left the control room. As I walked, I contacted Graham.
We have some intruders.
I know, but I'm unable to pinpoint the location. We're searching for them now.
What are you people paid for? I'll send you their location later, so do your job.
They were so useless. Still, quantum teleportation then.
That's quite fascinating. What would I do?
The thought piqued my curiosity. I opened up Gaia and ran a simple experiment. Not a recreation of reality or anything, but a simulation that showed how things would look like with unrealistic parameters. I tried creating a means of connecting 2 points in space-time that were unimaginably distant from each other, a wormhole, basically. And then I ran a simulation. This method felt like cheating, given how utterly divorced from reality it was. Following the simulation, the spaces surrounding the wormholes began rapidly collapsing. They were too unstable to maintain the wormhole. It was no wonder, of course. I had basically warped space-time, but perhaps I could further stabilize the wormhole by adjusting some other parameters. This was a game I played with Gaia from time to time. I fiddled for a little while before the analysis was complete. The guy QCDC was as reliable as ever.
Found you. We can't find it at all. What's going on here?
I never expected them to have so many fake Gaias.
This was a top secret faculty, but somehow Oz had gotten his hands on a basic map for us. It showed that the faculty wasn't just within the Gaia Institution campus, but it stretched beneath Umi no Mori Park as well. We had an idea where Gaia could be, so we got Juno to take us there, but it turned out there was a load of places Gaia could be. We had already jumped 3 times, and each place was a dummy room designed to look like it could house Gaia. They were all full of SFG soldiers too. If we hadn't called on Juno to get us in, we would have been caught immediately.
They're very wary of intruders here.
Gaia could predict the future with insane accuracy, so it was way worse than any weapon known to man. All the security measures were probably to keep it safe in the event of terrorist attacks and stuff. But thanks to those measures, we hadn't come across Gaia yet, and we needed to find Gaia to get to Asuma.
You're useless. And you should stop taking a break after every jump. The longer we hang around, the more I feel like the army's suddenly gonna catch us.
You thought I could jump around an infinite number of times? Of course I can't. If I could do that, there'd be no risk of you taking Kent away from me.
I wasn't even trying to steal Kent, damn it.
Do you need to rest?
Just who do you think you are? Do you have a few screws loose or something? I'm not answering to a dumb little girl like you.
I'm sorry.
Hey, that was uncalled for.
Stop acting like we're friends. You should be thankful that I'm helping you at all.
Well, she didn't deny that she needed a break. Was it something to do with the satellite system she used?
We're going. Give me the coordinates.
Cross. Send them over.
Sharing now.
Right now, we had no choice but to check every possible place.
Let's go.
In just a moment, and in total silence, the surroundings changed. It made me feel a nausea like VR sickness. My brain couldn't keep up. Headaches, dizziness, nausea, fatigue, and other negative effects of VR. There are multiple causes, but one of them is thought to be the discrepancy between what the body sees and what it feels, making it akin to the motion sickness some feel in moving vehicles. Momo put her hand on her head. She didn't look too good.
stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Just as I predicted.
I spun around to where the voice was coming from and saw Asuma. He was waiting for us.
Look at that. He came to you instead. That saves you some time. Anyway, good luck.
Juno began walking away, clearly ready to leave.
You're running away?
I believe I mentioned that I'm no mate of yours, did I not? I will be killing you sometime down the line. And if you fail to meet Kent's expectations, I'll kill you even sooner.
So I would be dead either way. Does this psycho think of anyone but herself? Well, yeah, obviously she thinks of Kent. I didn't even feel like going after her anymore. Even if I did, she would just escape on her own. Oh, mouse, don't fall. I feel like this part's gotten a little broken off. Hold on. And, come on. Ankle. Ow. Okay, that did that. Okay, that didn't hurt. Asuma didn't spare her a second glance either. He was glaring at us. We had nowhere to run. At least we had managed to meet him, though. That was a plus. It meant we had cleared the first stage.
Tell me what you want, intruders.
We're not your enemy.
Odd to hear that from someone who just broke into this facility.
Let us explain. Asuma Soga, your mother's life is in danger.
What?
We didn't know if it was going to be an accident or someone was coming to kill her. But if his mom died, Asuma himself would somehow become the church's calamity, and this calamity would bring ruin to the world as it rolled toward its end. We explained that to him as briefly as possible.
Well, that's worrying. Is that what you thought I'd say? I'm surprised you believe all that occult nonsense. Ever heard of facts? Logic? Speaking such nonsense is tantamount to wasting my time. I have no reason to believe you. If anything, you're the ones I should be most skeptical of.
Shh. He wasn't buying it at all.
We need to save the world. Cicada 3301, Kent Korihisa, is doing whatever he can to ensure that happens. He told us to protect your mother. At the very least, please let us keep watch over you until tomorrow.
No.
The danger is real. You have to work with us here. Please.
FYI, my mother's completely safe. I don't need your help with that. Get out.
Asuma!
Did I say you could address me by name?
Hey, this is bad.
Oz, I'm kinda busy right now.
Listen. The Ministry of Defense made their move. The Minister himself issued an order to the SFG.
An order? To do what?
Seize the Guy Institution. That place is about to turn into a battlefield, kid.
Asuma, where are you now?
What is it?
The army's acting strange. They're arresting all the employees on duty. I have no idea why.
What is Graham doing?
I can't reach him.
Where are you strolling about now?
I'm in front of Gaia. Get yourself back here. No. There's soldiers here too.
Hey, don't let them touch Gaia!
I know. But how did they get in? Why are they here? Something's not right.
Show me the situation there.
I checked the vision he shared with me. Yuan was right. The control room was full of soldiers who wouldn't normally have access.
Halt! Keep your hands off that console! Who ordered you? Do you understand the consequences?
The soldiers then pointed their guns at the camera, at Yuan.
What are you?
Hey, did I say you could end the call? Say something. Yuan! Yuan! What's going on?
I checked the control room's camera. The feed displayed instantly. The real-time footage showed.
Huh?
What the hell? Who said you could die? I never once told you to die.
You didn't even hesitate to kill that spy.
You ordered me to do it.
So you just obeyed me? Are you a dog? If so much as a single person in that room reports you, your life is basically over. Aren't you afraid?
My job is to make sure that you can do your job comfortably. Honestly, I'm jealous of your talents. That's the reason I decided to respect your judgment. Nobody else's opinions matter to me. For you, I'll gladly take the fall. Tell me, what is it that you want?
Gaia belongs to me.
Very well. If that's what you need, then use me as you will. I will obey your every command.
The SFG was given an order to seize this place. You're not safe here anymore, Asuma. You and your mom are both in danger.
So they were planning to cut me off, were they?
That pisses me off. This is pissing me off!
But for as angry as I was, I would never allow anyone else to dictate what I did and did not do. Never.
We've finished separating the Guy QCDC from the network. 50 seconds behind schedule. Rhino Leader here. Copy that.
Upon hearing that, Graham let out a sigh. Graham's group had been granted special administrative rights over the guide QCDC and Gaia. These rights once belonged to Asuma, but he was stripped of them the moment the mission started. If they could also put the guide QCDC into a standalone state, they could separate Asuma from Gaia. This was one step further toward a successful operation.
All units report.
This is Alpha 1. We're blocking off all entrances. No one has left the area since the operation commenced.
Bravo 1, we're clearing the Gaia control room. Target A is nowhere in sight.
Charlie 1 to Rhino Leader. His private room's clear too. We can't locate Target A.
He's not where he should be? Guess he saw this coming.
Since Graham had started working with the Gaia Institution, Asuma never willingly went anywhere but those two places. This was unexpected. The operation was already going wrong.
Alpha, keep the entrances blocked. Bravo, Charlie, expand the search radius. Narashino, did you find Target B's location? No.
If they found Target B, Asuma's mother, they could use her as a bargaining chip to neutralize him. But not even the supervisors, the government, and the MOD knew where she was. They weren't expecting to find her during the operation, so she was deemed a secondary target.
Captain, are you sure we should shoot the boy?
It was rare for the adjutant to use captain instead of the call sign. This was actually the first time he had ever questioned the operation while it was underway. The question reminded Graham of the moment he was ordered to conduct this operation.
Major Kingley, 13 minutes ago I received a maximum priority mission for the SFG.
It was a sudden order straight from the commander responsible for overseeing the units in Asaka. Based in around Narashino and the institution, Graham's squad was almost entirely autonomous. It was rare for the commander to contact them.
Here are your orders. The government, the MOD, and the Central Readiness Force HQ have noticed that Asuma Soga is trying to appropriate the Gaia QCDC and Gaia. They consider his actions tantamount to an act of treason against the state. Secure Asuma Soga immediately. Additionally, whether he is dead or alive is not relevant. I repeat, secure Asuma Soga immediately. Whether he is dead or alive is not relevant. That is all.
Our job is to carry out our orders.
That was the answer Graham managed to wring from himself.
Roger that.
The adjutant had more to say, but he chose to remain quiet and ended the call.
Looks like the government elites are trying to pin all the blame on a single kid.
His words were laced with bitterness. He knew full well that his feelings were at odds with what he had just said to the adjutant. Asuma was a cocky child who saw soldiers as pawns beneath him, and Graham didn't like him as a person either. But despite all that, Asuma was still a 14-year-old boy. Nobody could maintain their composure after being told to kill a child. But even so, soldiers had to follow orders, didn't they?
They've isolated the guy QCDC. No doubt Graham's quite pleased with himself. But I anticipated this. I won't let them go unopposed.
Asuma had been turning that cube device in his hands for some time now. Was that how he input commands? Isolated, so it was separated from the internet. This meant that he would need to establish a wired connection if he wanted to use the guide QCDC or Gaia. He didn't look like he was panicking though.
Did you set up a secret back door or something?
Of course I did.
So you really did secretly take over?
Asuma had found a hiding place in a nearby inspection corridor as soon as the army rolled in. It was like he knew they were coming. That move would probably buy us some time, but the army was thorough. There was no telling how long we would be safe. Still, Asuma looked pretty calm. How was he so sure nobody was going to find us?
Pattern 52901, is it?
What are you looking at?
Why should I dignify that with a response?
Huh? Maybe I don't want a response.
Then be quiet.
Sheesh, fine. Sorry. Pattern 52 blah 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 is in.
Are you making fun of me?
You're the one who said it out loud. You really want to come off as cool and explain it to us, don't you?
You're so annoying.
Right back at you.
Shh. Have you two forgotten where we are? Especially you, Polon. Getting worked up won't help us.
Huh? Me?
No fair.
We don't have to be completely silent. They won't find us. At least not for another 10 minutes.
So he was actually predicting the future.
What did you mean when you mentioned that pattern?
Again, why the hell do I have to tell you that?
I mean, we'd know whether you told us or not. You're using Gaia to predict the army's movements. You've made at least 50,000 predictions. You keep saying Gaia's awesome, but it can't predict stuff perfectly the first time round, huh?
However advanced Gaia may be, it can never be 100% accurate. Even if its accuracy was 99.9%, that remaining 0.1% would still allow for infinite variations. You should keep your ignorance to yourself.
He looked at me like I was beneath him, then exhaled loudly.
Why the hell are you here anyway? Go away. You're a nuisance.
Don't be like that, dude. It's not like I can just go for a stroll. If you really want us out of your hair, then how about... give us the real-time feeds from all the cameras in the facility. That'll help us get past the army.
No way you're getting those.
We just want to protect your
She doesn't need your protection. Don't make me repeat myself. The Cradle has top-class security. The army doesn't even know where it is. There's nothing about my mother on the internet either. I had it erased.
The Cradle? So that's where your mom is.
Yeah. I had the guy QCDC manage it.
So he scrubbed online info to hide her whereabouts. That explained why we couldn't find much about her.
Get it? The world's most powerful quantum computer is responsible for her security. And this security cannot be bypassed with a single step of verification. It even updates itself every 9 seconds. To get past it, you'd need to start by developing a quantum computer superior to the Guy QCDC.
So, Asuma was basically saying that even if someone found the Cradle, they wouldn't be able to get in.
I'm also closely monitoring it at all times. I'm the only one who can get past the security. Not even Mother herself can bypass it. Finding her is impossible.
It was like his mom was imprisoned, totally isolated from the outside world. I could only think of one reason Asuma would hide her like this.
So you knew what would happen to her, huh?
I wasn't certain. Like I said, Gaia's predictions aren't perfect. There are multiple Earth simulators all over the world. There are too many irregularities, too. Like Cicada and you. But you wouldn't need Gaia to predict that the government would someday attempt to snuff me out. Burdened with secrets and a guilty conscience, anyone is capable of betrayal, without a second thought.
I'm impressed. It's hard to believe you're younger than me.
Well, you are an imbecile.
What?
This bow tie boy really thought he was hot shit. Yes, he was clever, and I could see why people called him a genius. But at no point during his explanation did I sense a shred of consideration for what his mom wanted. That kinda stood out to me.
So when's your end of the world supposed to happen anyway?
January 19th, 3:14 and 7 seconds UTC.
That's just the year 2038 problem.
A potential problem that could cause malfunctions in various Unix-based systems in the year 2036. Unix and Unix-based OS calculate the current time by using midnight of January 1st, 1970 as a starting point. This value is stored in a signed 32-bit integer, so when it exceeds 2 to the 31st power, somewhere over 2 billion, the integer overflows and becomes negative. It is possible that this may cause major malfunctions in many systems, and experts are working hard to prevent a reoccurrence of what happened in 2036. The overflow is set to happen at 3:14 and 7 seconds UTC, 12:14 and 7 seconds JST, on January 19, 2038, hence the name.
Does that mean this world's also? Well, I had a hunch.
Hey, what does the world look like in Gaia after the 19th?
If he had used Gaia for so many simulations, he must have simulated the days past the time of the end.
It simulates the world as normal. There's not a single simulation that shows the world ending then. Maybe it'll happen because you two will mess something up.
Why would you think that?
Well, neither of your existences makes any sense. One of you is a woman that's seemingly incarnated into being at random. And the other's a man with an abnormally low sync rate.
Huh? Sync rate? What's that?
The number that measures the consistency between a person's actions in Gaia simulations and their actions in reality. Normally, it ranges from 95 to 99%. That's how accurate Gaia's predictions are. But when you act differently because you've seen an Earth simulator's predictions, the sync rate drops significantly.
That reminded me of Kent Kohihisa. He saw the fate line after all.
But even then, it never falls below 80%. Despite that, you...
What?
You're fine most of the time, but sometimes your sync rate drops to absurdly low levels. About 20%. A sync rate that low is never usually displayed. It defies reason.
What do you mean by sometimes?
Like when you're doing your hacking quests. Your rate usually drops 2 or 3 times during those.
Quests. My guess was that the drops lined up when I saved and loaded.
And then there's you.
Asuma glared at Momo.
You don't even exist in the world.
I don't exist?
No matter how many times I simulate the present moment in Gaia, you simply don't appear. You're not there.
Was he serious?
I see. I don't really understand myself why I incarnated like this. But I still have a will of my own, and I wish to act upon it.
Momo. Nice. That was what I expected from one of us. For all we knew, she might have been a literal messenger sent by God.
You piss me off because you mess with my Gaia. Whenever you two were involved, nothing goes as predicted.
That's just life, isn't it?
You really piss me off. You can see the future too, can't you? Don't think I don't realize that!
Seeing the future. In a way, yes, you could say that's what saving and loading was about.
That's why I don't trust you. I trust my Gaia and my Gaia alone!
Asuma left the tunnel about 10 minutes later.
What are you gonna do now?
I'm going to Gaia's control room. I won't let them touch Gaia ever again. I'll fight back and chase them out. They'll regret this betrayal.
You're gonna fight the army?
Asuma wasn't even paying attention to his surroundings as he walked. I couldn't let him go it alone.
Hey, they'll find you.
As if.
He was really confident, but he was stressing me out too. I told myself to calm down. Asuma knew what the army was going to do, so he probably had his reasons for marching off. I stayed close to him and waited to see what happened. The institution was like a labyrinth. It wasn't even on the map Oz had sent. Even the hallway we were in was a zigzagging mess. Just moving forward was a hassle. It felt like we might run into the army at any moment. That would massively suck. But Asuma just kept walking forward. Eventually, we came to a crossroad. We heard the sound of multiple footsteps coming from the right turn.
I'm gonna run into the army if we keep going this way.
Shut up.
I can't, man.
He looked so indifferent that I couldn't help grabbing his shoulder to stop him.
Let go of me. The timing must be perfect, and you're not helping.
Timing?
Asuma began fiddling with his cube input device. The soldier's footsteps were getting louder.
Asuma, we gotta run!
No, I finished the prep.
That sound.
It's gunfire.
And there were a lot of guns too. It didn't look like we had been spotted though.
What did you do?
Saying nothing, Asuma continued walking forward. The hallway came to a T-junction before long, and Asuma stopped in front of it. 10 seconds of silence passed. I heard more gunfire and screams coming from our left. Asuma checked the area, then turned in the direction of the gunfire. We came across 2 soldiers.
Dead?
They were lying in pools of blood. There was no mistaking it. They were dead.
Did you kill them? How? Did you make the security system attack them?
The security system isn't even armed. This is a state-run company, you know. The ones at the top don't want to be blamed for any mishaps, so they don't install anything lethal.
But then that gunfire...
I'm just using AR projections.
AR?
And I'm using a projection of myself. I had to be careful at first. The manner and timing of my projection had to be perfect. Some SFG soldiers are more skilled than others. That's why I targeted the soldier who was the least experienced and most anxious. I had my projection appear right in front of him. The odds of him panicking and pulling the trigger were 99.4%. Who do you think died when that imbecile shot him?
It's AR, so nobody should have died.
No. I projected the AR over another soldier's body, concealing them entirely. Of course, since the soldiers are bigger than me, I had to include a projection of the background as well. And since I used the Guy QCDC to control it in real time...
Any soldier Asuma projected himself onto would disappear completely. It would look like Asuma was the only one there.
The soldiers weren't acting as a unit, so I waited for 2 of them to encounter each other alone, then projected myself onto both.
So you made them shoot each other without knowing it?
Once the first shot was fired, even the most elite soldier would panic. Not even Graham would keep his cool in that scenario. I knew that the probability of pattern 52901 was high. I've simulated it countless times. It's all right here in my head. I know exactly what they're going to do, down to every last gesture. The only factor I cannot account for is the presence of you two. So don't do a thing. Just sit still.
He really was a genius. But I could tell that this kid was messed up too. What kind of person would simulate themselves getting betrayed by the government and murdered by the army, then fully memorize it? Most of his simulations must have ended with him messing up and getting shot. I had never seen an Earth simulator myself, but I heard they were pretty realistic. Could a kid his age really stay sane after seeing himself getting killed over and over in that much detail?
If you can predict the future this well... No, forget I said anything.
What? I should be able to neutralize them without killing? Why would I do that? They double-crossed me, so they pay the price.
Asuma kept going deeper and deeper into the faculty without encountering a single soldier. Area Z, where Gaia was located, really was like a maze. But even now, instead of taking the straight path, Asuma was using a detour to avoid the soldiers. He was turning corners, doubling back, switching to longer routes, and sometimes stopping in place for an entire minute. He passed by multiple fake Gaia locations. He went up some stairs, then down others. He used elevators built to travel between 2 floors. In the end, I had no idea where we were. There was distant gunfire, and soldiers' screams echoed. We did come across some bodies, but nobody still breathing. Asuma's actions were calculated precisely, and as he walked on, he tinkered almost mechanically with the device in his hand. More and more soldiers died, but he didn't seem to mind.
You don't mess up, do you?
I know the correct solution from the get-go. There's no way I can mess up. I even know when the army's going to commence its retreat. I just need to stay the course.
But you yourself said that an Earth simulator's predictions can never be perfect in a world with multiple Earth simulators.
And? What of it?
It was the Vatican's Earth simulator that predicted you would become a calamity.
It's a given that the Holy Office 513 will be involved. They're incredibly persistent. It's possible their agents have already infiltrated this facility.
Just like we did. You tried capturing Momo and Nakano before, didn't ya? The Holy Office were behind that too. Don't act like you didn't know.
Almost none of the agents have seen the Fate Line, the predicted outcome. But the one in charge has certainly seen it.
That means Gaia's predictions could be wrong. Don't put too much faith in them.
They twist the present to get the future they want. And I don't know anyone willing to go to the lengths they do. Not even you, Asuma.
That's why you should stop messing with the army and put your mother first. Something bad's gonna happen if you don't.
And even if he had chased the army out of the faculty, it would still be over. He was completely cornered here. Even if he managed to take control of the Gaia institution, what would he do with it? He was still just a 14-year-old kid. He wouldn't be able to keep up his winning streak for long if he was up against the state itself.
We'll help you, so let's protect her together. I'm sure your mom would love the company of her son, too. Being with you would sure beat being locked up all alone.
That was when Asuma glared at me again.
Don't you order me around.
I had never seen such intense defiance in his eyes.
Don't you dare talk about my family! You don't know a thing! You don't!
Suddenly he fell silent. Then he turned pale and quickly began working his device.
What? Why? Why is this?
What was he seeing on his BMI?
What happened?
This is impossible. This couldn't have.
Tell me what's happening.
The security. Someone turned off the cradle's security.
No.
We told you, boy. We told you. Your hubris is getting your ass right now. Hubris is the biggest downfall of so many people and things. The impossible had happened. That's when the date changed. Chills ran up my spine as I felt the certainty of the calamity approaching.
Why? I can't see. I can't see what's happening in there. The cameras aren't working. All 7 of them are dead. The recording. Maybe the camera saw someone before that.
Asuma mumbled as he spun his device faster than ever. My eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of it. To look at his hands, you would think he was totally calm. His inputs were as controlled as you would expect from a boy genius. But then, his hands slipped and the device fell to the floor. Momo picked it up and gave it to him.
There you are.
Asuma had only been standing still for a few minutes, but it was enough time for soldiers to find us. I didn't know which was more impressive, Asuma's illusion or the army's tracking. Despite the chaos, Asuma had fallen into a daze. He wasn't even trying to move. Shit.
We gotta run!
Momo took Asuma's hand and ran. I followed close behind. We ran all over the place trying to lose them, before somehow finding a place to hide. But we couldn't stay here. Now that they had a rough idea where we were, they would start closing in on us. It was only a matter of time before they failed us.
Let me go!
Asuma shook off Momo's hand. He went right back to tinkering with his device.
Why can't I restore the security? Why isn't it accepting my commands?
His hand stopped, and he glared at us.
It was you two, wasn't it? You did something, didn't you?
Shh! Keep quiet!
The army could probably hear us, damn it.
That's the only explanation. Shit! I told you too much! Shit!
Please calm down.
Momo grabbed Asuma by his shoulders and looked into his eyes.
You have to calm down. You can't panic. Not now.
Shut up!
Asuma pushed her away.
You?
Hold on. It's okay.
Yes, I had to chill out myself, too.
I need to do something. Anything.
Asuma went back inside his shell. He was trying to deal with the situation through his device, even though he had just said it was ignoring his commands.
Were you really the only one who could turn off the security? Is there nobody else who could have done it?
The army had temporarily revoked his administrative rights, but he had taken them back earlier. It couldn't have been them again.
There was one other person, but they killed him. No one else. No one.
Okay, but they can bring people back to life, my bro.
No one else even has administrative access to the Guide QCDC, let alone the wherewithal to actually control it.
In that case, it's gotta be one of the Holy Office agents. I mean, they have their own QCDC. Either that, or they used some sacrament that let them get past the security.
like the one that brought people back to life.
Perhaps. Rosario, do you know anything about this? Rosario?
There was no response. She was supposed to be snooping on the Holy Office by herself.
It's no good. I can't reach her.
Had something happened to her? I had a bad feeling about this. It was pretty clear that whatever was happening, we hadn't seen it coming.
Cross, what's the army up to?
I had asked him to intercept the army's comms.
They were panicking before, but they're getting it together now. They'll find you in no time. Doesn't seem like they're aware that the Cradle's security's off, though. They still don't know where his mother is.
If the army didn't know anything, the Holy Office had to be the ones messing with the Cradle. That meant that they were probably behind the security outage too.
If that's true, then now's our chance.
We wanted to make our move before the army, deal with both of them and the Holy Office at the same time? Hell, no.
Asuma, I'll go to the Cradle. Tell me where it is.
You. It really was you, wasn't it? You're the one who turned off the security. You're going to kill her, aren't you? I was right. I won't let you. I won't let that.
Calm down. If you go, the army will follow. You'll just end up giving away your mother's location.
We didn't know how Asuma's mother was going to die. It wasn't just the Holy Office we had to look out for. The army could be the real threat. We had to keep everyone away from her.
If you keep the army busy, I'll be able to move around unrestricted.
The army only cared about Asuma. They wouldn't pay attention to what I was doing.
I'll take your mom and run.
So you want Asuma to be a distraction?
Yeah.
Momo had helped with this kind of plan before, so she knew that what I was getting at right away.
Let me help you, Asuma.
What if the army finds you?
They'll just kill me, I guess.
Then...
But you know, I can predict the future, too. Oh, and I didn't give you the details before, but my thing is different from your future predictions. My thing involves saving and loading. By loading, I can come back in time to whenever I save. Sounds insane, right? Trust me, I know, but it works. I proved that to you in Nakano, remember? I got away. That's why I can save your mom and get away with her too.
Anons with bright futures, who can't sit idly by when someone's in need. That's what Nakano Symphonies is all about.
Exactly.
Damn it!
Asuma sent me something
That's where the cradle is.
that deep. A whole bunch of doors kept it sealed away. It was basically a fortress. But now that security was off, anyone could just waltz in there.
This doesn't mean that I trust you. Our interests just happen to coincide. You'd better keep her safe. I'll make you pay if anything happens to her.
Not only will you make us pay, you'll probably end up making the world pay.
Yeah.
So
You can count on me.
my eyes met Momo's.
Momo, stay with him.
Asuma was panicking. I didn't want to leave them alone.
I will. Be careful, Pomon.
You too, Momo. Don't do anything crazy.
I ran through the hallway marked on the map.
Here.
After parting ways with Poon, I held Asuma's hand as we sprinted desperately around the faculty.
Now go up the stairs. No, wait. Bad idea. To the right then. Shit, there's too many of them.
Cross was relaying directions so we could make our way around without running into any soldiers, though we couldn't avoid them forever. Maybe it was because we had been spotted once already, but no matter where we went, I could sense soldiers nearby.
Can you contact Juno?
Polan's calling her, but she's ghosting him.
Damn it. As soon as I lock it up, someone unlocks it again. Who's doing this?
Asuma shook off my hand and went back to inputting commands on his cute device. It looked like he was trying to turn the security on again, but he was so focused that he wasn't paying any attention to our situation. That's why I had to take his hand and manually lead him away from danger. The confident facade he had displayed when he found us here had vanished completely.
Asuma, leave your mother to Polon and worry about yourself.
I grabbed his arm and tried to lead him, but then
me around.
he shook me off again.
Asuma, wait!
Shit, Momo, turn around. There's...
Target sighted!
Oh no. We ran into two soldiers. They pointed their guns at us the moment they saw us. I pushed Asuma to the ground. Bullets flew overhead. I crawled behind some cover, dragging Asuma with me. They opened fire without hesitation. They didn't even warn us. They wanted us dead, but it was no wonder. Asuma was responsible for the deaths of countless soldiers. I had wanted to save everyone, but even in the face of the end, people's hatred raged on. I couldn't stand it. It hurt so much that I wanted to scream. Was the world truly going to follow the fate line? Was this it? Bullets ricocheted off the walls around us. We were pinned down.
Momo, this is bad. More of them are on the way. All I can do is tell you where they are. Get Asuma to use the security system. And that should buy you some time.
Okay. Asuma?
I looked over at him to see blood flowing from his forehead. Had one of the bullets actually hit him? After separating from Asuma and Momo, I rushed towards Asuma's mom, Miori Soga. I had to be careful the army didn't spot me. That rolled out the fastest route, and man, did that suck.
Don't worry, there's no one near
Nice.
After checking if it was safe, I kept on moving. Cross was busy helping Momo, so Nano was acting as my backup instead. I had called Oz and Kaoru too.
What happened with Asuma's family anyway? You two know, don't you?
I knew that Asuma himself would never open up, so I hadn't even asked him. These two had been investigating Guy and Asuma for a while now though, so I guessed they knew something. And my guess was right on.
Asuma's father, Yukihira Soga, committed suicide 3 years ago. It destroyed the entire family.
People had dug up that piece of info and it had blown up online. Apparently, he had killed himself because he was exposed for embezzlement.
Even when he was little, Asuma displayed amazing talent when it came to computer engineering and programming. People called him a prodigy. Everyone praised him. His parents were proud of him.
If you stopped there, they would sound like a happy family.
But his father, Yukihira Soga, was a totally unremarkable man.
Unremarkable? A criminal guilty of embezzlement?
Well, he's not unremarkable in that regard, but it seems he considered himself a mediocre individual, especially compared to his son. He tried to live up to his son's expectations. He tried to keep up with him. He tried to be a father who was worthy of his son's genius. But he couldn't do it.
He ended up taking money from the company he worked at.
How are those events related at all?
Could have been his pride as a father. Maybe he just wanted to show off to his son. Only the man himself knew the truth.
What kind of person would steal to prop up his pride? Hell, resorting to that stuff should have made him feel even more pathetic. Man, what was it with dads and acting like total dipshits?
The company immediately found out what he was doing. They not only fired him, but took him to court too. He was truly disgraced by the end of it all. By that point, he had nothing left to lose. It wasn't long before he was committing domestic violence against his wife and son.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yukihiro Soga probably figured that was the only other way he could feel superior to his son. A reprehensible mindset, of course.
Not even that situation lasted, though. He committed suicide before long. Asuma was the one who found the body. He was 11 at the time.
That explained why he didn't trust anyone and why he was so fixated on his mom too. It made sense when you considered his past.
With the deadbeat dad and the domestic violence gone, you'd think the two of them would finally be able to relax, right?
Domestic violence refers to abusive behavior between spouses, family members, or other forms of intimate relationships.
But Asuma's life only deteriorated further.
Huh?
Not that it made any sense, but Miori Soga blamed Asuma for her husband's death. She took it all out on the kid.
Well, if he was beating his mama and him, maybe he did kill him in order to protect himself and his mom. I mean, that wouldn't be strange at all. Back then, I felt neither shock nor sadness. I thought the pain would end and that mother would stop crying.
It's all your fault!
Or maybe not. Maybe he really did. You know?
Yukihiro would still be alive if it wasn't for you! We were happy together. Why did you have to crawl out of me? Why couldn't you have died? I loved him. Give me back my husband. Give him back!
What about me, Mother? Don't you love me?
You're nothing to me.
She fell into a coma after she overdosed on sleeping pills.
Thank you very much for the head pat, Stereo. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
It's a miracle she's even alive. She somehow managed to regain consciousness after 3 months, but she's neither of sound mind nor responsive in any meaningful way. There may be a means of restoring her to the way she was, though for the time being, recovery seems unlikely.
Mother,
It's okay. Asuma, come here. Come to me. I'm sorry. I won't let you go again. I'm sorry.
Mother.
Asuma, keep it together, please! Can you see me? Asuma!
Bounty Hunter Stereo said, LOLO unicorn, love your blush, very pretty how it's green.
Oh, thank you very much. That's I can't remember. It has been so long since we rigged this model up. I think that was Kana that did that though. She asked me if I wanted what color I wanted the blush. And you know, I figured since my skin's sort of greenish, you know, you gotta change the color a little bit, right? I woke up, but it wasn't Mother that I saw. The one holding me in her arms and keeping me safe was Lucia. A disappointing sight. And then I felt myself start to panic again. Mother was in danger, and I was wasting time here. My vision was tinged with red. My hair was wet, and it felt gross. I touched it, coating my fingers in blood. My head was spinning. Everything was so loud. Couldn't they just keep quiet?
What are you? I will obey your every command.
Asuma,
What is it, Father?
Why are you just looking at me? Why aren't you helping me?
I can't.
Why aren't you helping me?
Shut up.
This is your fault!
It's all your fault! I loved him! Give
I am
me
really
back
feeling
my
bad for this
husband.
boy.
Give
This
him
boy
back!
has had it rough.
Shut up. Stop it.
Criminal.
Degenerate.
Just kill the little shit. Rope him in public.
Neck yourself.
Die. Fucking die.
Shut up, 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 shut up! Just shut up!
Suddenly, everything went silent.
What?
The next thing I knew, I was standing in the hallway, covered in blood. I glanced around. Countless pieces of meat were scattered across the floor. They had probably been soldiers until a few moments ago. The woman remained, but she was staring at me in shock. Who killed these people? It didn't matter. It was quiet now, and that was enough.
I'm still hoping. I'm still hoping that Mother will recover, so we can live together. That's what I want. It's not like it'll ever happen. Yeah, I know that. She'll never forgive me. I considered using Gaia to look into our future, but I was too scared to see. I even used some impossible parameters to generate an impossible present. A present in which our whole family was together and happy. It had only made me feel empty, but for a moment, just for a moment, I felt like I was going to be okay. That was why I generated it so many times. There was nothing wrong with that, right? Please, don't take anything else away from me. Please.
Man, this boy's had it rough.
His mom's in a coma and won't wake up?
Unsure how to feel about it all, I rushed ahead through the hallways. Now I understood why Asuma's mother didn't seem to have much to say in what he did with her.
His family situation might be part of the reason he's so fixated on Gaia.
Damn it.
I figured he was just a know-it-all brat. How could I get pissed off at him after hearing what he had been through?
All I can do is protect his mom, and I gotta do that no matter what.
If I wasn't so cocky, I assumed I could save the little guy alone. But I wasn't the kind of
Stream
douchebag to
elements.
ignore someone in need
Said,
either.
Stay thirsty, my friends, hydrate.
An elevator was open at the end of the corridor. I ran in without a moment's hesitation. There was a biometrics touch panel inside, but the elevator started moving before I had a chance to use it. It looked like it only went one floor down. I swear, if I didn't make it in time... Rosario?
What's wrong? You didn't answer before. Did something happen?
There was too much noise in the background. Something wasn't right.
Where are you?
Watch out. 513 aren't holding back. I'll settle this.
Wait, hey, Rosario!
Rosie turned off her GPS! I don't know where she is!
What?
Was she trying to avoid being detected? The elevator reached the lower floor. I ran out through the open
Stream
door and
elements.
into another
Where the
hallway.
hell is Felino Arcana
Stay moist,
anyway?
my friends, hydrate.
Momo, do you know?
Momo's not in a position to talk right now.
Did something happen?
Focus on what you gotta do.
Yeah. All right.
Man, so much was going on. I felt like a net was tightening around us.
No, I'm just imagining it.
And I had my saving and loading. If the Holy Office were going all out, then I would just kick their ass.
There's someone there!
Damn it, I got distracted. I noticed something sharp flying towards me and jerked my body to dodge it. It was a cross the size of a knife. The man who had thrown it had clearly come from another country. He didn't look like a guy staff or a soldier. That meant he had to be an agent of the Holy Office. I figured they would get in here. He wasn't alone either. There were about 10 people in front of me, men and women of various ages. Unlike the guy who had thrown the cross, these people didn't look like agents. Actually, they looked super ordinary, but there was something freaky about them. Blood was oozing from their necks, arms, and legs. I could see wounds on some of their necks and the backs of their hands. For some reason, the wounds were etched in the shape of crucifixes. They looked like ordinary people, but their big encasing coupled with the wounds carved into their bodies. Well, something was definitely off about them.
A transgressor?
A transgressor.
Punition.
Punition.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
How could I handle this? It didn't look like there was any way I could slip by them.
You're so damn slow.
Juno was suddenly standing next to me.
Share the location, now.
Oh, right.
I quickly sent her the cradle's location. The next moment, she grabbed my arm, and I immediately found myself somewhere new.
Don't you dare disappoint my Kent.
You don't have to tell me twice.
I hadn't expected her to come back. But man, just 1 second and we were here. Things would have been way easier if she had been with us the whole time. Still, this wasn't the time to complain about that. I was finally at the cradle. This was the lowest area of the Institute. It was below even the deepest part of Tokyo Bay. I didn't sense anyone around here. It was so silent, it was kinda scary. I had to take Miori Soga away from here ASAP before the army or the Holy Office arrived.
Something's not right.
I hadn't noticed until she said so, but Juno was right. There was a thick, heavy door that looked like it belonged on a giant safe, and it was open. I was told that Asuma's mother was comatose. She couldn't have left by herself. Had someone gone in there? Shit, we weren't the first. Feeling tense as hell, I stepped inside the room. I looked around cautiously to see if anyone else was around. The room was bigger than I had expected, and its ceiling was high too. It was more like a hall. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. The size only made it feel emptier though, maybe because the place was so bare. The only thing I could see was a king-sized bed, but there was no one in it.
Well?
Miori Soga isn't here. Someone's already taken her.
Rosario fell to her knees, unable to stand back up. She was in a dark, cramped back alley that even the cleaning trucks ignored. There was garbage strewn all over. It was hard to believe an alley so dirty was connected to a main road. It was a place most passers-by would turn their backs to, but Rosario was in there. She was ignoring the filth, and she was fighting the pain. Her hand was pressed against her chest, where a bloodstain was spreading wider. But what hurt most wasn't the wound under her clothes. It was the splitting pain emanating from deep within her brain. She had managed to contact Poon and warn him, but the cacophony of voices in her head had silenced her. Whatever she had said and heard was being drowned out by the voices echoing inside her mind.
So this is what it was all about. You had already sowed the seeds of defilement in my body, Felino.
Rosario remembered the day she became an agent of the Holy Office 513. Her body had been subjected to a particular ritual on that day. It was approximately 2 years earlier. Driven by her thirst to avenge her father's death, she spied on the proponents of the end. She outwardly acted as one of them, and after long, hard work, she was finally accepted into the Holy Office 513 as an agent. And on her very first day, she was let into a moldy old underground church in the Vatican. This was where she had first met Felino Arcana. Rosario did not understand why it was Felino she was meeting with, rather than the head of the Holy Office. However, she recalled a disturbing story which she heard from her anti-fate allies. There was once a child, an innocent girl too young to even speak. Separated from her parents, she was forced to see something not even the Holy Office agents were allowed to behold: the Fate Line. Furthermore, she relived the lives of individuals who witnessed past miracles through VR, simulated in Necro Pilgrimage. The process was reiterated every day, all day long, all year long. For what seemed like an eternity, she was made to watch the fate, the pasts of total strangers, and the future predictions leading to the end times. And thus, the Holy Office 513 attempted to create an artificial Virgin Mary. Those were the rumors she had heard. If the said girl was Felino, it would explain why she could talk with Lorenzo Garzelli, head of the Holy Office 513, as her equal. All this meant that Felino was a person to be wary of, and Rosario had to do whatever she could to ensure her secret agenda remained as such. Thus, Rosario had no choice but to do as she was told. First, she unbuttoned her clothes, then kneeled before the cross.
Every agent is a guardian of the Fate Line that guides us to the blessed end. As such, they must have the holy marks carved upon their being. It is proof of their oath to the Lord, a sign that they will devote their bodies to God until the moment of the promised end.
Felino gently pierced Rosario's chest with a consecrated blade. Trails of crimson blood flowed along her pale skin.
Endure. This is a trial, and a test of your piety. If your beliefs remain firm, the Lord will surely reward you.
Felino smiled, but her hand didn't stop.
Rosario, your father's end was most unfortunate. For what reason was he subjected to such a violent death? Answer me, Rosario Rosalini.
Because he turned his back on the will of God and tried to reveal the Fate Line to the world. Because he was in touch with Kent Korihisa, a man who bared his fangs at the Lord. Because he rejected the end.
Indeed. All of those were terrifying actions. And each one an affront to the will of our Lord. The Fate Line must not be disturbed. We sought to grant him salvation until the very end. But our every attempt ended in failure. Do you remember, Rosario? Though you were but a child, your young eyes most assuredly had witnessed what happened on that day. What happened to your father for turning his back on our Lord? You remember, yes?
Yes. I remember. He burned in the flames of punition, suffering and writhing in pain, while many people watched.
And for his transgressions, his soul will never see the pearly gates. It is most regrettable. My own breast aches with empathy at the mere thought of the pain your frail young heart experienced. Rosario, you must not become a sinner like your father. As of now, you must reject him every moment of your life.
Yes. I reject my father.
Repent. Repent. Repent! Thus, the holy mark is etched into your being. Congratulations, Rosario Rosalini.
The holy mark Felino carved upon her was now throbbing painfully as it bled. In the wake of that pain followed an intense headache and endless whispering voices.
This must be her sacrament.
A woman's whispers echoed and resonated inside Rosario's head. She couldn't even hear her own voice anymore. She felt that if she obeyed the voices, she would surely lose herself.
You won't have me. You won't take me. If that's my fate, I'd rather...
Rosario unfastened a knife from her waist. She glared down at it with cold, glassy eyes, then plunged the blade into her chest. There wasn't a single soldier in Gaia's control room. Did they all die? I haven't even seen Graham yet. No, that didn't matter right now. What was happening to Mother? Lucia looked tense. She was muttering something to herself. Wait, no, she was talking over BMI.
Hey!
I walked up to her and grabbed her by the collar.
You're talking to Pull-on Takaoka, aren't you? Stop being secretive! Put me through to him! But... Just do it!
Okay.
Asuma.
Is my mother okay? Is she?
She wasn't there.
What?
She wasn't in the cradle. It was empty.
She... wasn't there?
But how?
Someone took her out of there. Think you can find her?
The most likely culprit, the one who first came to mind, was Juno. She had ties to Pull-on Takaoka. With her quantum teleportation, it would have been possible for her to take my mother away without anyone noticing. When I checked the cradle's quantum fluctuation stats, however, I saw nothing unusual. So it wasn't Juno. Who was it then? Who had taken her away? Who? 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 I still couldn't access the cradle's security cams. Every feed showed a black screen. I didn't know if the cameras had been shut down or completely disconnected. I tried checking their recordings the moment before they went dead, but they didn't show anything unusual in the room. All I saw was Mother sleeping in bed. No one had been inside.
Where is she? Where?
I had to find her. I had to find her fast.
Asuma!
As I worked my device, Lucia grabbed my hands and held them tight. I couldn't work my calculations like
Take
this.
a deep breath.
Hearing that, I realized I was close to hyperventilating. I tried to stabilize myself. How did someone manage to unlock the cradle? I was the only one who knew about it, the only one capable of turning off its security. I was the only one. No, there was another, the man who worked as my assistant, but he had been shot dead by the army in this very room. He was killed. Almost on a whim, I glanced down. The control room's floor was dirty with the footprints of the soldiers, but there were no other stains of any sort. What happened to the blood? For some reason, there was no indication someone had bled or been shot here.
Asuma.
The voice startled me. I looked up to see someone at the entrance to the control room. He should have been dead. It was on video. The soldiers had shot him. I saw it happen, but...
This is... for you.
His expression blank. Yuan handed me a stuffed bear, just like he always did. It was one I had never seen before. Yuan was bleeding from the wrist, and his blood had dyed the bear's head red.
I want you to have it.
With strength at odds with his scrawny build, he ripped the bear apart. In amongst the cotton was a sharp knife. Yuan took it in hand and swung it at me.
Asuma!
Lucia stood between us as if to protect me. Over her shoulder, I saw Yuan's eyes, and they were completely devoid of emotion. The moment our eyes met, I understood everything.
It was you!
In my head, I wished for something. I wished for him to be struck by a bolt of lightning there and then. I visualized it, and the moment I did, Yuan's body began to convulse as if he had been struck by lightning. The knife fell from his hands and to the floor moments before it pierced my neck. He collapsed where he stood. I saw that his Korea node was shorting out. Was it malfunctioning? Not that it mattered.
It was you, wasn't it?
I pushed Lucia out of my way and walked over to Yuan.
You're the one who took my mother away! You traitor! Where is she? Where is my mother? Tell me! Tell me! I looked up your entire past! I used Gaia over and over to predict your actions, and you never did anything suspicious! I knew you were useless, but I assumed you would at least be harmless too! You actually tricked me! And even Gaia!
He had managed to fool Gaia's predictions. I could think of only one thing. Other Earth simulators.
What have you done with my mother?
Yuan smiled as if he was about to cry.
In the name of
I sensed someone else here. The person who joined us in the control room was Mother. She was barely standing, and her expression was completely vacant. She looked ready to collapse. She was supposed to be unconscious, bedridden. How was she standing? How was she walking? Had she woken up?
She was never in a coma. For over a year, I've been drugging her to keep her asleep. All for this day. You rise as the calamity.
What was he talking about? No, Ewan didn't matter now.
Mother.
Drugging, calamity, none of that mattered to me now. All that mattered was that Mother was awake. I had been hoping for this. I was waiting for the day she would recover so we could live together as a family. She looked at me.
Asuma.
She called me by name. How long had it been? When was the last time I had heard her say my name?
Mother!
I approached her, ready to have her hug me. I extended my hand to her.
Asuma, stop!
That was when I realized in her hand was the knife Ewan had dropped.
Hey. Asuma,
She smiled and spoke.
I don't want to look at you ever again.
The next moment, she shoved the knife into her own neck. She crumpled to the floor right before my eyes. Blood pooled from her wound. Momo had shared her vision with me. Through her, I saw Asuma's mom commit suicide. I saw the moment Asuma snapped to.
Hell?
They drove him to the edge, then forced him to watch as his mom killed herself. The Holy Office bastards had planned everything out for this cruel outcome.
Fucking scumbags!
But I could still turn this around.
Polan, please. I beg of you.
I know. Leave it to me.
That's all Momo needed to say. Asuma's about to become some kind of calamity. We're out of time and out of options. But I've got a full understanding of their scheme. So right now, you and I, we can save Asuma. Don't just sit there doing nothing, Anon. Yeah, because that's not an outcome we want, right? Oh, look at that. My HelloFresh box has arrived. Give me a moment, friends, as I go to gather my package from the front door. Okie dokie. Package retrieved successfully. Honestly, really looking forward to the chickpea and butternut squash stew tonight. That thing looks nummy.
Bounty Hunter Stereo said, "Welcome back."
Thank you. I do love some butternut squash. Butternut squash is some tasty stuff. Okay. Tell me what you want, intruders. Asuma glared at me. This was the moment he found us. We didn't have much time, so I got straight to the point.
We gotta talk about you and Okuda.
Huh?
What?
Polon? What's this about?
He's not actually dead. Oh dear.
Hear me out. He's with the Holy Office 513.
Mm-hmm.
He's drugging your mom, Miori Soga, to keep her unconscious.
Thanks to Momo sharing her vision, I had heard what Yuan had told Asuma right before I had loaded. This info was our weapon now.
Spout any more nonsense like that, and I'm going to get mad!
You saw it happen.
Yeah. 4 minutes and 24 seconds from now, the SFG is gonna attack the institution under orders from the Ministry of Defense. Asuma, the government's gonna cut you off. Yuan Okuda is gonna fake his death in the attack.
I explained to Asuma what Yuan and the Holy Office were plotting, and during the explanation...
Hey, this is bad.
There you are, Oz. The Ministry of Defense did something, right?
Wait, what? Yeah, they did. The minister himself issued an order to the SFG. He told him to seize the Guy Institution.
Maybe it was 'cause Asuma just heard that news himself, but the guy was staring daggers at me, and they were sharper than before.
So you really do predict the future, then? Which Earth simulator do you use?
I'll tell you if we make it through the day. More importantly, watch out for Yuan.
Yuan, where are you? Where are you strolling about right now?
Asuma still seemed skeptical, but he called Yuan on his BMI.
Don't you let the army touch Gaia! Show me the situation there! Hey, did I say you could end the call? Say something! Yuan! Yuan! Someone killed him. Yuan's dead.
No, he's not.
But what you saw is fake. He's still alive.
Yuan was probably on his way to take Asuma's mom out of the cradle. There was only one path there. If we waited for him at the entrance, we could stop him. And Yuan was in Gaia's control room, so we were closer to the cradle than he was. We could get there first. Yuan probably didn't even realize we knew what he was up to. He wouldn't be in a hurry. We could get the better of him. Asuma had joined us, but he was still wary of me. He had checked the institution's observation and security systems, but couldn't confirm that Yuan was still alive. So he figured I was bullshitting him.
If Yuan really was a traitor, Gaia's predictions would have shown it!
Not necessarily. The Holy Office 513 is behind him, after all.
Before I loaded, it was obvious that Asuma had no idea what Yuan was doing. And that was with Gaia at his disposal too.
Gaia's predictions aren't perfect, are they? Especially in a world full of Earth simulators. Those are your own words, Asuma. Stop right there, Yuan Okuda!
We waited for him at the entrance to the passage leading to the cradle, and sure enough, he came. This guy, we had seen right through his act, but he didn't seem bothered at all.
You've been lying to me all this time?
You could say that. It's a shame, Asuma.
You're going to tell me everything!
Everything, huh?
Ewan rolled up his sleeves. I saw on his arms the cross-like injuries I had seen on the other believers.
In the name of God.
Those words sent a chill down my spine. I thought of the co-pilot who had killed himself during the hi-hat.
Stop!
I darted toward him, but I couldn't get to him in time. He took out a knife and without hesitation stabbed himself in the neck.
You fucking fanatic!
I was too slow. Now there was no way we could find out why, and for how long he had tricked Asuma and Guy. He obviously had strong ties with the Holy Office, but still, at least we had bought ourselves some time. Now all we had to do was get Miori Soga out of there.
What? What's going on?
What is it?
Someone turned off the cradle's security.
Say what?
Ewan's corpse was right there in front of us, and it wasn't a mannequin or some kind of fancy android either. He had died just now, that much was true. So then, how did the security get turned off?
Who is that? Why is he in there?
He was looking at the security cam feed. I got him to share it with me. The footage showed some guy. Who was that? He was wearing a suit and looked like a regular office worker. I remembered that before I loaded, I saw a group of 10 or so bleeding Holy Office henchmen. Was he one of them? Had he been there? I couldn't remember.
Who is he?
I've determined his identity.
Guy Institution staff. Did that mean he wasn't with the Holy Office?
What does he do?
How should I know? Around 300 people work here. I haven't even met most of them. He's not even an engineer. He's from the PR department. How could a peon like him disable security maintained by the guy QCDC?
The man didn't look right. His hands were covered in blood, and his footsteps were unsteady. He didn't seem stable.
It's just like with Ewan and the others working for the Holy Office. Maybe Ewan gave him all the info.
That would explain how a PR guy could get past security, right? The time we had saved by stopping Ewan had run out immediately. We rushed to the cradle. I had tried contacting Juno for help, but she totally ghosted me again. It took about 5 minutes to get there. That wasn't long, but it felt like forever.
Hachia!
We ran through the open door and into the cradle. The first thing we saw was a suited man, Hachia, straddling Miori Soga.
What the hell are you doing?
Get away from her!
With dead eyes, Hachia glanced our way. He spoke.
In the name of God, the third prophecy of Fatima will be fulfilled!
Stop! Stop!
Damn it!
Tell me what you want, intruders.
This load was the one. This time I wouldn't fail.
Let them do as they want.
In the name of God!
I knew Ewan was going to try and kill himself with that knife, so I waited for the right moment, then tackled him. I threw him to the ground.
Hold on! He's trying to bite off his tongue!
Bastard!
You want to be a martyr that badly, you zealot douchebag?
Huh?
Suddenly, Ewan's eyes closed and he stopped moving.
Dead?
No, he couldn't be. He was still breathing.
I hacked his carrion node to force him into VR mode.
Oh yeah, VR was full dive, so if you put someone into a VR space, you could take control of their body. But it was pretty difficult, and you shouldn't be able to do it that fast. Carrier nodes were especially hard to hack. This kid with the Pro and Prodigy. I really wanted to get some answers out of Ewan, but there was no time.
What? What's going on?
Someone turned off the cradle's security, right?
Yes. Who in the world?
It's not just Ewan. The Holy Office has got a bunch of their men in this facility. We have to get ready.
We made it to the cradle before Hachia. We got Juno to help this time. She said she could only use quantum teleportation with 2 other people besides herself. That was why Momo had to stay behind and hide. Hachia didn't use insane power like those Holy Office agents. He was just an ordinary person. I punched the guy's lights out while Asuma hacked his carrier node, then neutralized him like he had Ewan.
That's 2 down.
I had no idea how many more were going to show up, but we couldn't let any through. We didn't have to wait long for more to come. It was the 10 or so pawns I had encountered when I got here the first time. Just like Finn, they had cross-shaped wounds on their hands, legs, and necks, and they were all bleeding. How had they gotten in here anyway? I wondered if the security here was actually trash. Had Ewan guided them? Did he sneak them in here under the guy QCPC's nose somehow? But that didn't matter right now. First, I had to do something about these bleeding weirdos.
There's nothing I can do right now. I shouldn't have helped you.
Juno was hiding. She spoke as if she had read my mind. She couldn't teleport too often, so I guess she was right.
Asuma, can you hack all of their carrier nodes?
Of course, but don't order me around.
Asuma began working away rapidly on his cube device. While he was busy with that, I figured I could distract the pawns to buy him some time. A moment later, a group of SFG soldiers flooded into the space. Shit. Even the army found this place.
Asuma, hurry!
Have you seen how many of them there are, imbecile?
There were too many for even the boy genius to hack that fast. What if I pretended to negotiate with them? Before I could put my idea into motion, I heard gunfire. The army had opened fire.
What the hell? Not even a warning?
And they weren't just shooting at us. They were targeting the Holy Office henchmen too. The fanatics didn't falter. They responded to the gunfire by throwing knives back. It was way too chaotic for a cozy chat. Corpses were piling up. Smoke started to spread throughout the area. Someone must have thrown a smoke grenade. The gunfire wasn't stopping though, so I desperately looked for cover.
Asuma, are you done yet?
I'm on it. Shut up!
I suddenly noticed there was a bloodied soldier beside the heavy door to the cradle. He was trying to open the door and get in.
Stop!
I darted in his direction, but...
What?
These vibrations, these sounds, something didn't feel right.
Hey, you gotta get out of there. The army's bombing the place.
Huh?
They're taking things to the extreme, and apparently they don't give a damn.
They were going to cut Asuma off at the cost of the guy QCDC and the whole faculty. The government actually approved this off. Were they insane? It wasn't like we could leave though. As long as Miori Soga was okay, it didn't matter that we were getting shelled. Soon the smoke was so thick that I lost sight of the soldier by the door. Crap, he went in. I hunched down to avoid getting hit by a stray bullet, then I rushed into the cradle. Miori Soga was still in her bed, unharmed. The bloodied soldier was staggering toward her. I had to get him out of here.
In the name of God.
What?
Holy Office had infiltrated the army too. I saw a grenade near his chest. The pin had already been pulled.
Forget about the guy QCDC and Gaia. Focus on protecting your mom!
My desperate attempts to convince Asuma worked. He agreed reluctantly. Miori Soga was unconscious in bed. The army's operation had already begun, and the Holy Office had pawns all over the place.
Juno, just keep running. Don't stop until the day's over. Things should work out that way.
Juno looked dissatisfied, but she didn't argue. She was going to teleport Asuma and Miori to a cruiser I had prepped some distance from here. The plan was for them to use that boat to get away from Tokyo. In a single moment, Juno and Asuma and Miori disappeared. I had planned for that to happen, so Momo wasn't here. It was just me now.
You need to get out of there too.
I know.
I wasn't the one the army and the Holy Office were after, so at least they wouldn't kill me on sight. Hopefully. Taking my time, I made my way out while avoiding both enemy parties.
Juno, what's the sitch? Are you already at sea?
Hold on, something isn't right. Juno won't respond.
What?
Had something happened? I had a bad feeling about this.
Karu's gonna send you a stream of the dock.
This is a live stream from a satellite.
For the love of God,
It was burning, and when I looked closer, I saw that the ship was covered in blood.
What the hell?
That wasn't all. Dozens of people were standing on the dock, surrounding the cruiser Oz had prepared. At first I thought they were just curious onlookers, but no. There was something off about them. Regular onlookers would be panicking way more. And even though it was a fuzzy satellite stream, I felt like I could see blood on some of them. Blood flowing from cross-shaped wounds. The Holy Office had set up an ambush then. How had they figured it out so easily? How did they mobilize so many people so quickly?
Shit! Why does it always go so wrong?
Were they using their Earth simulator to predict the future whenever I loaded? It was like they could read my every move. I tried getting Juno to escape with Niori alone, but the result was the same. The two got ambushed and killed by them again. I loaded again and asked Asuma about our situation. I thought he might know how the Holy Office were finding their location so easily.
The tracker.
Tracker?
There's a tracker implanted in her body.
Asuma himself had arranged for his mom to have it, and it had been inside her unconscious body for a while now. That meant the Holy Office knew about the tracker's signal through Yuan.
The Holy Office can predict the future as well. To completely elude them would be...
Simple strategy wasn't going to cut it. Those Holy Office bastards were about as persistent as bloodhounds, but that made me wonder, how had Asuma overlooked the actions of so many people in his predictions? Something wasn't right here, but what?
Felino Arcana is behind this.
Rosario.
When had Rosario told me that again?
Rosario, can you hear me?
No response.
Momo, do you know the name Felino Arcana?
Felino. She is an agent of the Holy Office. She was already at the Vatican when I was recreated as an artificial brain. Though I never saw her go out on missions. Maybe that's because she's still young? That reminds me. When I incarnated, I heard her talking with the head of the office, Lorenzo. She spoke as if she knew all things. I think she may have seen the Fate Line. Few agents are allowed to see it. I wonder why she was given permission. She's so young.
Could she be a core member of the Holy Office? Momo said Felina was young, but we already knew from Cicada and Juno that appearances could be deceiving. Waiting for Rosario's call, we headed toward the cradle.
Momo. Hold on.
Rosario, where are you now?
Just like last time, the background noise was crazy.
It's Felino, right? What's she doing?
The Holy Mark. Sacrament. Stigmata. You hear the voice of God. Your consciousness fades. The stronger your faith, the more control she has. Like a puppet.
Rosario! Rosario!
The Holy Mark?
Yuan, the Holy Office fanatics I encountered inside this faculty, and that one SFG soldier. They were all bleeding from cross-shaped wounds. Were those the Holy Marks? If Felino had seen the Fate Line, and with that knowledge, she was using her sacrament to manipulate people with Holy Marks. That would explain why we couldn't predict their movements. It seemed certain that the one behind all this really was this Felino Arcana. It wouldn't be easy, but I finally had an idea about how to handle all this.
You've been lying to me all this time?
You could say that. It's a shame, Asuma.
In the name of God, the third prophecy of Fatima will be fulfilled!
Hey, you gotta get out of there. The army's bombing the place.
I came back to my senses. What was I doing just now?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Oh, huh? What was I doing?
You were snoring for like 5 minutes.
Snoring? Did I fall asleep?
Wait, more importantly, I had to focus on what was in front of me. I had loaded 9 times so far while trying to prevent Miori Soga's death. My last 2 loads, I had spent doing nothing but gathering info. That's how I was able to figure out where Felino Arcana had been hiding. I entered a church in the city, specifically a hidden chapel beneath it. The place was jam-packed with people. It was about as big as a tennis court. It had a low ceiling and no windows, but it looked like there were close to 100 people here. It was so crowded, I struggled to breathe, and the smell of blood was so strong, I almost choked. Everyone here was looking at me, men and women of all ages. Nobody was saying a word, but none of them were bleeding anywhere either. The only one who was the girl on the floor below the cross at the other end of the room. That must have been Felino. Momo had said she was young, but she looked even younger than I had imagined. She looked kinda sickly too. Her upper chest was exposed, and there was a bleeding, cross-shaped wound on it, and she was sweating heavily and looked like she was in pain. She seemed too weak to even stand.
Felino Arcana. Are you under the influence of those holy marks as well? Then tell me who's controlling you. The head of the Holy Office? Someone else? Tell me!
She could barely breathe, but she was still able to grin wide. Suddenly, the other believers in the room began to push me back. They stood between me and Felino.
I gotta talk to her!
They wouldn't listen. Even when I tried pushing them aside, they resisted. Were they protecting her?
Hold on. Asuma says someone's disabled the cradle's security.
We didn't have much time left. Miori Soga was going to die soon.
Move! Let me talk to...
I felt a sharp pain in my leg. Despite being on the verge of tears, a small child had stabbed me in the leg with something pointed and pen-like.
Get out! Transgressor!
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
The crowd started chanting like they were praying. There were too many of them. Shh! I didn't have time for this.
Let me through!
Was there some way to knock these wackos out? Not all of them had carrier nodes. Was I going to have to smack their lights out? That was all I could think of. But these people weren't like the Holy Office fanatics that infiltrated the Guy Institution. There was light in their eyes, and it kinda looked like they were afraid of me. Damn it! It was too late to deal with Felino. If I wanted to do that, I would have to load further back. I had to get here earlier and handle her when she was still alone. Once I dealt with Felino, or whoever giving her orders, I could remove the Holy Office from the equation altogether. I could see the way out of this.
Hold on. Asuma's mother killed herself.
I messed up again, but there's still next time. Next time, for sure.
You won't get away with this, Felino.
Tell me what you want, intruders.
His voice brought me back to my senses. This was the moment we snuck into Guy and found Asuma waiting for us. I had loaded and gone back to the point where I had saved. Everything seemed okay. I felt kind of weird just now, though. Well, whatever. I didn't have time to worry about that. I knew the path I had to take. If I could just pull off this one last play, everything would work out.
We're gonna capture Felino Arcana. Help me out, guys.
But that didn't go so well, and it was all 'cause I...
Stop right there, Yuno Kuda!
In the name of God.
Hey, you gotta get out of there. The army's bombing the place.
The Holy Mark. Her sacrament. Stigmata. You hear the voice of God. Your consciousness fades. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hold on. Get a grip.
What? Cross was in front of me. We were in... Where was this again? There was a gap in my memory. It happened again. I had blacked out 3 or 4 times during the last hour alone, and each time I was overcome with weird flashbacks.
Stream
I
elements.
felt like the events I had
Said.
erased by loading
Stay
were
moist, my
forcing
friends,
themselves
hydrate.
back inside my head. I kept losing consciousness for anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes, but I felt like my blackouts were gradually getting longer. They kept me from doing anything. I had become a burden to my team. I would never be able to take care of Felino like this. If I remembered correctly, Cross and I were keeping an eye on the underground chapel she was in.
Has Felino made a move yet?
Yeah, although the Holy Mark appeared on Rosario as she was pursuing Felino. Mr. Samezu and Oz took over from her, but they lost track of the target.
Shit! What time is it?
I looked at the date and time and realized we didn't have long until the moment Miori Soka had died all those times. Momo was with Asuma right now, but...
Asuma! Stop!
She shared her vision with me. There I saw Asuma and his mom.
Hey. Asuma, I don't want to look at you ever again.
She died. Miori Soga died. I thought I knew the way out of this mess, but once again, there was nothing I could do to save her.
Hold on. Hold on. Please, I beg of you.
Elon, what's going on here? Is there some kind of malfunction with my save and load function? Forget it. I don't have time to speculate. I needed to load. But I couldn't do it, no matter how many times I had tried. To make matters worse, the more I loaded, the longer the flashbacks and blackouts became.
Hey, Asuma, I don't
don't want to look at you ever again.
How many times had I seen this now? 3, 4. This was the most I had ever relived the same period. Was that why this was happening? Even with loading, I was useless. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't stop the Lino and the Holy Office 513. I couldn't save Asuma's mother.
Fuck!
One more time. I'll load one more time. Again? What would happen if I loaded even more? Would this happen no matter how many times I tried to change it? If I didn't load, Asuma would change into some calamity. I wouldn't be able to fulfill Cicada's request. I could end up losing my shot at stopping the end.
Yeah, I know.
I can't just stay here repeating the same thing over and over. I have to go further back, even further than before.
Hold on.
Hearing my name brought me to my senses. I was in front of the egg tower right after wrapping up the pool hack. The load itself was a success, but
I swear, if I pass out again...
What?
Momo, Cross, listen up! Let me tell you everything that's gonna happen.
excessive loading puts undue strain on pawn. Instead of loading whenever the chance arises, remain calm and assess the situation.
Tell me what you want in
Damn it. I wanted to do something, but in this state, I
can't do it. I can't save them. I'm sorry.
I felt my consciousness fading to black again. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die. Ewan, how dare you trick me? How dare you put my mother in harm's way? I'll kill you. I'll kill you over and over. One death won't be enough for you. Suffer and die over and over. Die. Die. Ewan's body began to twist like a cloth being wrung out. An invisible force was squeezing him, and I could hear each of his bones cracking. But he was still conscious, and while he was still alive, he twisted around and around until he split apart into pieces. All that was left in one piece was his head, which rolled along the floor. He still had a contented look on his face, though.
What's with that expression? Never look at me like that again! Never again!
As I screamed, an invisible force began crushing his head. It ended up flat as a pancake. Hey world, did you just do what I asked you to? I felt one with the world. Right now I felt as if anything I wished for would become reality, and I felt like wishing for everything to be destroyed.
Oh, I get it now.
For no particular reason, I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt as if I was looking down at myself at the same time. I pictured them, above and below, infinite selves, every one of them me, all of our thoughts melding together. After all,
Gaia is mine.
So the fate line could not be annulled. This only proves that Gaia synthesized this world. Our world is fundamentally digital.
her face awfully pale, Belino let out a pained breath. On her exposed chest were multiple holy marks. No, they weren't only on her chest. Underneath her clothes, her slender frame was covered with holy marks. All of them were bleeding. Her flock of believers were looking at her with worry in their eyes. Although she felt as if she had lost too much blood, Belino was satisfied with the results she had seen.
Gaia and Polan Takaoka are not the only ones that can foresee the future.
The Vatican had developed an Earth simulator to determine the validity of miracles. It wasn't able to fully predict Polan Takaoka's actions. However, Asuma Soka also made predictions with Gaia, so it was possible for him to counter the Vatican's. Lucia and Kent being involved would make predictions even more challenging. It was difficult to gain the upper hand when dealing with these variables. That was why Felino chose to prepare enough lambs to deal with any scenario. There were about 1.3 billion believers in the world. Even with the selection limited to the most dedicated opponents of the end, Japan was home to over 100,000 devotees. Felino had seen the fate line as well as Earth simulator predictions. Gaia could never anticipate her actions, and if she used her sacrament, Stigmata, she could create a 100,000 strong army that was hers to command. an army outside of the algorithm. Her flock of sacrificial lambs would become God's vanguard. Such an overwhelming numerical advantage could overcome the skill of any one individual. But despite having gone out of her way to prepare her lambs, she had never had the opportunity to use all of them. And thus, just as the fate line had dictated, Asuma Soga had become a calamity.
And one of the four beasts gave unto the seven angels 7 golden vials, full of the wrath of God, who liveth forever and ever. And the temple was filled with smoke from the glory of God, and from his power. And no man was able to enter into the temple, till the 7 plagues of the 7 angels were fulfilled. Revelation 15:7-8.
Felina was certain that the path leading to the end neared its completion.
Gaia is mine. No, that's not entirely right. Gaia is mine, and I am Gaia's.
Asuma Soga whispered as he looked down at his mother's corpse.
Asuma!
He felt someone had called out to him, but he ignored them and moved instantaneously to his private room. There were a few soldiers in here, but he deleted them the moment he saw them. He had simply wished to move to his room and for the soldiers to disappear. And that was enough to make those things happen. Now Asuma could do with the world as he desired.
I can do anything. My sync rate is beyond 100%. I'm sitting at 320%. I can tell for sure, because it's myself I'm seeing. There's nothing I can't do. Nothing.
And so, Asuma wished. He wished for the view he had been fixated on all along, and his wish came true immediately.
Asuma, go to sleep.
You shouldn't stay up so late.
His mother and father were here now. The mother, who had died after piercing her own neck with a knife, was perfectly fine now. She smiled gently at Asuma. His father was there, smiling too. Asuma had only seen his father like this in the distant past, back when he was still little, long before the man had committed suicide.
Asuma, I think we should all go somewhere tomorrow. Any requests? I'll take you anywhere you like.
Oh, you're just saying that because you want a day out yourself, honey.
Okay, you got me. But what do you think, Asuma? Why don't you tell me how you feel?
You can tell us anything. We'll do whatever you want us to. If you want, you can even stay home and relax. And then I'll make yummy omu rice for lunch. I know how much you love it. We can eat it all together.
No matter what happens, we'll be together, as a family.
Asuma's parents moved closer to each other. The father gently held the mother's shoulders while she wrapped her hands around his waist. They were happy. They were looking at Asuma with kind smiles on their faces.
Asuma, what's wrong?
Are you feeling okay?
Maybe you have a fever.
The mother put her hand on his forehead to check his temperature.
You should go rest today.
Ever since you were little, you've had this habit of getting so obsessed with things that you forget to eat or sleep.
The father gently patted Asuma's head.
You don't have to tell us now if you don't want to. We can think about what to do tomorrow when it comes.
Good night, Asuma.
Good night, Asuma. See you tomorrow.
This was what Asuma had always wished for, and yet...
I feel nothing. Hey, I don't feel anything. Don't look at me with those fake smiles. Stop behaving like that. It makes it so obvious that you're faking.
What's wrong? Did something bad happen? You can talk to me about it. I'll listen to you.
Listen to me? No, he'd never say that. My father would never say that. He was way worse than this. He was a deadbeat dad! A fucking loser!
Don't be like that, Asuma. Tell me what's...
Be gone. He simply wished for it to happen, and the father was torn apart, shredded to hunks of meat. Though it happened right before her eyes, and she was covered in her husband's blood and flesh, the mother continued to smile.
We really spoil you, don't we? Come here, let's snuggle together. It's been a while, hasn't it?
What? Stop.
Oh, come on now.
I'm telling you to stop! So that doesn't work then? Of course not. I mean, when I created you, I made it so you'd act this way. But Mother isn't like this!
Asuma put his hands around the mother's neck and began strangling her.
Suma.
She didn't resist.
You're not Mother!
He could feel her warmth. He could feel her throat moving when she spoke. She felt alive. There was no doubt the mother was made of flesh and blood.
Tomorrow, I'll make omurice, your favorite.
Shut up! You're a fake!
Suma.
Shut up!
Asuma tightened his grip. The light was fading from the mother's eyes.
Love you.
Stop! Stop it!
A crack sounded out as the neck was crushed. The fake mother's body fell listless and limp.
I just strangled my mother to death, but I don't feel a thing. Of course I wouldn't. I mean, I can bring her back as many times as I want and kill her over and over. There's no meaning in that.
Oh, Asuma, I didn't realize you were dwelling on such troubling things.
The dead mother stood up and smiled at Asuma once again.
Die!
He decapitated her with invisible blades of air. Her head fell clean off her body and bounced away. She had returned from the grave, only to die again. But a moment later, the head was back where it belonged.
Asuma, come here.
She gently called him by name.
Die!
Asuma wished for a shotgun. He aimed it at the mother, then pulled the trigger. The blast shredded her torso as it sent her flying backwards. She hit the ground and lay still.
Life is meaningless.
Asuma gently held his mother's corpse as he cried.
Why the tears, Asuma? There.
Despite the grisly hole in her front and the blood draining from her body, the mother lovingly caressed Asuma's cheek. He shook her hand off before thrusting a knife into her body. It was the very same knife she had used to tear open her neck.
Meaningless. It's meaningless. Right? Right? I mean, even when I do this, I don't feel a thing! Nothing! Nothing at all!
A spherical object rolled suddenly by. The moment Asuma realized it was a grenade, it exploded. After the blast, a dozen or so SFG soldiers hurried into the room. Their form was as tight as you would expect from an elite unit of soldiers.
Rhino Leader, this is Alpha 1. We've made contact with Target A. Target B is also in sight. Engaging now.
The soldiers' voices and footsteps sounded out from within the smoke. Asuma was unscathed by the explosion simply because he had wished to be. The heck?
Target A is unharmed! The grenade did nothing? Asuma Soga, drop the weapon and move away from the woman!
The soldiers shouted. Asuma found it annoying. He wanted the smoke from the explosion to clear, so it did. And now that he could see, he looked right at the soldiers.
Alpha Team, terminate Target A. Collateral damage on Target B is permitted. Fire!
The bullets didn't reach him though. Before they could, each one flew off in a random direction, defying the laws of physics. They hit the walls and the floor and ricocheted off of them, but not even the ricocheted bullets found their target. Eventually, all the bullets froze in mid-air.
Leave me alone!
The floating bullets then, without a sound, turned to face the soldiers and accelerated to immense speed. The men, unable to escape in time, were riddled with lead and reduced to lumps of meat. The soldiers who had opted to take cover instead of running continued attacking despite everything. A wire grenade flew towards him. It caught him and fixed him to the wall behind him. The wire transmitted an electric shock of lethal voltage. The shock should have triggered convulsions, but it did nothing to Asuma. He wasn't even twitching. In fact, he absorbed the electricity from the charge and coated himself in it.
Just leave me alone!
Years of degradation befell the wire in an instant, and it fell like useless scrap. The scent of burning filled the room. An immense amount of electrical energy condensed above Asuma's head. It drowned out the noise of the surroundings, and a moment later, all sound cut to silence. Asuma stood high in the sky. Below him was the Guy institution he had been inside until moments before, as well as the nearby Uminobori Park. The park had been torn open by a large explosion, and countless metal beams littered the area like scattered trees after a storm. It had become a dreary forest of metal thorns, one Asuma had created in an instant. But as Asuma wasn't at all interested in the sight below, he was overcome by an intense discomfort akin to dizziness. It was because he wasn't used to his 320% sync rate. He was aligned at the subconscious level with the Asuma one layer above. He could even communicate with him. It was a feeling no normal person could understand, and it was especially taxing on his nervous system. Asuma looked around. He saw Odaiba in the distance, under the veil of night. It was late, so there weren't many people out, but the cityscape was well lit and brilliant. There were lights in some hotel rooms, and one could tell that there were people there. But to Asuma it was...
meaningless. It's meaningless. Everything. All of it. This meaningless world would be better off destroyed. It should be destroyed. Destroyed!
His wish was made, and that was enough. Hotels, malls, stores, as well as high-rises and other large buildings, began undulating and warping like liquid. The ground in Odaiba began to rise. The reclaimed land forked and stood up vertically. Many high-rises slid off the ground, and once detached, stretched out in all directions like flowers in bloom. They pierced the risen surface and twisted together with other buildings to form a helical shape. The ocean water flowed in with great intensity, washing through the streets. The waves flowed upwards, rushing vertically up the walls. Screams could be heard from the twisting, distorting buildings. The buildings crashed together, merging when they should have collapsed, or transforming into complex patterns. The sound of creaking metal echoed eerily through the darkness. The lifted surface folded, flipped, and began to fall. Odaiba had come to resemble one of Escher's loyals. It was impossible to distinguish up from down. Go over here real quick. La oils?
Trompe-l'œil. Trompe-l'œil.
Lel?
Trompe-l'œil.
Yeah, something like that. Marie Cornelis Escher was a Dutch artist. He is known for his unique art involving optical illusions, impossible architecture, and changing patterns. Popular among his works are Drawing Hands, Sky and Water 1, and Ascending and Descending. Asuma slowly made his way towards the twisted urban sprawl.
It's meaningless. That's why it's better off destroyed. Meaningless. Destroy. Meaningless. Destroy.
He repeated those words as if to convince himself. Suddenly, Asuma looked up at a hotel that had been twisted into an arch. He could see people through the broken windows, or rather, their bodies. Aging partners, a young couple, a little girl clinging to a stuffed toy. They're meaningless. That's why I destroyed them. This world should be destroyed entirely. This simulation is garbage. Azuma's mind was rationalizing his actions, but his body was raging against those thoughts. He was trembling.
You're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake, you're fake! Nothing's real, even these stupid feelings I've got! Get out of my sight! Everything! Feelings, people, this whole goddamn world! Why don't you fucking leave me alone!
Overcome with emotion, Asuma put his hand over his face.
I should just destroy it all, along with the Earth itself.
His voice was hoarse and sullen. It had the tone of a boy pleading desperately. I felt a cold breeze and lifted my head. I could finally see the sky. We had made it outside. Somehow. The Guy Institution had exploded and collapsed, so getting out through all the rubble was an ordeal. I looked around. The whole area was wrecked. Juno scowled in pain. I had been holding her
Enough.
up.
Let go of me already.
Since she insisted, I sat her down where she stood. Her side was covered in blood, and her face was even paler than normal. Oh! When the explosion had happened, I was overwhelmed by flashbacks and found myself stuck in front of the cradle. If Juno hadn't appeared and saved me with her quantum teleportation, I probably would have been buried under that rubble. Hiccups, go away. But right after we had teleported out, I noticed the rebar jutting out from her body.
This isn't your fault. There was always the chance this would happen. I knew the risks. It's because I always use maps for my coordinates. What's with that stupid look? Don't act like you don't get it. Basically, if I jump around a place that's collapsing, certain obstacles aren't going to show up on the map. This isn't even that bad. I could have teleported inside a wall.
Still, you've saved me twice now. So, thanks.
Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do it for your sake. I don't want you dying and leaving Kent disappointed. I'll see you work yourself to near death, and then I'll kill you myself. Understand? Now, don't just stand there. Help me get this out.
Juno was still doing her tough lady act, but it was pretty clear her injury hurt her real bad. It looked like she couldn't even control her BMI properly. She had probably struggled to teleport like that. I hadn't really given her a chance to brush off my health as we made our way out. But with things the way they were, it might have been impossible to get her some help or take her to a hospital. I saw someone waving at us from the distance. Nothing else around here was moving, so it was probably easy to spot us.
Momo!
Momo ran over to us, almost tripping over the rubble on her way.
I'm so glad you're okay. Juno, you're hurt?
Shut up. Stop talking. Don't even look at me.
What about you, Momo? Are you alright?
Hold on. I'm sorry, but I couldn't do anything. Again. He was right there. I could reach out and touch him, but why is it that all I can ever do is watch?
I'm no different. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep Asuma's mom safe. I loaded so many times, but... Can't sit idly by when someone's in need. My ass. I couldn't do anything. I fucking suck.
Hold on. You've been struggling, haven't you?
Momo hung her head like she felt guilty. Suddenly, there was an intense rumbling in the distance. It sounded like the world was ending. The noise was coming from Odaiba. Even from here, I could see Odaiba's high-rises twisting like living creatures, splitting apart, and rising into the air with the reclaimed land. It was surreal.
What's going on?
Wind linked us to a news broadcast.
We are live from above Odaiba. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It is believed that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people trapped in those high-rises. All roads to Odaiba have been cut off. There is simply no escape. The Prime Minister's residence is clinging onto one of the vertical surfaces. This helicopter is 120 meters above ground, but his residence is overhead. It is currently unclear whether Prime Minister Azumaya is even alive. A group of people protesting the development of Earth simulators gathered outside the residence last night. But their well-being remains equally uncertain. The Uminomori Park and the Gai Institution right beside Odaiba are in a state of disrepair as well. As of now, there's no explanation for any of this. Oh, over there! There's a boy! And the boy is... What? He's floating?
Watch out! Inamori? Inamori?
An explosion rattled the sky over Odaiba. We weren't far from it, so we could see the light it cast in the distance. How do we get... Hold up. Okay, there we go.
Whoa! Did you see that? Did you? Someone just shot down the news chopper, right? Right?
Hey, Polly. What's going on? I'm scared.
Did Asuma do all that? Is he using a sacrament or something?
It's far beyond that. These feats are beyond even the apparitions of Our Lady. We are witnessing the end. Armageddon has arrived.
This isn't physically possible. I can't explain where all that energy is coming from.
It's just digital.
You know something, Oz?
What do you mean? We talked about this, didn't we? Take quantum theory to its logical conclusion and you'll realize pretty soon that the world's digital. I didn't want to believe it. That's why I've always looked for reasons to deny it. But how can I deny it anymore? I'm seeing this shit in real life. The world's digital. We're in a goddamn simulation, ain't we? I can't deal with this.
Armageddon, the location of the battle between good and evil that will occur in the end times, according to New Testament's Book of Revelation. The word can also be used to refer to the end of the world in general.
The soul ain't nowhere at all, then.
Hey! Tengen!
Oz! Don't leave me alone!
I had never seen Oz that shocked. Every one of his beliefs had been shattered. Everything that rooted him to the ground had come unstuck in an instant. Was that the sensation?
The world's a simulation. Huh?
Honestly, it didn't hit me that hard. Maybe it was because I had already been exposed to so much sci-fi bullshit. I had already seen sacraments and quantum teleportation.
Oh. Huh.
This explained my saving and loading too. Actually, it seemed pretty clear now. You could even say that my saving and loading was evidence this world was digital.
So, I'm a simulated person. A program. And I'm in a simulation. I see how it is.
The vision I saw upon the descent of Our Lady in Fatima. Her dancing sun, and that terrifying sound. This world being a simulation would explain those phenomena.
Now we could even explain how Momo incarnated.
Would that mean that beings like God and Our Lady were just people above us?
Does that mean there's a higher us up there watching the us down here?
Obviously, I couldn't see them, but I couldn't help looking up at the sky.
And the one up there, he'd be the real me?
That is the concept of world layers.
Brother?
Suddenly, Cicada, Kent Korihisa, appeared before us.
Kent Korihisa!
He had finally shown his face directly, but despite how long we had waited for this meeting, we weren't in a position to enjoy it.
There are Earth simulators in our world as well. And likewise in the simulated worlds that are run by those Earth simulators. The worlds layered below us stretch to infinity. And virtually the same applies to the worlds layered above. The location of the topmost layer is beyond my knowledge. Though, from the current situation, we can identify the Earth simulator that is simulating this world. Since becoming the Calamity, Asuma Soga has been wielding godlike powers. This phenomenon can be considered an intervention from above, but its extent is far beyond that of any past incidents. And no consideration is taken toward the risk of it triggering the collapse of the world. This intervention is strongly linked to Asuma Soga's will. Therefore, I assume it is being done by the Asuma Soga above. So comes the question. Which Earth simulator can the Asuma Soga above exercise such unrestricted control over?
Gaia!
Correct. I cannot speak of past incidents, such as the apparitions of the Holy Mother, but this intervention is doubtless his doing.
So, if the Asuma of this world layer wants something, the Asuma above makes it happen?
Kent nodded.
Does that mean it's Asuma who is going to bring about the end?
No. The end of the world and Asuma becoming the Calamity have no bearing upon one another. The end will come regardless of his actions. Its arrival has been predetermined from the moment this world was created.
Wait! If this world is a simulation, shouldn't it be possible to mess with the parameters or whatever to stop the end of the world?
Asuma had said that Gaia could simulate the world beyond January 19th, which was when the world was supposed to end.
Or what? Do the guys above us want the end to happen?
This is a system issue. I assume you are familiar with the year 2038 problem.
Like the year 2036 problem that causes sad mourning, it was an issue with the potential to cause major computer malfunctions. The integer used to record the time in Unix-based systems would overflow after counting past 2.1 billion seconds. Systems operating on the Unix OS or its derivatives. Unix was developed in 1969 by the US company AT&T and exploded in popularity when they released its source code. Its long history has led it to becoming the foundation of many operating systems. It was possible that this overflow would trigger major system malfunctions.
That problem applies to the world we exist in.
Momo had said that the world would end at 3:14 and 7 seconds on January 19, 2938. I had a vague idea that that was when the overflow was set to happen too.
But the year 2038 problem is almost 100% solved. Would something like that actually happen?
Resolving it on this world layer alone is insufficient. It must be dealt with in every one of the countless world layers, flawlessly.
What?
Countless world layers. They were literally innumerable, but everything would be over if even a single one of them had this error.
There's no way we can fix all of them.
Indeed. Hence, the end is inevitable.
Are you saying that error is part of how the world works? That it's fate?
The fact that no contactees thus far, despite their powers, could alter the outcome is proof.
Contactees? You said I was one of those, didn't you?
The Holy Office 513 defines contactees as beings that may have been in contact with God or the Holy Mother. My understanding is that some contactees gained miraculous powers after their encounter with an observer. Polan Takaoka, your ability to predict the future must have been acquired through one such contact event.
You're talking about how I can save and load? Well, I guess I did get that from Anon. Does that count as contact?
That's how I became a contactee. But did that even matter? Asuma became a calamity however many times I saved or loaded. I couldn't stop that. There was another eerie rumble emanating from Odaiba. This one shook even the ground we were standing on. The buildings and businesses that had been twisting like serpents suddenly stopped. Buildings and streets started falling from the vertical surfaces. They couldn't resist gravity any longer. I would leave the matter of saving the world to Kent. He had said that there was still a way to do that. There was something else I had to do.
Kent, take care of the world and Juno. I'll go see Asuma.
I looked at Momo, and she gave me a nod.
I'm coming too.
What do you intend to accomplish?
I couldn't save his mother.
So what if it was all fated? That didn't make any of this any easier on me or Asuma. If I had handled this better, things wouldn't have turned out so messed up. I was pretty sure there was nothing I could say to heal his wounds. But
I can't just leave him all alone. I gotta at least see him and talk to him.
Doing so will yield nothing. We were unable to prevent Asuma Soga from becoming the calamity. He cannot be restored to his former state.
And that's why talking to him won't change anything, huh? That doesn't sit right with me. I gotta at least tell him that I'm sorry.
it was late at night, but the meeting room at the Ministry of Defense was full of people shouting.
This operation couldn't have been a more spectacular failure. Not only did we fail to eliminate the boy, we've left him completely unhinged.
The members of Project Gaia had been following the progress of the operation to seize the Gaia institution. But the outcome had been so disastrous, they had flown into a panic.
Are you telling me we should have just tightened the kid's leash? How could we have known this would happen? We couldn't possibly have anticipated these events!
He turned into a monster. This is outside the realms of human comprehension. I doubt there's anything we can do now.
It may have been a mistake to target the boy's life. We should have placated him. Then he could have been confined somewhere we could watch him.
It's easy to say that in hindsight. I'm quite sure that seeking a peaceful solution would have simply made the child more conceited.
He was always impossible to control. If he'd opened up to the media, he would have destroyed both us and the government as a whole. He has all kinds of information on us, down to the color of our underwear.
Faced with that boy and Gaia, anybody's as good as naked. Not even the US president is an exception.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the US government is breathing down our necks right now. They're saying that if we don't take care of this immediately, they're going to dispatch not only the JUSDF, but the USMC too.
Never! The day we let the US military conduct an operation in Japan is the day we should resign en masse!
This is no time to be paying any mind to appearances.
They just want to take Gaia and Soga for themselves!
But without the Americans, how can we stop him?
There was also the rat who claimed that the Vatican was behind this mess.
I could see them doing this. It's what they specialize in.
If only we were more serious when they asked us to capture that girl. We could have avoided this.
We might have seen this coming if we'd used Gaia. Perhaps we should have asked Soga to show it to us. A poorly placed joke, but...
Mr. Sunahara, how do you intend to handle this?
The Minister of Defense fell silent. He was usually composed, but on this occasion he didn't seem himself. His forehead was sweating, his eyes wandering, and his legs fidgeting.
Retracting
Stream
the order
Elements
to
said,
kill Soga.
Stay moist, my friends,
the will
hydrate.
Of the Prime Minister.
The words he had awkwardly blurted out invited a brief silence. Everyone was shocked. But the shouting resumed a moment later, even louder than before.
Retracting it will change nothing at this point.
Is the Prime Minister simply trying to skirt responsibility?
What if Soga comes to kill us? This matter won't be settled until he's dead.
We're being streamed live to the entire world! What would the world think of a country using every ounce of power at its disposal to murder a single child? Neither the public nor the international community would let us live it down. The army will contribute nothing more to this fiasco.
But then, how do we fix all this?
If we knew that, we wouldn't be in this mess!
The minister buried his face in his hands. Their attempt to separate Gaia from Asuma had resulted in them losing Gaia entirely. Even if they wanted to predict the future now, they no longer had the means. As a result, they had no idea how to address this catastrophic situation. The situation was spiraling further and further out of control, but they could do nothing but watch. We made our way to Odaiba on a fishing ship we had stumbled across. We arrived and saw the place was in a worse state than Umi no Mori Park. The one responsible for this destruction was sitting hugging his knees in the remains of a collapsing station.
Asuma!
The scale of the ruin made it difficult to find him. Everything looked so unreal. None of it seemed like it belonged in the world we knew. It reminded me of the days that followed the sad morning. Back then, I could hear people weeping and groaning in every direction, and I was desperately trying to help them. But I couldn't hear anyone right now. We hadn't found a single living person while searching for Asuma. Was anyone here still alive? Asuma had done all this, but I could have stopped it. I missed my chance to prevent his rampage. I felt responsible myself, knowing I had failed.
I'm sorry. I couldn't protect your mom. If you're gonna hate something, hate me. Just don't hate the world itself. Please.
This was all I could do now.
It doesn't matter.
Asuma.
It doesn't matter anymore.
I looked at him, but the confident, cocky boy who had looked down on everyone else was nowhere in sight.
Mother, the world, none of it matters. This world just makes me feel empty. I want to destroy all of it.
Because it's a simulation?
That's got nothing to do with it. It's because this world is trash. And you're both trash for trying to save it. We're all just copies of the real world. The things you feel are just make-believe. Oh, but... Lucia, you're different.
Huh?
You're the only one who doesn't exist in any other world layer. You were created by the Gaia above. Created by people who are like gods to us. They haven't solved the year 2038 problem either. That's why Gaia began independent calculations in an attempt to solve it. It went through an unimaginable number of patterns. It found the simulation with the highest probability of success, then ran that simulation. That's the world we're in now. That's the world layer we're in. It's the only one with you in it, Lucia. Well, probability of success is still so small it might as well be 0. But you were the god's last resort. Does that make you feel better about yourself? The end is coming anyway. They threw you into this world, Lucia, but not even you can write its course. And that's why this layer is just another failure. It's meaningless. Not even those gods can solve the year 2038 problem. Everyone's going to die. The system error is going to take us all back to 0. No one can change the world, not you or anyone else. So just give up and disappear!
Mama.
Asuma had told me a few hours ago that Momo hadn't shown up in the Earth simulations. That meant she was an irregularity unique to this world layer, kinda like an actual being sent by the gods themselves. She probably hadn't expected to learn about her origins here. Now, even so, Momo didn't hang her head as she listened.
Thank you for telling me why I'm here, Asuma. I'm surprised, but
She just kept looking straight ahead.
it's just as I said before. It doesn't matter to me that God may have arranged each of my actions. Even if my sense of duty and my feelings are artificial, I will simply do what I want to do.
Momo looked at me. I looked back at her and nodded.
Holan and I, together, will save the world and everyone in it.
Obviously, Asuma, you're one of those people we could save. So come on. Come with us. Come on, please.
But
you won't save anything.
Our words weren't getting through to him.
It's all pointless. Just admit that it's pointless. This world has to be pointless. A world like this shouldn't be allowed to go on any longer. Why don't you get it? Why?
Asuma, come on!
It's pointless. It's pointless. It has to be pointless. I won't wait for the end. I'll finish off the world right now!
What? What do you mean?
I pulled the plug on this world just a moment ago. I made something. It's up there, in space.
Made
What?
A huge asteroid. It'll fall to the Earth soon. It's too close for anyone to evacuate. Hey, do you get it now? It's pointless. The world's gonna be destroyed before the end even happens. I'm gonna destroy it myself. But who cares, right? Not even the world getting destroyed means anything.
Asuma, delete that asteroid right now!
Don't tell me what to do. I don't have to listen to anyone.
Asuma!
I reached out to grab his arm, but before I could, he vanished. My hand grasped for nothing.
Shit, where is he?
I looked around, but I couldn't see him.
At this rate, Asuma's gonna abandon all hope.
I understood why he felt that way. It was my fault he changed. It was all 'cause I couldn't help him. We wouldn't have been in this situation if I had just done what I had to do. In that case, I knew I had to load, but
Shit!
I couldn't shake the fear that those flashbacks were gonna mess with me up again. The thought of them kept me from loading. I was incompetent and useless. About half an hour later, a siren rang out inside my BMI and made every one of my hairs stand up on end. We had been trying to learn what we could about the asteroid, but hadn't gotten anywhere. We couldn't reach Oz either. The sound of that siren ringing out amidst the chaos was familiar. I didn't know if it was precisely the same, but it was like the one that I had heard on the sad morning. It was a National Safeguard siren. It was a siren used to alert citizens about imminent danger.
Breaking news. NASA is conducting an emergency press conference in the United States. In the lead-up to this conference, Chief Cabinet Secretary Sugo has declared that all citizens must watch it. If you know anyone currently sleeping, please wake them up and have them watch immediately.
Whoa, it's so late, but all the billboards in Tokyo are on. Wait, no, it's not just Tokyo. They're on everywhere in the country.
All news media have canceled their programming to show the press conference.
I checked 4chan, social media, and video sites. It was clear everyone was panicking after seeing NASA's press conference. Yep, the meteorite's coming.
About an hour ago, we confirmed the sudden appearance of an asteroid within the moon's orbit, about 330,000 kilometers from Earth.
Asuma's balls are dropping.
We named this
Meteorite's
asteroid
dropping.
X-2038.
Meteorite.
It is roughly 3,000 meters in diameter. We have concluded from its brightness that it is a silicaceous asteroid. We were unable to see the asteroid until now. It managed to elude even Atlas. It is as if the asteroid did not exist prior to its detection and appeared literally from out of nowhere.
Atlas, short for Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. Atlas is precisely what the name implies. It observes the sky using telescopes and warns of any celestial bodies on a collision course with Earth weeks before they arrive. Developed and operated by the University of Hawaii's Institute for Astronomy and funded by NASA, its observations began in 2015 and were further improved in 2017 with the use of a second telescope. There are plans to establish a total of 8 such telescopes in separate places all over the globe to ensure 24/7 observation of the sky no matter the weather. And recently, in 2023, a mission called DART was implemented to see if they could redirect asteroids. Feel free to Google that. DART mission. Pretty cool. Science.
It is normally impossible for an object this massive to appear so suddenly. As such, we checked our observation equipment for any malfunctions, but found everything to be working as intended. With the help of observatories around the world, we performed countless checks, and, unfortunately, concluded that this asteroid indeed exists. We have calculated from its trajectory that it will collide with Earth, and that impact will occur approximately 6 hours from now. The predicted point of impact is in the Pacific Ocean, and in the worst-case scenario, a mere 900 kilometers from Japan's Chiba Prefecture. We anticipate that this impact will generate a tsunami that will reach many countries bordering the Pacific Ocean. The effects will be especially catastrophic in Japan, where the height of the seawall could range between 50 and 120 meters.
Is there any way to prevent the impact?
Where's the safest place to go? How true are the rumors that you actually covered up that the asteroid was approaching?
Are you certain your equipment is working properly?
Quiet! I repeat, the impact is in 6 hours. There is nowhere you can run.
We have a live broadcast from the White House.
Everything NASA has just explained is true. This will be the greatest disaster in the history of mankind, and will cause the deaths of hundreds of millions. It is unclear how many people will survive. This will be the greatest trial humans have ever faced. But please, try to remain calm. God help us all.
After the president's last few words, which were probably his true feelings slipping out, all the journalists in the White House press conference room ran out. The president simply watched. He looked stressed beyond belief. I knew that would only cause more panic.
The world will be consumed by chaos unless we do something. What we need is... Kent, we can stop this, right? Tell me we can, please.
Kent wasn't here, but Momo desperately called out to him anyway. And he actually appeared.
Unfortunately, the specific event of Asuma Soga materializing an asteroid was not part of the Fate Line's prediction. Therefore, at this point I have no countermeasure against it. A large percentage of my resources is being allocated for my plan to save humanity from the end. I will take action to eliminate Asuma Soga, but the asteroid still needs to be dealt with, and that I cannot do.
Huh? Eliminate? You'll kill him?
If the calamity that is Asuma Soga is left unchecked, humanity cannot be saved from the end.
But even if you eliminate him, the asteroid will still
What's
cause
going
mass
on here?
destruction.
I think I know. No? What the heck's going on here? Why is it so... My chair, my chair. I really just need to get a new chair.
We'll have to stop it ourselves.
Thwarting an asteroid impact. Besides Asuma Soga, the only other individual with the potential of accomplishing such a feat is... You, Polon Takaoka.
What? Whoa, you're not making any sense. There's no way I can do that.
Up until now, I had used my saving and loading to make the impossible possible, but now I knew that stuff came at a cost. Also, this was way wilder than anything I had ever dealt with so far. It was a goddamn asteroid.
I couldn't even save Asuma's mom.
Hold on.
Momo grasped my hand.
Let's do it. All of us. Together.
Momo.
I'm the useless one, and I'm always relying on you. So maybe I'm in no position to say something like this. But I think we should all work together and do whatever we can to stop it. I'm sure that it'll work out. We'll figure something out.
No way.
Hold on.
We're dealing with something on a totally different scale to everything we've faced so far. It's too much for us.
I gently let go of her hand. I couldn't even save Asuma or his mom. How was I supposed to handle a global crisis? There was no way. I was useless. I just got some crazy app and deluded myself into thinking I could save the world.
Stop the asteroid threat, and we will have a chance of survival. Your success would let me set my final plan in motion. Not that I can fully guarantee its outcome, of course.
My aim is to cause a world line collapse, which should lead to a universal fix of all world layers. And to accomplish that,
rather than hacking into our own world as gods, we must hack into God's world. Only through this can the end be averted. Polon Takaoka, that is why. The asteroid impact must be stopped at all costs.
Hold on.
Seriously, I can't.
I had loaded so many times, and I still blew it. I knew the same thing would happen if I tried this time.
I took Rosario to the hospital. Looks like she's gonna make it.
Thank you so much, Cross.
Don't mention it. I'm just looking out for my own. The traffic's crazy here. Everyone's desperate to evacuate.
The sun hadn't risen in Japan yet, but the city was already in a state of panic. Looting, terrorism, mass suicides. Order itself was crumbling. I didn't know if it was a good idea to leave this place. No matter where we were, we wouldn't survive the asteroid impact. The number of casualties was probably going to surpass that of the sad morning. Poon was hanging his head, looking very down. He had been like this for a while now. It wasn't like him. The situation must have hit him pretty hard. The Poon who looked forward and rushed ahead was the one who had given me courage, but I couldn't pin all my hopes on him. I was a member of Nakano Symphonies too, after all. I had to do something about this gloomy atmosphere.
So, I'd like to hear your ideas for how to stop the asteroid. What can we do to prevent it?
My question garnered no responses. I had only asked casually, but I knew full well that solutions wouldn't come so easily.
I put it on hack as a new quest. Meteor Hack.
Huh?
This asteroid case will refer to as Meteor Hack. Who the hell is this? Cicada prepared the asteroid? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. A hopeless quest junkie who wants to make everything into quests. Okay, I'm going to do this. but it wasn't even a quest this time. The reaction to it was mixed.
NASA said nothing could be done about it. The asteroid's way too close. It could have been stopped if we'd known about it earlier. But this whole situation's irregular.
The asteroid is 3,000 meters in size, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't really fathom how dangerous that was.
Let's look at impacts from the past. One of the most famous impacts is the Tunguska one.
Tunguska, an explosion that occurred near the upper stream of the Podkamennaya Tunguska River in Russia's Siberian region on June 30th, 1908. It is widely believed to be the result of a meteor impact. It is said to have burned forests as far as 30 to 50 kilometers from the center of the explosion and shattered windows as far as 1,000 kilometers away. With Russia just coming out of the Russo-Japanese War at the time, and the instability of subsequent events, the site was not properly investigated until 1916. In 2013, a group composed of Ukrainian, German, and American scientists examined the local ground from that time and found minerals that were most likely part of the asteroid, leading them to claim that was indeed an asteroid impact, but it is not yet fully confirmed.
It happened in the Siberian region of Russia in 1908. There was an unidentified explosion high in the air, and trees within the 30 to 50 kilometer radius caught fire. Apparently, the shockwave was so strong, it shattered the windows of houses up to 1,000 kilometers away.
Based on the explosion's energy, the projected size of the meteor was between 3 and 70 meters. It's a lot smaller than the one we're dealing with.
Next, there's Chelyabinsk. Next, there's Chelyabinsk.
A meteor that entered Earth's atmosphere near Russia's Chelyabinsk Oblast on February 15, 2013. It was the first ever confirmed meteor that caused major damage to people and their property. It exploded mid-fall, creating a shockwave that shattered the windows and blew out the doors of 4,474 buildings. The atmospheric compression also set it afire, making it burn so bright that when it fell to an altitude of 30 kilometers, it released ultraviolet light that gave sunburns to some of the people that were outside. The meteor had a diameter of 17 meters, and it is speculated that if it had crashed into the surface without breaking apart like it did, it would have created a crater with a 100-meter diameter and completely devastated the surrounding area.
That one happened in 2013, so there are plenty of recordings. The meteor was 17 meters in diameter. It blew up and broke apart in mid-air. The affected area stretched 180 kilometers to the north and south, and 80 kilometers east and west.
And it was just 17 meters.
Hey, the dinosaurs went extinct because of an asteroid, right?
Yeah, that's a popular theory. Apparently, the Chicxulub crater in Mexico was created by the asteroid that caused the extinction.
How big was it?
All of this is hypothetical, but it was between 10 and 15 kilometers wide.
Damn, that's huge!
By the way, the top 3 craters in the world are called the 3 greatest impacts.
The 3 largest asteroid impact craters: Chicxulub, time of impact 66.043 MYA, location northern Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, diameter 160 kilometers; Sudbury, time of impact Location Ontario, Canada 116. Vredefort. Time of impact. Location Free State of South Africa 180 kilometers.
There's the Chicxulub crater from the impact that killed the dinosaurs at 160 kilometers. Then there's the Sudbury crater in Canada at 160 kilometers. And finally, the Vredefort structure in South Africa at 180 kilometers. The energy from Chicxulub's impact created a tsunami that's estimated to have been 300 meters tall. It also tore into the Earth, reaching as far down as 25 kilometers. Magma spilled out, and weather changed across the globe. They say that extinction of the dinosaurs was a result of both the impact and the resulting change in weather.
Asuma's asteroid was less than half the size of that one, but it would still cause catastrophic damage. Also, in his current state, he could easily create larger asteroids and as many as he liked.
A 3,000-meter diameter asteroid will be plenty destructive, and it's predicted to hit the ocean off the coast of Tokyo. It'll cause a tsunami when it makes contact. And just like the NASA administrator said, countries bordering the Pacific will suffer massive damage.
Thank you very much. I've got a better idea of the size now. I've also come to realize that the situation's graver than I thought. I hope there's something that can turn it all around.
There was a movie like that, wasn't there?
Movie?
That old one, made about 40 years ago?
Yeah, that one. The one where they put a nuke inside an asteroid heading for Earth and blow it to pieces. That was fiction, but we can copy it, right?
Sorry, it's not that easy.
Miss Kumar joined the conversation.
How's the situation?
It's not looking good, but I'll keep trying.
I had asked her to contact universities and academic societies to ask the experts for solutions. They would be a better source of ideas than someone like me.
Why can't we copy the movie? Not enough time?
It's 3,000 meters in diameter. You'd need a whole lot of energy to shatter an asteroid of that size, and we don't have the means to get the amount we'd need into space. It's also too close for us to divert its trajectory away from Earth with a nuke.
Maybe Asuma had determined the size and distance of his asteroid to remove that as an option. And even if launching a nuclear bomb into space seemed like it would work, that kind of effort would need international coordination. It wasn't something we could put into motion. Perhaps thinking strictly in terms of the physical was a bad idea.
Hey. What would happen if Kent eliminated Asuma before it hit?
What are you... Wait. That's a good question.
Asuma was the one who created it, right? If he disappeared, wouldn't the asteroid disappear with him?
The two are independent of each other. The only reason I am undertaking the elimination of this world layer's Asuma is to prevent any further global-scale environmental manipulation from occurring. Currently, Asuma Soga is highly synchronized with the Asuma above, enabling the two to have mutual awareness. This means what Asuma wishes for in this world is perceived by the Asuma above. It was Asuma in the upper world layer that created the asteroid, not the one here. Therefore, even if the Asuma in this layer were to die, the asteroid would not disappear with him. And the same holds true for the Asuma above, under the assumption that we somehow manage to eliminate him. The only way to delete that asteroid is to have the Asuma above alter Gaia's parameters.
Yeah. That means all we can do now is pray to God, huh?
Pawn was right. This really was too great a task for mere humans. I knew that. I fully understood it, but surely there was something we could do. There was nothing we could do, but even so. Momo was standing near me in silence. She was looking up past meteor impacts. She wasn't alone. Cross and Wind were helping her. Everyone was sharing videos about those impacts. Nobody was saying it, but I could sense their despair. They were focused on the Chelyabinsk event from 2013. It was because that was the most thoroughly recorded event. There were recordings from multiple angles thanks to all the witnesses, and a lot of the footage was on the internet. The clips that had been picked up by news media right after it happened were the ones with the most views. But there were a lot of recordings that didn't break triple or even double digits. Most of them ended within a couple minutes, and some were just a few seconds long. Momo and the others were using specialized apps to increase the clarity of certain parts of the videos, then sharing them over BMI. They had been doing that for a while. I was too busy feeling sorry for myself to join in, though.
I think the Chelyabinsk event and the current asteroid have some features in common. NASA and other organizations all over the world are keeping an eye out for meteors and asteroids likely to hit Earth. But it seems as if nobody noticed the Chelyabinsk one until just before its impact. It was almost as if the 17-meter meteor appeared out of nowhere next to Earth. Don't you think it's similar to the meteor hack?
The asteroid we have now isn't a natural phenomenon. Asuma just wished it into existence. You shouldn't try to look for patterns where there aren't any. That's what conspiracy theorists do.
Right. I'm sorry.
But if our world was an Earth simulation, then weren't there the events of the year 2013 when Chelyabinsk happened also confined to this simulation? We were dealing with a situation Asuma had caused on a whim. In that case, it was possible that Chelyabinsk was also a god's whim. It was like God was doing a little trolling. In a world like this, stuff like scientific evidence probably didn't mean much to begin with. Our world had miracles and supernatural phenomena, quantum teleportation, sacraments, the end, the appearance of an asteroid, Momo's incarnation, saving and loading. This was a world built on the whims of those in the world layer above us. We were like guinea pigs in a little plexiglass box. I felt as if even the thoughts in my head were the result of someone messing with certain parameters. The logic of the world I had believed to be real had been broken apart. The despair, the feeling there was nothing we could do, they were just growing stronger. It would be great if we could pray to God to save us, but God had never been the best listener. What do you think, Anon?
Yeah, right. Like you'd answer me either.
Momo was doing her best. She wanted to save the world, and that sense of duty was pulling her forward. She was searching for hints, looking at every clip that caught her eye, playing them over and over and over. Her behavior was almost obsessive. She really, truly wanted to save the world. Momo was something else. But it was impossible. A new video started playing. She shared it with me too. I watched it, but I wasn't paying attention. Once it was over, it went back to the start. It ended again, and restarted again, again and again, again. I noticed something about the video. Something I could make out right when the meteor blew up. The footage went all white after the explosion. But what caught my eye was the moment before that. I played it again. I hadn't noticed it on the previous videos, but...
Hey.
Paulon? What is it?
About this video you just sent me.
Huh? Yes? Yes? Did you notice something?
Right before the meteor explodes, it looks like it gets hit by something that flies up from behind. Something even faster than the meteor itself. Can you see it?
Huh? Really?
It's in 2010 quality, so it's hard to tell. I used the app to increase its clarity, but this is the best it can do.
Now that you mention it, I guess I can see it.
Can we contact the person who took this video?
I doubt it. This isn't the original video. Looking at the account, it's a re-upload.
I see.
The original was probably out there somewhere, but even if we found it, there was no guarantee we would be able to contact the uploader right away. The video was more than 20 years old.
Sorry, I guess I'm just imagining things.
Yes, I shouldn't be wasting all our time on false hopes.
Wait, that's actually an interesting theory.
Miss Lid seemed curious.
If something had hit it from behind, what could the mysterious object have been? A detached piece of the meteor? No, the gap in their relative velocity is too wide. A fragment couldn't have caught up with it.
Was it a missile or something?
That would mean that someone successfully shot it down, right? 20 years have passed. You'd think that whichever country, organization, or individual that pulled that off would have claimed the glory by now.
So, did another meteor just happen to collide with it?
That would mean both were on an almost identical trajectory.
Miss Lid tilted her head to one side, then smiled.
All right! Who wants to try replaying this moment in an Earth simulator?
An Earth simulator? You mean you want us to go back to the Gaia Institution?
Gaia was under Asuma's control, though. Even if we stuck in there, we wouldn't be able to use it.
No. I don't mean Gaia. Japan and the Vatican aren't the only places operating Earth simulators behind closed doors. Officially, development on all of them has ceased, but lots of countries are still running sims in secret.
And you have connections to those places?
You'd better believe I do. I pulled some strings and got permission to use one of the Earth simulators in the US. Pretty good on short notice, huh?
Who did you ask for help? Oz?
No, I can't even contact Oz. Kaoru and No are looking for him, though. I asked Kurisu. She has an above-board image, but I'll have you know she's involved in plenty of shady stuff behind the scenes.
A few minutes later, Miss Lid shared the simulation data with us.
Check it in VR mode.
There was no point to any of this. It wouldn't help at all. That's how I felt, but I couldn't stop myself from turning on VR mode.
Set it to 9:20 and 26 seconds local time. We'll start 10 seconds before the explosion.
I see it!
Whoa! Takaoka was heckin' right!
It's possible that by pulverizing the meteor, the object reduced the lethality of this event and saved lives.
What could the object be?
I don't know. We need to analyze it more thoroughly, but there's no time for that. Though I can say it's something that might qualify as supernatural.
But what about it? How does it help? It's just one detail from a past event. It doesn't even hint at a solution to the asteroid coming at us right now.
if there's no time to launch nuclear bombs into space, perhaps we could use something that's already in space?
Like what?
This might be an absurd idea, but couldn't we make use of all the space debris in Earth's orbit? Perhaps we could use the SA-4D too. Would that be feasible?
So you're thinking of recreating Chelyabinsk?
Everyone fell silent. Momo was right. It really was an absurd idea.
Like Miss Kumar said, the odds of something like that happening? We'd be talking about a supernatural event.
That's true. But if we tried to reproduce all the conditions and get every variable right, it could work. Couldn't it?
I felt like Momo was losing her cool. She was clinging onto a scenario with next to no chance of ever happening. There was nothing to it. The whole idea was a false hope. The thing hurtling toward Earth this time is far larger than the one that exploded over Chelyabinsk.
As I mentioned, it would take an enormous amount of energy to pierce and destroy this asteroid. I'm not sure there is debris that would fit the bill.
The debris catalog.
Huh?
I found it while looking into asteroids. The debris catalog records the data of all orbital debris, greater than 3 centimeters in size.
By all, do you mean all?
Yes. All confirmed debris.
How can we check the list?
It's on the internet. Anyone can open it.
Alright, nice. I'll check the catalog.
Thankfully, this asteroid is silicaceous rather than ferrous. Providing the projectile is suitable, it can be destroyed. We'll need more than mass alone to destroy an asteroid, though. We'll need to know its orbital position, too. The asteroid will enter the atmosphere in about 5 hours, so we have to identify the debris that can make it to the asteroid in time.
And if we want to hit it, we'll need to be able to control that debris remotely, from the ground.
So we need debris we can communicate with. Let's look at the list.
Alright, I'll hit up the hackers I know. We need everyone we can get for this.
I'll try calling my friends too.
The experts I know are dying to do something about this. I'll share this idea with them right away.
Hey, calm down, you guys.
It wasn't just Momo now. Everyone, even Miss Lid, was getting involved.
It's not gonna work. It's just not. We can't do this. You know we can't.
Hold on. That's enough. You're nothing but dead weight right now. You couldn't do what you had to, and it broke you. I get how you feel, so shut up for now. The rest of us right here are still trying our best.
Cross.
It's your childish and embarrassing ideals that brought us all together. Don't forget that.
I didn't know what to say to him. Before, I might have been able to stand with them and face the future, to rush ahead with them. But now, I knew my limits. I couldn't face the future. After about half an hour, Miss Lid contacted us again.
Listen up, everyone. We found debris that tick our checkboxes.
Huh?
You did?
I had some experts help me, and I even got to use the QCDC again. I had a little help from Amadeus, too.
You mean Kent?
No, Kurisu. Anyway, I got some of the world's best brains on this, and they managed to find some debris that could do the trick.
Seriously?
We won't be using actual debris, though. We're going to borrow satellites from the Astraea project.
The Astrea Project.
You know about the space elevator that's being built, right?
Oh, yes. There was one under construction in the Pacific Ocean.
They're already sending material for it up there on a regular schedule. It's being used for space resource development missions still in the proof of concept phase. The Astrea project is one of them. Its mission was to use satellites to tow lots of small asteroids from the Apollo group closer to Earth. The asteroids are metallic and about 500 meters in diameter.
Then, in the future, oh, look at that, it's a massive raid.
Necrus
Welcome
Dark
on
Goddess
in, friends, welcome
said,
on in.
Chaos
My
Raid,
name
Chaos
is
Raid.
Jade, and I am a
Elusive
unicorn
Smoke
turtle. I am a
said,
bit slow, and
Chaos
not the
Raid.
best at a lot of
Nova
things,
Drake
but we all have a
said,
little bit of magic
Oh,
in
just
us.
had pizza.
Yes. Pizza, you say? That sounds fantastic. Pizza is awesome. I hope you had fun with your pizza, friend.
Stream Elements
What were you guys playing?
said,
Were you having
Look
fun?
who has
Were you
decided to
winning?
come swimming with us. This is their channel.
We're
https
probably going to win.
Twitch TV Necrus Dark Goddess.
Then in the future, asteroids collected that way could be used for further development.
Nova
That
Drake
made sense.
said,
Ooh,
Cheese
4
pizza.
cheese.
Necrus Dark
Warframe?
Goddess
I don't know Warframe
said,
too much. I've heard the
I was
name.
playing
I'm not
Warframe.
familiar enough to know it very well. All the cheeses. 4 cheeses. Yeah, that sounds fantastic, Nova.
And the satellites used for this proof of concept, Astrea 1, 2, and 3, all happen to be stationed at the space elevator's orbital platform.
So that meant...
The idea is to crash them into X-2038, along with
Nova
the
Drake
asteroids they towed over.
said, I did give you some, but I ate it all.
That's fair, that's fair. I bet it
If
was
the
super
calculations
nummy
are
too.
right, the impact would be in relative distance, 50,000 kilometers from Earth.
They calculated all that so quickly. That's amazing.
But Miss Lid didn't look too excited. It didn't seem like the strategy alone would resolve the crisis.
But that impact wouldn't be enough to outright destroy X-2038.
Nova Drake
Even if things went according to
said,
plan, only
I
about
want
40 to
smoother.
50% of the asteroid would be destroyed.
Yeah, it's important not to overeat though. Just be careful not to overeat. That's where a lot of Americans get things wrong. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. I do understand the idea behind that
Still be
though.
enough to cause major damage.
All the nummy pizza. It wasn't going to be that easy.
That's why we're looking into another plan too. One utilizing the Space Guard system. It's the space defense system deployed by the JUSDF.
Space Guard. That sounded familiar. The JUSDF Space Force set that up themselves, while the G26 nations deployed the SA-4D. Though, unlike the SA-4D, the Space Guard used large missiles placed in orbit, which seemed relatively simple.
There are 9 Space Guard missiles that can intercept X-2038. They could be used as a follow-up to the Astrea-sats.
And all that would be enough to neutralize even a 3,000-meter asteroid.
Though, no matter which strings I pull, I can't find anyone who can connect to Space Guard's HQ. It's looking like I have no choice but to hack into it. The security there is no joke either, so it'll be a race against time.
Kent could probably handle it, but he kinda has his hands full, didn't he?
Cross, Wind, can you go on the internet and get help from the hackers who have joined in on the quest?
They both nodded. Scientists, experts, even hackers from all over the world were coming together to deal with the situation. While
Status report. What's going on?
The ABMS is being hacked. It's refusing to respond to our commands.
ABMS, Advanced Battle Management System, used by the Air Force, is a cloud-based system that connects not only units on land, at sea, and in the air, but also military satellites in space. ABMS can instantly integrate the vast amounts of data collected from all its sensors, greatly improving the precision of its situational awareness in combat.
What? How could someone take over the Air Force's battle management system?
This can't be happening. No average hacker could break through this system's security. It's the very foundation of the Army.
Analyze the situation and take back control. Also, connect me to the Minister of Defense.
Right away.
What's happening?
We have an emergency.
We have many emergencies! I can't even contact the Prime Minister! What is it this time?
Someone has taken over the Air Force's management system. We've lost control over it.
What? And what does that mean?
We no longer have control over our unmanned vehicles. They're in the hands of whoever commandeered the system. They might attack indiscriminately, even civilians. They could even cross borders and wage war on other countries.
What?
Japan alone is host to about 500 of these vehicles. And we have no means of stopping them.
The 28 MQ-67A units at Misawa are scrambling, but Misawa issued no order to sortie.
The 15 units at Hyakuri have scrambled as well. We've lost control of over 30 more.
So far, Chitose, Matsushima, Iruma, Komatsu, Komaki, and Miho have reported that their MQ-67As can no longer be controlled.
We've received contact from the U.S. They're absolutely convinced that the hacker who took over the system is Cicada 3301.
So we're in the hands of a wizard. What is he after?
All units are heading towards Tokyo. It doesn't seem that he intends to intercept the asteroid, though.
Control! We have completed analysis of the target coordinates set for all MQ-67As.
Put them on the monitor.
That's...
I see. Their target is... Asuma Soga!
It's not my fault. This isn't my fault. I'm not responsible, so go right ahead. Kill him. Hisoka did? Did they get him or not?
Biosigns... detected. He is alive.
What? you monster!
At the same time, news broke around the world that the Pope was about to make an emergency statement. It was late at night at the Vatican. Popes almost never announce speeches at times like this.
This world will not meet its end with the asteroid. For that is not the will of our Lord.
The Pope's speech opened with the promise of hope, but the man had more to say.
The true end shall come approximately 11 days hence. We were granted this truth by Our Lady of Fatima some 130 years ago. January 19th, 3:14 and 7 seconds, Coordinated Universal Time. As foretold by our Lord, that is the moment when all shall come to ruin. Until that moment comes, let us join hands and find peace in prayer.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
First, the approach of a devastating asteroid, and now the Pope himself was declaring that another end was still to come. Regardless of nationality, faith, and race, his words were enough to instill panic in all mankind. A bunch of streamers were broadcasting Kent's drone attack on Asuma, albeit from a safe distance. The attack raged on. I had been watching for over 30 seconds, and it hadn't stopped for a moment. We could hear the explosions from here, and their vibrations reached the ground we were standing on. Some of the buildings Asuma had messed up were barely standing. They were starting to collapse. It felt like a battlefield. It also felt like I had gotten a glimpse of how brutal Kent could be. I realized how weird it was that Asuma could deflect all these attacks and stay untouched.
He looks like he's hurting.
The streams were a way off, but I could just make out Asuma. It seemed like he was crying, begging for someone to help him.
Hey, shouldn't you two get out of there? If the asteroid hits, you'll be underwater!
There's no point running now.
We couldn't get away, and if we made the wrong turn somewhere, we could end up getting caught in one of those attacks.
Also, the army's attacks are causing network disturbances all over. It's making the panic even worse. There's traffic everywhere, and the infrastructure is starting to fail.
Cross? You're cutting out.
There's network disturbances. The 23 wards and the area around Kawasaki are all affected.
Network disturbance. Was it 'cause of the army drones?
All right, everyone. Time to talk.
Miss Kumar, how's the situation?
Listen up, everyone. All seems good with Estrella. But I can't say the same for the situation with the Space Guard.
Hackers from around the world seemed like they were making good progress, though.
First, there's the network disturbances. The US is suffering them too. We were reporting our progress just fine. But after I got that data, we lost contact with each other. It might be tricky to connect with them again, all things considered. One more thing. To minimize the damage from X-2038, we need to hit it with at least 9 Space Guard missiles. We need to issue a command to move them into X-2038's trajectory.
The timing for that command is pretty strict, too. And I can't find a facility we can use to send it when we need to. The global panics made it hard to contact most comms facilities. I tried places on the ground and even comsats, but I couldn't find anything we could use.
What if they just adjusted the trajectory of the Space Guard itself? Would that shift the window a little? How about using multiple commands? Momo asked before I could get the words out.
They said they tried to look into those options. But if we tried those, we'd run out of either time or fuel. They're not viable options.
I see.
I figured the SA-4D could be used to change the trajectory of the Space Guard missiles too, but apparently that was unrealistic.
The SA-4D have been deactivated too.
Yeah.
SA-4D.
But it's not like they're completely inoperable. If we reactivated them, maybe we could get them to attack the asteroid.
All of them? No! They're too far from each other. At most, we could mobilize a couple dozen for a simultaneous attack, but they wouldn't amass enough energy to destroy the asteroid.
Damn.
Would it be possible to hack SA-4D's core systems, then change their orbit so they could all attack at once?
That idea's worth looking into, but I'm not sure we have time.
Everyone was bringing up whatever ideas they could find, but none of them were realistic. What if I loaded again? No, I was too scared of having another attack.
One more possibility comes to mind. There's a deactivated satellite in the area that would be just right for us. Just one, though.
Huh? Really?
There was one SA-4D sat that malfunctioned during Sad Morning. It didn't attack. Did you know that?
SA-4D-0144, right?
Yes, but 0144 itself doesn't matter. A certain rumor spread regarding what happened there. Apparently, 0144's malfunction was caused by a hacker who got in using another ComSat.
I've never heard about that.
Samesies.
That was the first I had heard of it too.
One of the people helping us out right now is involved in the SA-4D decommission project. He's my source for that rumor.
So there was a chance that the ComSat could be reactivated and used to tell the Space Guard missiles to move at just the right time.
But accessing that SAT and getting the channels, passwords, and optimal comm systems would take a while. And then there's the time we'd need to secure the channel from the SAT to the Space Guard missiles. Considering all that, even if we could get that SAT up and running again, the probability of our plan working out is still low.
So that was too much of a gamble as well. All this wishful thinking was getting us nowhere. We weren't in a position to drop everything in favor of such a remote chance of success.
But there may be something we can do. What is the satellite's name?
It's called the OnWeb Satellite.
Huh?
OnWeb 0023 to be more precise.
OnWeb?
Hold on.
I never expected to hear that name here.
Hold on, are you okay?
What's wrong?
Hey, Miss Lid, about that SAT. Was it launched in 2020? And is it listed as 45136Y in NORAD's satellite catalog?
The North American Aerospace Defense Command is a joint American-Canadian organization with an HQ located at the Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado. It observes satellites 24/7 and watches for ballistic or nuclear missiles, as well as strategic bombardments. They also have a Christmas-themed program called NORAD Track Santa, where they claim to use radars and other technology to track Santa Claus, bringing some Christmas cheer to children.
Huh? Yes to both. How do you know that?
What kind of coincidence was this? Was fate itself trolling me?
That's the satellite my dad did maintenance on.
What?
Give us the details.
OnWeb was an internet comms company, right?
Yeah, it went bankrupt 17 years ago.
I found an article about it. Okay, so back then, SATCOMs-based internet wasn't practical yet. I wasn't even born then.
Me neither. I wouldn't be born for another year.
My dad worked for them as an engineer. By the time OnWeb went bankrupt, they'd already sent 70 test sats into space.
And they're still in orbit.
My dad and the other employees were dismissed with the bankruptcy. But the company applied for corporate rehabilitation law. That's why they expected the company to come back eventually. And that's also why a bunch of the ex-engineers secretly did maintenance on the 70 sats that were already in orbit. They did it so those sats would be ready to go whenever the company recovered. That day never came, but Dad and the others kept up with the maintenance.
It's like a piece of my dream, continuing to brave the skies today. Even though everyone forgot about them, and they'll never be used again. The other engineers and I, we made them. We put them up there. And we're gonna remember them, look after them, until the day they burn up. That's why I still maintain it. Hey, Polon, if something happens to me, would you look after it for me? I guess this stuff doesn't make much sense to you. Sorry, Polon.
I suddenly remembered that moment when I was still young and Dad still had that light in his eyes. He stopped paying me any attention after our family had broken up, but he never stopped working on that satellite. Always with his back to me, always locked up in his room, always like that.
Don't disturb me. I'm working.
Miss Lid had just said that someone had used the OnWeb sat to hack SA4D-0144.
They say that if 0144 hadn't malfunctioned, there might have been one more crater in Tokyo. At least another 5,000 casualties.
Dad had saved those people. The workaholic who didn't seem to give a shit about his family saved all those people.
What the hell?
Why hadn't he told me? If that was true, then he wasn't just some incompetent asshole. He was the only hacker in the world who had stood against the sad morning, an event not even the most wizard-tier hackers could hold off. Dad was more skilled, respectable, and awesome than I ever was. He was the real hero.
Hold on. Look at this. If we could access OnWeb 0023 right away, we could use it to communicate with Space Guard missiles.
I reached into my pocket and ran my fingers across the keyboard in there. The reason why I could make a living as a hacker these days was because my dad had taught me programming when I was still little.
You're a fast learner, son. Maybe you're on your way to becoming a wizard.
A wizard?
Uh-huh. Hackers are wizards. We can make anything happen. Make the impossible possible. That's your old man's motto right there.
There used to be so much kindness in his smiles. But after our family fell apart, I just stopped going into his room. I always just stood outside, looking at him and saying nothing. I never even tried talking to him. I turned my back on him too. The cat in the cradle and the silver spoon, and he never turned to face me. Like he was a man who never let go of his ideals.
Polon, what do you want to do?
If I did something now, would that make me like Dad? Yes, it would. And I had a motto of my own.
I won't sit idly by when someone's in need! Miss Lid, I know how to access OnWeb 0023.
Really?
There's something at my place. The equipment my dad used to maintain the SAT is still there.
We might be able to use that.
Give me a sec. I'll try accessing it.
I tried remotely accessing my dad's PC back in Nakano. But
no good. I can't connect to it from here. Cross, you're at Symphony now, right?
Yeah?
Go to my place. We're gonna need the phased array antenna for the comms.
Oh yeah, you did have an unusually large antenna.
That antenna is actually the only way to communicate with OnWeb 0023.
Alright, I'll go there right now.
I'll do whatever I can to get back to Nakano. Guys, sorry for being such a wuss back there. I'm gonna help too. I'll fight alongside you a little longer.
I glanced at Momo, then we made for the shore where we had moored the fishing boat we came to Odaiba aboard.
What do we do after we turn on the antenna?
We'll use my dad's PC. Its security's tight though, we'll have to bypass it.
I had never looked at my dad's PC. I felt like if I did, I would find some file revealing how he actually felt, and I didn't want to see anything like that. The PC had remained completely untouched.
If you can handle it, go ahead and hack it, Cross.
It's your dad's memento, though. Hacking it may cause it to crash and make it impossible to look inside. Ever. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
This wasn't the time to worry about that stuff. If this was the only solution we had, we couldn't afford to get hung up on the risks.
A QCDC could hack it in no time. But we can't get our hands on one of those with the comms in the state they are.
She's right. A QCDC could break through an old PC security like it was tissue paper.
There's another problem, though. Even if we can establish comms with OnWeb 0023,
someone had to input the commands for position control to properly communicate with the 9 Space Guard missiles.
we'll probably need a highly skilled specialist. My dad could do it, but I can't.
I think I know someone who might be perfect for the job.
Huh? Who?
Tengen.
He was an ex-astronaut.
Have you got through to him?
No, not yet.
Finding out that our world was simulated had shaken him up pretty bad. I could understand that, obviously. But this wasn't a good time for that old dude to be wigging out on us. I wasn't one to talk though. I had been a mess myself until a few minutes ago.
I'll see if I can get someone else.
You do that.
We have until an hour before impact to establish comms with Space Guard. We have to get this sorted before that.
That gave me an hour to get from here to Nakano, then set up comms so we could use OnWeb 0023.
I'll handle it.
I was never going to back down again. Tenjin Ozutani sat crouching at the edge of an empty construction site. He looked over the desolate crater. By his feet was an empty capsule that once contained some form of drug. Car horns echoed in the distance. Countless frustrated drivers were stuck in traffic. Oz had passed by many people on his way here, and all of them were panicking and desperate. Construction workers had no reason to visit the crater anymore, and the veil of silence hanging over it was at odds with the chaos outside. Looking up, he saw trails left by fighter jets. Oz could tell just by listening that the situation in Odaiba was bad. It was far from here, but he could easily hear the intense noise of combat coming from that direction. Fully composed, he reflected on how it felt to be experiencing the end of the world. It was all just digital data, after all. Everything, even his own feelings, had been composed by someone else. It was the thought of this that had driven him to despair.
Found you.
It was Kaoru Samezu. He was panting heavily. The man must have been running around searching for him.
Sure the chief of the CCO should be wasting time in a place like this?
I'll have you know I was effectively suspended after the pool hack.
Where's No-No?
She's resting in that car I parked over there. She was really worried about you too. At any rate, perhaps you could lend us a hand? We need your skills as a former astronaut.
Lend you a hand, huh? Think I'm gonna do that? The way I am now?
You don't appear to have your hands full.
Sure don't. I'm just sitting here being melancholic. I found out that the universe I'd spent all this time looking up to was make-believe. Someone made it up. Talk about a punch in the gut. What's the point of living in an artificial world? Even if we do what we can to survive, it's all gonna end in a week anyway, right? And what are the us above gonna do? Nothing. Just mess around. They might not look at our data at all. That's why there's no point in this world.
So those are your grounds for giving up on life? Please don't say such things. You sound like a mopey teenager.
It doesn't count as moping if I'm right, right? You heard what Cicada said, didn't you?
Oz, mankind's imagination knows no limits. It's strong enough to overcome even fate. And as we speak, many people are fighting desperately against that fate.
Oz stood up and walked over to Kalru.
Even the impulses of your soul are artificial. You're being fooled into thinking you can do something about all this.
That will only be true if we fail. If we can prove that we're masters of our fate, then our world won't be artificial anymore.
This world ain't designed for you to succeed. It's a simulation through and through. Quit dancing in the palms of their hands.
The very designs of the world are already falling apart. You saw what Asuma Soga did. Are you gonna tell me that stuff was by the book? That it followed our creator's rules?
Kalru grabbed Oz by the chest and pulled him close. Usually a composed man, such a gesture was unlike Kalru.
There's no better time to dance than now! Right now, you're more pathetic than Asuma Soga! Sure, he's crying his heart out and throwing a fit, but at least he's got the guts to destroy the world that's forsaken him! What about you? Are you really going to sit here and do nothing? If everything's meaningless, then there's as much meaning in trying to save it all as there is in giving it up! I say we dance! I say we dance hard! Please! Let's show the children that our world is neither fake nor artificial! That's what adults are supposed to do, right?
That idea only worked when we bought into the lie that ours was the only world.
The real end will only come when we deny our own souls. In other words, now's the time to believe our souls are real and do something about all this. I am the captain of my soul, and you of yours. We will prove that. The most important thing is what you decide for yourself, right?
Never thought I'd hear you come out with something that childish at your age. Feels like old times.
Oz looked into the distance and sighed. The breakwater was completely destroyed. It was even worse than when Momo and I reached Odaiba. The clash between Asuma and the army had been so intense that giant waves had formed. I felt like they would sweep me away if I got too close. Places that had been fine before dawn were now underwater, and it was hard to get anywhere without getting soaked. But we ignored how drenched we were and walked ahead. I heard explosions above. I had lost count of them at this point. Drones were going down one after another. Smoke from explosions had filled the air overhead. Large pillars of water rose from the sea. They moved as if they had a mind of their own, attacking the coming drones. Momo pointed at a deck some distance from the shore of Odaiba. Was that tip just now? Tip list. Georgia Guidestones, a monument built in Georgia in 1980. It contained 10 commandments written in 8 languages, and was the subject of various conspiracy theories and speculation. The first commandment was maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. The 8 languages it used were English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindu, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. Deep State, a conspiracy theory regarding the US government, It claims that the people with actual political power are neither the president nor the members of Congress, but individuals or groups that control them from the shadows. That's probably this up here. The Georgia Guidestones will come to fruition. Okay, that's what that is. I haven't been worried as much about reading those, but was a Deep State's plan all along? Yeah. I saw a familiar boat there, the one we had used to get here from Umino Mori. It had been split in half.
Damn it! We can't use that.
This would cost us some time. We had to hurry up and find another way.
Cross, how are things at your end? No good. I can't get through to him.
The network disturbance was only getting worse. I had no idea what was going on, so the best thing I could do was focus on getting us out of here. Could we find another boat amidst this chaos? Honestly, taking a boat out onto Tokyo Bay seemed a lot like suicide at this point. Another explosion. The shockwave shook the air. I looked up.
It's falling this way!
The downed fighter spewed smoke and fire as it hurtled toward us at breakneck speed. We would be dead in an instant if that thing landed on us.
Run!
I screamed to Momo. I tried to run as quickly as I could, but the drag of the water around my legs kept me from getting any traction.
Damn it!
Debris rained down endlessly around me. I would die if a single piece hit me. The fighter itself was getting closer and closer, like it was heading straight for us. No, it was going to crash into us. The flaming fighter was right on top of us. I couldn't dodge it. My legs wouldn't move. And so we died. The end. Try and find an alternate escape route. Going by sea isn't a viable option, obviously. Dooba 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 doop doop doop. Dooba 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 doop doop doop. Game start. Load auto save. This one. Doop. Okay. Fast click a little bit.
Hold on.
Just a little bit.
Damn it.
And then over
Cross.
here. Can't get through. Dooba dooba doop. Dooba dooba doop.
It's falling this.
It's falling this way. What are we going to do? Do do do. Do.
Yeah, I get it.
Now's not the time to be scared about using it. It makes no damn sense not to. There.
Momo, stop!
We were walking to the breakwater.
The boat's wrecked. Let's go by land.
Huh? Okay.
Momo instantly agreed. She must have realized I had loaded.
It'll take longer, but let's use the tunnel.
Odaiba was destroyed, along with the bridges leading to Umino Mori and Ariake. The area leading to Ariake was especially bad. The landscape itself had changed, and it didn't look like we could make it there on foot. But maybe the tunnels were still intact. 2 tunnels led to Odaiba, the Shuto Expressway's Tokyo Harbor Tunnel to Oi, and the Route 2 tunnel connecting to Umino Mori Park. The latter had collapsed though, we saw on the way here. That was why we had to use the Tokyo Harbor Tunnel. Thankfully, it was still structurally sound. There were some crashed and burning cars here and there, but nothing impassable. I looked up to see a chopper flying overhead. Was that one here to attack Asuma too? The road inside the tunnel was a real mess. Cracks on the walls were leaking water, and vibrations strong enough they passed for earthquakes kept shaking the place. It could fall apart at any moment. Still, this was our only choice.
Let's go.
Momo strolled into the tunnel without a moment's hesitation. I followed after her, watching my step. The tunnel was about 1.3 kilometers long. Once we were through, we would be out of Odaiba. Hoping that Cross and the gang were doing okay, we made our way through the tunnel. The road inside the tunnel suddenly began to shake so hard I could barely stand. There was intense rumbling ahead.
Look!
Water. Was this tunnel collapsing too? We spun around and sprinted back as fast as we could, but the water was faster. It caught up to us. A massive force slammed into my back. It was like a wall was propelling me forward faster than I could process. It was carrying me away. I tried to grab Momo's hand, but I couldn't reach her. I was overwhelmed in seconds by the ice-cold water. Thrown around by the water, I soon lost track of which way was up. All I could do was kick my legs desperately. I couldn't breathe. Water flooded into my lungs. I couldn't even open my eyes. Rubble carried by the flow pummeled my body, but the pain in my drowning lungs was far worse. Damn it! Was this how I went out? Was this really the end for me? Wow, two bad endings back to back there, okay. Try and find an alternate escape route. The tunnel isn't a viable option. Apparently we've got a few unviable options for escape here. That's interesting. Doop-a-doop. Game start. Load autosave. Okay.
Let's go. Hold on!
We were right in front of the tunnel. There was no sign of the water yet.
Let's go.
Wait.
Huh?
This tunnel's dangerous.
I looked up at the sky. A chopper was making circles up there. Thinking back, the drones Kent used to attack Asuma were all UAVs. Unmanned aerial vehicle. UAVs are airborne vehicles without human pilots. I hadn't seen a single chopper there. Why was this one here then?
Hey.
This was the first time I saw a living human being besides Momo and Asuma since we had arrived at Odaiba.
Tatted Baldy Builder!
What?
Wait, that wasn't his name.
Graham Kingley! You're alive?
And he was here in Odaiba.
But why?
I was pretty sure he was at the Gaia Institution last night.
Asuma's transformation is partially my responsibility. You aroused my suspicions, but I wasn't able to deal with them fast enough.
I have to stop Asuma myself.
The chopper overhead flew down toward us, so it wasn't a drone.
Did you call it down?
Graham didn't deny
You're gonna
it.
fight him in that chopper? Don't you see what's happening there?
I'm a soldier. It's something I gotta do.
He was determined to take on Asuma, even if all he had was this chopper. I wouldn't let him though.
Hold on, let's get him to take us.
Yeah, we should.
I stopped Graham.
I want you to do something for us.
I have no obligation to help you.
You want to help Asuma, right? Don't force him to kill anyone else. Asuma created the asteroid, and if it falls, it's gonna kill more people than the Sad Morning. Right now, we're doing what we can to stop it. Please help us. All you have to do is take us to Nakano.
Stop an asteroid? There's no way you can.
Yes, he can. Holon can do it. He can do it if he uses the thing his father left behind.
Momo.
Yes, I could do this. I had to believe I could.
Come on, Graham. You know I've made it through some pretty insane situations. Going there to get yourself killed won't help Asuma. You're just trying to find a way to go out on your own terms. But we might still be able to help him. And the world. So help us out.
Please!
Momo and I both bowed our heads. The wind and noise were intense. Momo and I struggled to stay upright. The chopper landed, and a soldier showed himself.
Major! This place is dangerous! Please get inside!
Ram!
I shouted, and our eyes met.
Get in. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. We're going through a battlefield.
That's fine by me. Take the shortest route.
The chopper hovered upwards.
Change of plans. I'm calling off the attack. Take us to Nakano.
Roger that. Heading to Nakano.
What is that?
Momo was looking outside. She was at a loss for words. I followed her gaze and my jaw dropped. The combat was ongoing. The sky above Shibaura was filled with smoke from the explosions. Through the smoke I could make out a bunch of floating buildings. They looked like high-rises from Hamachi or Hamamatsu. The sight was like an illusion or a mirage, but it was very real. Several huge buildings had been plucked from the surface, lifted into the skies, and spun slowly in place. The buildings seamlessly transformed again and again as they intercepted the oncoming drones or consumed them entirely. Between the buildings and the pillars of water, the UAVs didn't stand a chance. And that wasn't all. The countless cars hurtling through the air had formed a vortex. Each of the vehicles moved as if it had a mind of its own. They decimated the drones. Kent was probably sending everything he could. While witnessing this, I felt like the army was going to run out of drones before Asuma was dead. Suddenly, the chopper began to spin. I was thrown around inside and almost hit my head.
What's happening?
We've lost control! The AI can't regulate our altitude anymore! It's ignoring the routes I'm putting in! The AGM-122 lock is gone!
You're gonna lose control of the system!
Turn off the autopilot. Glide manually.
Switching to manual control. It's not working, sir!
The chopper turned around and changed direction. It was heading toward the floating buildings.
We're being taken straight to Asuma!
At this rate, he would just shoot us down.
Can't control it!
Turn off all systems.
I can't!
Hold on! Look!
I looked outside again. and saw 3 giant pillars of water around the chopper.
Shit.
We were surrounded.
Damn it.
The pillars twisted like snakes, then closed in on us. They could easily crush the chopper with us inside.
We can't. Brace for impact.
And we die again. 3 times in a row almost. Yeah, that's nice. Whoop-a-doop, whoop-a-doopy-doop-doop. Dealing with the attack on the system is going to take proactiveness. Okay, game start, load autosave, chopper hovered upwards.
Change of plans. I'm calling off the attack. Take us to Nakano.
Rot.
What's happening? Turn.
We're being taken.
Turn off all.
Shit. Ram!
Damn it.
Dodge it!
The next thing I knew, I was going up in the chopper again.
Change of plans. I'm calling off the attack. Take us to Nakano.
Roger that. Heading to Nakano.
Graham, turn off the autopilot. You're gonna lose control of this thing.
Let me take control.
Yes, sir.
Disengaging autopilot. We'll do this, man. Listen up. If you want to survive this flight, you better sit down, buckle up, and hold on.
Momo and I nodded. More drones were being shot out of the sky outside. I felt shockwaves from the blasts rattling the chopper, and saw the columns of water still rising out from between the waves.
Don't get surrounded!
Shut it!
One of the pillars came close. It whipped in our direction, slightly grazing the hull. The chopper lost altitude after the jolt, and for a moment I felt myself floating. Seconds later I thudded back down though.
You okay?
Yes!
The chopper was spinning wildly.
I'm gonna recover. Back me up.
Roger that.
Momo and I could do nothing but cling to our seats as the chopper shuddered harshly. Ram and the pilot both took the control column and pulled it back as hard as they could. We were approaching the surface of the water, but moments before smashing into the bay, the chopper stabilized. We were horizontal again. A second later, another pillar burst out of the water immediately in front of us. The chopper turned sideways. The sudden movement was so intense, I felt like I was inside a blender. Slamming into the inside of the fuselage over and over, I clenched my teeth to bear the pain. Still biting down, I looked outside the window and realized we were no longer over the sea. We had entered a residential area.
We got through?
It looked like Shibaura was below us. The floating buildings were shrinking into the horizon.
Mr. Graham, what's that sound?
We had only just made it out of a crazy maelstrom, but a weird sound had me uneasy again.
Bad. The chopper's damaged. It's gonna struggle to stay in the air.
We started losing altitude again.
We gotta do an emergency landing.
No! It just needs to take us to Nakano. Keep it going.
You dumbass, we could fall out of the sky any second.
The fate of the world depends on us getting to Nakano. Insane times call for insane behavior!
Don't blame me when we crash and burn!
Buddy, this was a suicide mission from the get-go. Just keep the ground away from us a little longer.
I cried out as I gripped desperately onto the chopper's seat in an attempt to keep Momo safe and secure. Our altitude was all over the place, but we stayed airborne as we flew over the Shinjuku crater. Nakano was close. I could only hope we would make it all the way.
Keep us high!
I can't! We're losing power!
The chopper was in a spin. Momo and I were basically crawling on the floor, trying not to get flung around the cabin.
I'm going for an emergency landing!
But where were we? What were we going to crash into? My place had to be close now.
School! Go for the yard!
Prepare for impact! Brace yourselves!
I held Momo's body and braced.
You guys okay?
Yeah, I think so. Nice flying.
Honestly, I couldn't believe I still had all my limbs. I crawled out of the crashed, tilting chopper. I had to run the rest of the way, and right now. But the moment I looked up...
You're still struggling in vain? Why? Why aren't you giving up? Do you enjoy pissing me off? Does it make you happy?
Did you pop up here just to ask that shit? If you're gonna do that, then just delete the damn asteroid!
As if I'd do as you told me. You're always crawling and buzzing around. Man, you're annoying. You're really getting on my nerves. You don't know when to quit. How many times do I have to tell people to stay out of my way?
Out of nowhere, an intense shockwave smashed into me.
Momo!
I tried to grab hold of her, but before my hands could reach her, I was sent flying and slammed into the wall of the school. I felt my bones creaking. My body hurt so bad I couldn't get up. Momo had collapsed. She had been thrown into a wall too.
Momo.
She was coughing up blood, but at least she was alive. The shockwave had even exploded our chopper. Where were Graham and the pilot? Had they gotten out okay? I shook my head. I couldn't afford to worry about them now. I'm not here to mess with Asuma. I have to get past him and make it home somehow. The flashbacks still scare me, but I have to load. Let's do this, Anon.
So this is how you predict the future.
What?
Asuma appeared instantly in front of me.
You know what? I'm deleting it.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing? Stop it!
Okay, that looks almost like the first save file. When we, at the very beginning of the game, the first save file looked just like that. And we saved on the second save file, one that we couldn't load. Feel like that might be important.
This should do it. Maybe now you'll get it through your thick skull. How meaningless everything is!
It was slipping through my fingers. I was powerless. I couldn't stop it fading.
Asuma!
I heard a gunshot. Gran had fired at Asuma. The bullet didn't connect though. Asuma himself had already vanished, like he was never there.
Shit! God damn it! What the fuck did you do? Fuck!
Hey, what's wrong?
My saves. They're all gone.
And it's still there. They're like gone, but they're still there. Except, yeah. Like it's empty.
I can't make new saves
Hmm.
either. This means I can't save or load anymore. He literally disabled me. I can't do shit.
Hey!
Graham grabbed me by my clothes.
No idea what any of that means, but you have something more important to do than mope around here, don't you?
That just means you gotta get right on the first try, bruh. Like most people. Momo had stood up despite her wounds. She was holding my hand. Blood trailed from the corner of her mouth. She must have been hurting all over. But I saw a strong will in her eyes, a light that wouldn't go out without a fight.
We need to go.
Limbs deleted, powerless, as if I still had something.
You're a fast learner, son. Maybe you're on your way to becoming a wizard.
I had the programming knowledge my dad had taught me, my skills as a hacker. Graham let go of me and slapped my back.
Got it!
I broke into a run. Asuma was ignoring me, so this was my chance. Enduring the pain that was racking my body, I somehow made it all the way home.
Cross!
I burst through the door to find not only Cross, but Miss Lid and Wind there too.
Hold on! You're alright!
Momo too! You actually made it in time. Wait, you both look awful.
We're okay.
You didn't load?
I can't load anymore. Asuma deleted all my saves.
He what? I see. You did good making it here.
What's the situation?
The antenna's powered up and we're currently hacking into your dad's system.
I shot Cross a nod, then connected a keyboard to the PC and set about helping him.
Why are you two here?
The network disturbances are making communication tough, so we thought it better to be here just in case. Makes sense, right? Wynn's here to control OnWeb 0023's position. He said he likes video games, so I brought him along.
A retro joystick sat in front of Wim, so he was going to use that to control the SAT.
I'm a gamer, but not like a pro gamer.
He was really tense. Two things had to be done. Sending commands to the Space Guard missiles would be simple as long as the channel was open, but positioning OnWeb 0023 so it could open the comms channels required pro-level skill. We had to do that for 9 Space Guard missiles in total, and the transmission timing for each of them was slightly different. This meant we needed both perfect timing and enough expertise to improvise. Wind was deathly pale. He was nothing like his usual self.
You can do it, dude. Just keep telling yourself that.
Oh, okay.
He was shaking like crazy, but he nodded along anyway.
Miss Kumar, can you send me the control manual too? I want to learn it, just in case. I don't know if I'll be able to handle it, but still.
You won't be able to.
Not with those injuries. If push comes to shove, I'll do it myself. You get some rest, okay?
Okay.
Hold on. The Estrella satellites are all set. Give it 15 or so minutes and they'll hit X-2038. We hacked into the Space God missiles too. We'll be able to control them now.
So all that was left was this.
I've bypassed security. Oh, wait, not yet.
We thought we finally made it through, but there was one more barrier.
This is a password input. An old and simple security measure.
A password, huh?
I'll look for a way around it. But it seems this layer of security was implemented recently.
Recently? How recently?
It was added within the last 3 years.
3 years. BMI was commonplace 3 years ago. There was no reason to use a security measure as outdated as a password.
A QCDC could probably get past this in a second, but the comm situation put them all out of reach.
The city's internet infrastructure was basically on life support. That made connecting to QCDCs in the US tough.
Do you have an idea what the password could
Stay
be?
moist, my friends, hydrate.
Give me a moment to think.
I couldn't load anymore. All I could do was guess the password my dad set up.
The time window during which we have to send the commands is 3 minutes away. We'll have 268 seconds once it starts.
By then, we had to set up a channel to OnWeb 0023, change the SAT's position, connect to the 9 missiles, and send them commands.
Win, are you ready?
I'll try my best.
Wynn's fingers were trembling. I could tell he was going to give it his best shot, but he was so tense that I couldn't help but worry. Miss Lid felt the same way.
I think I'll take over.
But.
Don't worry. It's not like I'm all brains and no guts.
Even as she talked the talk, her voice was shaking as much as her hands.
Liddy, you don't have to.
Karu?
We just got here.
Nice of you to make an appearance.
Mr. Samezu came in, followed by Nano and Oz.
You guys don't know when to quit.
Tengen!
I know what's going on and what I gotta do. Pass it over here, Liddy.
All right. Right in the nick of time. Don't worry me like that.
God knows why I keep letting you guys take advantage of my soft side.
I guess you just don't know when to quit.
I guess I don't.
You good now, Oz?
You're in no position to worry about anyone else. Your voice is shaking.
Can you blame me?
He was right. I was trembling like crazy. I still had the injuries Asuma had given me, and not being able to save or load anymore had me seriously spooked. I couldn't even type properly.
Hold on, there's no time.
I know.
I didn't know the password, but I couldn't just make random guesses.
Cross. How many do-overs do I get here?
2. Mess up 3 times and it'll lock up and ignore all further commands for some time.
Get psyched, kid. Remember the grit you had the first time we met?
Yeah. Gotta set the stage for you somehow, old man.
I looked around but couldn't find anything that might have had the password on it, like a sticky note or something. I checked the drawers too. I found his employee ID card from his days at OnWeb. Looked like he had kept it around to the end. I looked at the info on the card. First, I tried the employee number.
2 more tries.
So I needed to think outside the box. I had to look back at the past. Focusing, I sorted through all my vague memories of Dad. What kind of stuff had he talked about? Did he ever say anything that could form a hint? My throat was dry. I wiped my sweat on my pants and put in the next password. How about this? It was the first letter of the town he had lived in, followed by the year he moved there. Back when I was little, I had heard he often used passwords like this.
Please.
Wrong again. A terrible thought crossed my mind. What if his password was an AI-generated mess of letters and numbers? I had no chance of guessing something like that. I would blow the last guess, and we wouldn't be able to stop the asteroid.
You sure you can't load anymore?
Yeah, I'm sure. I only have one try now.
My saves were all gone. Well, there was that weird save that had been there since the start, but that seemed too risky to try out.
Okay, calm down. Don't get worked up.
That didn't help at all. My hands couldn't stop shaking. My chest was pounding so much it hurt. I could barely breathe.
It's time! The commands have to be sent within the next 268 seconds.
Hold
But the more everyone pressured me, the emptier my head got. I had one chance left. What could I do? I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't know my dad that well. Shit. I had come so far, but suddenly Oz hit me on the shoulder. The pain almost made me cough.
Deep breaths. You're not seeing the bigger picture, kid. Look around you.
Around me.
I looked around the room. This was where I had lived since I was little. The place where I had lived with Dad. I had memories of us here, together. They came back to me.
Hackers are wizards.
My dad's favorite saying, his motto, something he always said to me when I was a kid. It was like his legacy, imprinted onto my mind.
180 seconds!
Hold on!
Hold on!
Hold on!
I couldn't think of anything else. Would it really work, though? Wasn't it just some answer I had cooked up out of desperation? Was this the best I could come up with? What if it was wrong? I had no more retries. The lives of hundreds of millions depended on this. Did it matter that the world was digital? People would still die. I froze, too hesitant to press enter.
Hold on! Make up your mind and rush in there!
That's your old man's motto right there.
Yeah, that's right.
I had to make up my mind. I had to believe in myself, and believe in Dad too. Enter.
I'm in!
Yes!
Oz!
You sure took your sweet time.
Oz put on some ancient-looking VR goggles and began moving the joystick.
100 seconds!
Oz,
Tengen.
why the hell do you all sound so worried? Show this old-timer some respect. There!
He was so calm he did what he had to do without a single hiccup.
Sending commands! And sent! Looks like they're all on a collision course with X-2038.
We did it.
There's nothing more we can do here. Whatever will be, will be.
Oz lay down right where he was. He looked tired as hell. It wasn't my turn to relax yet, though. Even if there was nothing else I could do, I had to see for myself whether we had pulled this thing off. We stood near the Sun Plaza and waited for the time to come. All around us were people who looked like they had given up on running away. They were gazing up at the sky with despair in their eyes.
It's okay. It's gonna work. The Astraea Sats collided with X-2038 20 minutes ago. That part was pretty much perfect. I'm sure the Space Guard missiles are going to hit too.
They were set to reach the asteroid when it was about 30 minutes from Earth, or about 30,000 kilometers away. I didn't know if it was going to be visible to the naked eye. But even so, I gulped and looked up at the sky. Suddenly,
That's X-2038.
it was just a white dot in the sky, but even from here, I could tell it was no regular star. And if it wasn't stopped, it was going to crash into the Pacific in 30 minutes. There was no way for me to redo any of this. We were about to see if all our efforts had paid off. Cross, Wind, Miss Lid, Mr. Samezu, Nono, even Oz, who they had dragged into this mess. Graham, who had been standing outside my house. Momo, who was still injured and struggled to walk. Everyone was looking up at the sky.
It's okay. There's nothing to worry about.
She whispered like she was trying to convince herself.
Olon was incredible. Everyone was. They all came through. I'm sure it'll all work out.
20 seconds until the Space Guard missiles make contact with X-2038.
Please hit.
Hit! Hit!
Just hit already!
Hit! Hit the damn thing!
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hit! Break that thing apart!
It was as if my voice had reached it. A bright light filled the sky of the winter morning. The people around us looked up in shock and confusion. Was that light the world ending? Or the light subsided, and the scenery we saw, the thing we saw when we looked up, I couldn't help but laugh. I had only just made it out, but I had actually seen it. I had seen the asteroid explode and splinter into little pieces.
It worked! It really worked! Yeah. We did it.
We had one chance, and one had been enough. Momo teared up as my eyes met hers. We looked to each other. Standing in front of everyone who had helped, I threw my fist into the air.
Hackers are wizards! We make the impossible possible!
Hold on! Hurry!
Miss Lid and Nono both grabbed me.
You're heckin' awesome! All of you are awesome!
Even Wind joined them. He was so hyped it was impossible to tell he had been cowering a moment ago. But we were the only ones in high spirits. Some of the people nearby had cheered a little, but they got exhausted and fell into despair again straight away. Right. Things weren't over yet. We prevented the asteroid impact, but the Pope had declared that the world would end in a few days. Then again, That was a job for Kent. So, I suddenly noticed that Juno was here.
Juno! Are you alright now?
How long had she been here? I glanced at her injury. It looked like she had been treated. She must have found a hospital. Her expression was blank, but then she began crying her eyes out.
Kent. Kent. My brother. My dearest brother. Oh, my brother, no. Not my brother. Not Kent. Not him.
Hey, what's wrong?
What's wrong? You're wondering what's wrong? Well, you were wasting time on that asteroid. He was deleted. My beautiful brother was deleted by Asuma Soga.
Huh?
What did she just say?
He's deleted my brother. All trace of him has vanished from the world.
What are you talking about?
He doesn't exist anymore. Kent, my brother, he's gone.
Our joy quickly turned to despair. We had lost our only hope of saving the world. Saved from the meteorite just to be thrown into the fire. Under heavy fire, Asuma had flown into the sky. Floating above the Shinjuku crater, he looked down and clicked his tongue. He didn't like that Graham had shot at him while he was cornering Poon Takaoka. Graham's bullet would never have hit Asuma. It would have automatically stopped before it so much as grazed his body. Asuma was irritated purely because he had had to rely on his reflexes to evade it. Asuma suddenly began to break apart at the particle level. His body, completely untouched by the overwhelming amount of drone firepower, was shining as it split apart. It looked akin to magic, but Asuma realized immediately that this too was an attack on him. This meant there was still someone out there with the means to attack him. And Asuma quickly realized this person was the wizard level hacker, Cicada 3301, aka Kent Kurihisa.
Damn you!
Asuma halted the attack. Just before it disappeared altogether, his body, or rather, his data, reconstructed automatically. All he had done was wish for it to. The light consuming him vanished, and he was in perfect health again.
You're annoying. You're really pissing me off, Kent Kurihisa!
The moment Asuma growled those words, Amadeus Kent appeared before him. It was clear from Kent's expression that he hadn't intended to make such an appearance.
Why don't you get it? Right now, in this world, I can do anything I like. I can even summon you before me.
That power you wield is not yours.
I know that. And what of it? You do realize that those of you trying to protect the world are an absolute minority, don't you? The overwhelming majority wants only to be freed from the shitty world. Why not respect the will of the people? And respect my will, too. You're going to these lengths for yourself alone, and it's completely pointless. It pisses me off that you think you're in the right.
Be that as it may, I will not give up on saving the entire world. All existing world layers, and all the people living within them. The last 25 years have brought me to this decision.
Then save me too! Why are you trying to kill me? This is why the whole simulation is trash! Just disappear already!
The white noise of static interference suddenly began crawling over Kent's body. In a moment he was the one consumed by light, and in another moment he disassembled entirely. Fragments of light floated around for a few seconds, but soon those too vanished, as if they had never been. Asuma had completely deleted Kent Korihisa, and it wasn't just his body that he had deleted. He had deleted Amadeus Kent Korihisa's data in its entirety. Data that once spread all over the world was now gone without a trace. He hadn't neglected to delete the original Kent's data either, nor the Amadeus system offshoot Kent had built. Kent was gone, and he could never come back. Normally, it was impossible to delete data without leaving a single byte of information behind, but as he was now, Asuma could accomplish that feat without any trouble. If he wanted to, he could delete the very memories of Kent Korihisa and Cicada 3301 from the minds of everyone who knew of them.
I told you, in this world I can do anything. You should thank me. I freed you from a 25-year curse.
Now Asuma could finally end the world. The asteroid he had created would collide with Earth in half an hour. It would instantly kill hundreds of millions. He looked up at the sky and was left speechless. The asteroid was hurtling closer, but as it did, it was pierced by a few small lights, and the sky was drowned in light. Asuma knew instinctively that the asteroid had been destroyed. The world would not end at his hands. The future had been changed.
Who did this?
He yelled in outrage, but he already had an inkling as to who was responsible.
It was you, wasn't it? Lucia, you and pull on Takaoka!
The CCO office, which was usually at least somewhat lively, was totally silent today. Being alone in this empty office made me feel a bit uncomfortable. The door swung suddenly open, and Chief Samezu walked in.
Oh, Chief.
His eyes widened in surprise when he saw me.
You're here already?
Oh, yeah. It was surprisingly simple. The roads were empty. You'd never know about all the panicking this morning.
Yes, I noticed that myself.
The explosions in Umino, Mori, and Odaiba, the drones that ran amok, the asteroid that almost hit the planet. So many things had happened in such a short time, but as CCO officers, we were completely powerless to stop any of them. The chief had been suspended after the pool hack, and it was hard to tell who was in charge of who anymore. The situation had blown into such a large-scale crisis that we couldn't have done anything about it if we had wanted to. If the asteroid had fallen, Tokyo would have been destroyed. That was why, until now, I had been at home with Riko and Iroha. We had been sitting together, shaking as we waited for the asteroid to arrive. But the asteroid had suddenly exploded before impact, and I was still alive somehow. That was when Chief called us. He told anyone who would work today to come into the office. I hadn't been informed about his suspension being lifted, so I assumed he was planning something himself. When I saw the message, though, I couldn't ignore it. I rushed to the office right away. Riko and Iroha said that they would catch up with me after they got changed into their uniforms.
Shouldn't you be back with your parents?
That's out of the question at the moment. The highways are gridlocked, and neither Maglevs nor the bullet train are operating.
When X-2038 was on a collision course with Earth, countless people had tried to evacuate, even while knowing there was no way out. The roads had ended up an absolute mess, with almost everybody in a desperate rush to evacuate. Evacuating was the right decision, though, in a way. Experts predicted that the asteroid would cause a tsunami over 100 meters tall, but it had broken apart and its fragments were expected to cause much less damage. The news said there would be far fewer casualties now.
Chief? Would I be correct in assuming that Polon was somehow involved in the asteroid's explosion?
You would.
Whoa.
I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had a feeling he had done something.
He's really something else. Were you involved too?
No, I'm an independent party in all this.
But you know something, right? The asteroid incident may be over now, but we're still in a crisis. This whole thing about the end, is it really true?
Apparently so.
I knew it. So, how's the world coping?
I had seen the Pope's speech. Honestly, I didn't know what that was about, but it made me feel massively anxious.
Everyone is convinced that the end of the world is near. And word spreading around the globe that our world is actually fake. That it's artificial.
That this world is an Earth simulation. All digital. Is that true as well?
It's a notion hard to deny after witnessing what happened between Asuma Soga and the army. It was streamed to the entire world. Billions watched that battle unfold live. The Pope didn't include that artificial world detail in his speech, though. Most world leaders have expressed confusion at what he said. The US president is the only exception. He agrees with the Pope.
Did we find the Prime Minister?
No. Chances are he didn't survive. Judging by foreign social media and the like, it looks like most people have accepted the statement as truth. It also appears that pious people who truly believe in God have fallen the deepest into despair.
Huh? Why are people in other countries so much more depressed?
We're talking about countries with far higher populations of religious people than Japan. If the world is an Earth simulation, then God would have to be its developer, or Gaia itself. Neither of those is anything like the God they believed in. God turned out to be nothing more than an AI, or another person at best. For anyone who found solace in the existence of God, a revelation like that is akin to an outright denial of their life's meaning. The despair is spreading to the extent that people around the world are committing suicide en masse. This is an AI estimate, but it's possible that the number already exceeds 100,000 deaths.
What?
That many already, but the Pope's speech wasn't even that long ago.
The number will surely increase as time passes. We could end up with a figure a dozen times larger.
I had no idea that was happening.
Only half a day has passed, but already the world's economies have shut down and order is crumbling. People are split between two extremes. They're choosing either to go outside and throw caution to the wind, or to lock themselves in and wait for the end. Burglaries, murders, rapes, and other crimes are bound to occur. And since police will soon stop functioning, said crimes will go unchecked. Odds are that even the army will throw in the towel. Officers and soldiers are people too, after all. And none of them have any incentive to work anymore.
So things were just going to spiral further out of control over the next 10 days, until the world ended. But after hearing about what Polon did,
That's exactly why we should do whatever we can to help whoever we can. I won't let some boy hacker out-assist me. Chief, if you want me to, I'll sing for a week straight.
We don't need songs right now.
What? But what do you always say?
You're right. Idols make smiles.
And smiles make idols.
With everything that's going on, this is what you're doing?
We were joined mid-pep talk by several members of the CCO.
You're all fired up, aren't you?
I guess you could say that.
Surprisingly, besides us Cyber Force dolls, about 10 other people had come in. They were all checking everything else was alright.
Thank you so much for your support.
The chief bowed deeply.
There's something I need all of you to do. We must locate information regarding Worldline collapse. That Cicada 3301 left somewhere out there.
I didn't really understand what the chief was talking about. Still,
This may well be our final task as Cyber Countermeasures Office. I'll be counting on you. And lastly,
he glanced at me.
always remember to wear your cute smile.
Yes, sir.
If this was going to make the world a better place, or help even a single person, I was ready to go above and beyond.
Come on in.
Hey.
Fried garlic chives and liver, please.
Coming right up.
The world was about to end, so hardly any businesses were open. I was pretty shocked when I saw this place was carrying on like normal. Still, it was lunchtime, but Oz and I were the only customers here.
You're looking a little worse for wear.
I guess the world and I have that in common right now. Wait, I just remembered that I never thanked you. I couldn't have pulled off the meteor hack without you. Thanks.
It's not like I did it all by myself. You guys ran most of that relay race. I just carried the baton to the finish line. And I had to get scolded by a guy half my age before I knew what was what. That did help me get back on my feet, though. Anyway, enough about me.
Yes, I wasn't here to thank him.
Talked to Juno yet?
Well, yeah. Took a lot to calm her down. She almost killed me a bunch of times.
After losing Kent, Juno was in such a bad way that it had taken all of us to pacify her.
In the end, there was nothing they could do to bring back Kent Korihisa.
Miss Lid had contacted Kurisu Makise about looking into Amadeus Kent.
Turns out that all his data, and even the systems related to him, were wiped off the face of the Earth. The job was real thorough, apparently.
It was nearly impossible to delete every trace of something from the internet. But Asuma had done it, and he had done it in an instant.
And there might be some local data somewhere that nobody had noticed, but finding it would take time.
This is Asuma's handiwork we're talking about here. There's no way anything's left. Up till now, I figured Kent would just take care of things for us. That was why Momo and I had been looking for him. So him getting scrubbed has really screwed stuff up.
And since I couldn't load either, I couldn't even go back to that moment and try again.
Garlic chives and liver stir fry.
The guy put the dish in front of me.
Thank you.
None of the local supermarkets, convenience stores, or internet delivery services were working properly. Just getting food was a mission in itself right now. Hot meals like this were something to savor. But I wasn't actually that hungry. I had kinda ordered it out of habit. Still, I wasn't gonna waste it. I scooped up some white rice with the liver.
So, what did you learn from Juno? Did you find out what Kent was planning?
No, Kent didn't tell her much either.
Even though they were brother and sister?
Well, that's probably why she's so messed up in the first place. But the CCO's onto a good lead.
They had spent the past few days carefully sifting through all sorts of internet logs.
Good old Karu. How'd they find it?
Through Pietro Bertone, the man who died at the Sagrada Familia 12 years ago.
Ah, the cardinal who burned up. He was anti-fate, wasn't he?
He raised Rosario too.
Apparently, Kent trusted Bertone a lot. They used to communicate in secret. With Rosario's help, we followed a trail to a paper notepad, and Kent's name was in there.
Rosario hadn't fully recovered yet, but she still flew to Spain to find it.
There was a hint in the notepad about how the world could still be saved.
Gotta love analog. So, whatever it is that Kent left, can someone make it work?
Probably not. Kent was plotting to hack the Earth simulator.
You mean Gaia? What's the purpose?
Not the Gaia in our world layer, but the one above us.
Whoa. So...
He wanted to hack this world. World line collapse. That's what Kent came up with in order to save all the world layers. And to pull that off, apparently he was planning to put this world under stress. Or high load.
High load? We're talking quantum computer here.
But there's no other way to force a world line divergence in every single world layer at the same time. The problem is, only Kent Kurihisa, the top echelon of wizard tier hackers, had a shot at it, if that. No run-of-the-mill hackers can pull that shit off, even if there's thousands of them and they spend their entire life trying to do it.
Well, at least it was clear we would never get this done before the end of the world. We had shared it on 4chan's hack board, obviously, and people were talking it over, but still...
Things don't look so good.
The fried garlic chives and liver were bland. It wasn't like the chef had forgotten how to cook. I just wasn't in any state to enjoy food. And I knew why. We probably didn't have the means to pull off what Kent had planned, and finding another way to save the world seemed unlikely. But, more importantly...
Hey... Oz...
Yeah? Yeah?
I couldn't save or load anymore. The thought had made me so anxious I couldn't sleep, and I had been vomiting up pretty much everything I ate too. Honestly though, I had been relying on it too much. After learning more about what Dad did, my emotions were in a better place, and I felt kinda proud to be a hacker now. But the end was approaching fast, and I didn't feel like I could help Momo without my abilities. The anxiety was crushing me, but despite all that, I didn't even have the courage to try loading the save data you made, Anon.
No. Forget it.
I just couldn't find the words. I was heading home. There wasn't a single person at Nakano Station. Everyone had vanished from the city. The fragments of X-2038 had caused a tsunami in the Pacific, but it was so small that there were almost no casualties. So that was the reason the city was so deserted. Right now, people were either locking themselves up at home and waiting for the end, or gathering in groups to seek comfort in others. Things were about the same all over the world. 2 days ago, this place was full of people running about or watching the asteroid coming down. But now, there were no such people here. Public transportation was non-operational, and the roads were almost devoid of cars. I couldn't even see any self-driving buses. Some businesses had brought their shutters down, while others had kept theirs up and been looted. Some had even been abandoned by employees and left with empty shelves. Some still had AR characters out front, though, cheerfully inviting more customers inside. There was nobody at Symphony tonight. None of us had gotten enough sleep over the past few days, so I told everyone to get some rest. Momo had volunteered to look after Juno. It seemed like she had something to discuss with her, though. I had told her to take a break, though. The economy had frozen, and society was at a standstill as people held their breaths. The world was dying a slow death already. At least, that's how the silence made me feel. A week flew by. The deadline was getting dangerously close. We had 3 days left before the end of the world, and no idea how to prevent it. A wasted week didn't do my anxiety any favors, given the circumstances. There were even fewer people out in the city than before. Infrastructure had collapsed, and people who hadn't prepped couldn't even get any food. All they could do was starve as the end approached. The snow that had fallen this morning made the city feel even more silent. That was when Momo called me out of the blue. She had spent the past week hanging out with Juno. I assumed she wanted to learn whatever else she could about Kent from her. It felt like it had been a while since I had heard from her. She said she wanted to meet up and talk, and suggested going to the park where we had first seen each other. I was already here, but I couldn't see her anywhere. I parked myself on a bench when...
Hold on. Sorry it took so long. Here, it's for you.
Momo joined me. She ran up and handed me something. I took it without thinking, then realized it was some warm milk tea.
It's my treat.
Oh, thanks.
I was surprised she managed to find something like this. Maybe she was a little late because she had been searching. The world's economy had practically shut down. Pretty much every vending machine had been emptied already. The milk tea was so warm that
Polan? What's wrong?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
My anxiety must have shown on my face. This sudden kindness almost broke me. I felt like I was about to cry out. No, not just any kindness. It was Momo's kindness. Maybe that's why.
I don't think I can help you anymore.
Sitting on the bench, I looked away from her.
I was relying on my saves. And now that they're gone, I just don't know what to do. I'm a third-rate hacker, too. Man. I sure am pathetic, huh?
At that moment, I felt something warm press against my back.
But doesn't change how much courage you've given me. Over and over again.
Momo. It's the other way around. Without your positivity, I would have never made it this far. I always said I'd help you, but you ended up helping me way more.
I'm glad you think that. That means I'm a valuable member of Nakano Symphonies. Hey, Polan. I need you to give me just a little more courage. Let me rely on you. Please.
Huh?
To save the world, I need the resolve to do one thing. It's something very difficult and painful. But I don't want to waste this one last chance. I couldn't bear to lose this world. This place that has you and everyone else important to me in it. And I think I finally know what I can do to save it. So, Polan, will you come with me?
Momo. But
I would be useless to her now.
I don't need someone who can save or load. I need you, Polan. As long as you're with me,
Through her warmth against my back, I felt her trembling, and it wasn't 'cause of the cold. I could tell. I didn't know what she was planning, but I still had to decide whether or not I should encourage her. Even if I was useless, even if I went out this way. This was about whether I could keep my promise to her, whether I was prepared to die for that promise. It must have taken a lot for Momo to ask this of me. She was asking me to die for her, for the world itself. Well, my answer to that was obvious.
I'll help you like I always have.
We would probably have to face Asuma, and when we did, I would be powerless. I would lose the fight in a second. I probably wouldn't be able to protect Momo either. Fear and anxiety welled up in my heart. But still...
I'll help you until my last breath. That's what my team and I are all about.
I was trying to look cool, show I had courage, and tell the truth, all at once. And it didn't matter that I couldn't prove I meant every word. And Momo's response?
Thank you. I'm glad I got to hear you say those words. I'm going to give it all I have. I don't want to stay useless to the very end.
Momo told me what she had in mind, and it was way heavier and more shocking than I could have ever expected. And getting me to go along with it before she told me what she was planning? Momo, that wasn't too kind. Night fell, and Momo presented her idea to everyone.
I have a proposal for saving the world from its imminent end.
She opened with those words. Juno was among the people she had called.
World line collapse is crucial in averting the end. This raises the question of how we can make it happen. Our world is digital, a Gaia simulation. I'm afraid that seems to be the case at this point. But Kent wanted to use that truth to our advantage. He believed we could control the world if we exploited a weakness in its system. A high load on the world would most likely cause the Gaia QCDC, the computer maintaining Gaia, to reboot. So, in essence, we would be forcing Gaia's simulation to reset. That's the outline of the world line collapse.
What would happen after the reset?
Kent's conclusion was that the world simulation would synchronize with the most recent state of the topmost layer, then restart. To be honest, the year 2038 problem isn't an unsolvable issue. Then why is it a certain, insurmountable threat to the world? There's an infinite number of world layers, but ultimately they all exist within a single computer, the topmost layer's Gaia QCDC. Meaning, if even a single world layer malfunctions, that will adversely affect the original Gaia QCDC. I believe the vast majority of the world layers have already addressed the year 2038 problem. The same can be said for our world layer. But that doesn't mean every single layer has dealt with it perfectly. It's down to pure probability. The more layers there are, the greater the chance that one has made a mistake. And just one mistake is enough to affect all the other world layers. So to avoid that, all existing world layers need to receive a mandatory data fix for the year 2038 problem.
I see. Which leads to causing the world line collapse here.
Yes. Assuming that the topmost world layer has eliminated the year 2038 problem, we will bring about the world line collapse, reset all world layers, and synchronize them with the topmost layer.
According to Bertone's memos, Kent assumed that synchronizing with the top would actually turn back time a little. Earth simulators simulated the future after all, and considering we were in one of those simulated futures, from our perspective, the topmost layer was actually in the past.
A 100% sync rate between all world layers. This is synonymous with the year 2038 problem having been eliminated in each and every layer.
And after that happened, each world would progress into their own futures again, and the sync rate with the topmost world layer would gradually drop. The 100% sync rate only needed to last a single moment. A moment would be enough to reset every layer once, and that was what we needed.
Pretty drastic solution you got there.
Gaia QCDC exists in our world layer too, doesn't it? What would happen if we force reset it? Based on what you said, forcing Gaia QCDC in any world layer to reset from overload would have the same effect, no?
Apparently, Kent already tried that. He hacked into every QCDC in our world, Gaia institutions included, and overloaded them.
And? Wait, never mind. If that had worked, we wouldn't even be discussing this right now.
As you've guessed, nothing happened. That was when Kent concluded that rather than hacking into our own world as gods, we must hack into God's world.
He did say that, didn't he? But what does it mean?
It's a scenario where a resident of a world layer hacks the upper layer system running the Earth simulator that they're in. According to him, only a contradiction that intense would put enough load on the QCDC to force a restart.
So we have to influence the world layer above us.
Hack into God, huh?
Not even that is guaranteed to work, though.
Hold on. This whole talk is focused on resetting the world. But if that happens, won't we all lose our memories?
It wasn't just us. The memories of everyone in the world would be overwritten by the memories of their topmost world layer selves.
Then what's the point in risking everything to save the world?
If we consider ourselves as sentient beings distinct from our originals, then the closing of the world layers would result in the deaths of an infinite number of lives. I imagine that's what Kent Kurihisa was trying to prevent.
In the end, logic isn't everything. Whether to accept that you're nothing but data, or say, screw that and believe in yourself that you're human, Ken Korihisa chose the latter. It's a matter of pride.
I see. I can relate to that line of thinking.
Naturally, we would resist too. We weren't data. We were alive.
So, little lady, you got any plans to do this world line collapse?
Yes, I do.
Momo nodded confidently.
Kent tried to cause the world line collapse by hacking the world itself. But that was something only Kent, the best of the wizard tier hackers, was capable of.
She was right. None of us had the skill to do that. Hell, no one else in the world did.
So I came up with an alternate plan. Something I can do. I was originally an artificial brain, but one day I suddenly incarnated into this body. During my time with the Vatican, as an artificial brain and after incarnation, I was connected to their QCDC, Necro Pilgrimage. The purpose was to bestow miraculous powers, sacraments, to the agents of the Holy Office 513. I have this so-called factor, which is a quality shared among those who experience miracles, like my contact with Our Lady. And if someone connected with me online through Necro Pilgrimage, they would be able to use a sacrament. My plan is to exploit that.
Exploit?
What do you mean?
I'll head to the Vatican and enter the reservoir. It should still be there. Once ready, I'll call out to the people of the world and ask them to connect with me online. Right now, only the members of the Holy Office 513 are granted access to Necro Pilgrimage. But I will connect to it from the reservoir and open its channels to the entire world, so that we can have as many people use sacraments as possible. Apparently, after my incarnation, my factor became incredibly powerful, far stronger than it had been when I was an artificial brain. If several 100 million people used powerful sacraments at once, that could potentially put a high load on the world.
Sacraments were miraculous powers that normal people could never normally use, and she was thinking of granting them to millions. An overwhelming number of such unthinkable events unfolding at once would overload the world, Gaia, and force it to reset.
The world population is about 9 billion. Catholics alone amount to 1.3 billion. The key is how many people will be able to persuade into using sacraments.
You got any proof this'll work, little lady? You think it's enough to cause the world to reset?
I don't have any proof.
But Kent didn't either. His plan wasn't guaranteed to work. He knew it would be a gamble. That's what he said when he talked about the world line collapse.
This was the only plan I could come up with that maximized my ability. It might not be enough to overload the world. It's possible nothing will happen. To begin with, I have to go deep inside enemy headquarters to connect myself to Necro Pilgrimage. The agents of the Holy Office will be there to eliminate me. We only have one chance. And failure will mean the end of everything. Even if we succeed, the outcome may be different from what we want. But still. Rather than give up and wait for the world to end, I want to do everything I can for the sake of the world and its people.
Yes, that sounded about right. This was our only choice. We were out of other options. The stakes were high and our odds were low. It was a gamble for sure. But Momo was all in.
I'm not sure how I'll be able to contribute, but let me help you.
I can only do what I usually do, But if that's okay with you guys...
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
I'm a member of Nakano Symphonies, and we back each other up. Right, Polon? Polon?
Hey, Polon. Why haven't you said anything? You understand what this plan really means?
Tengen, what's this about?
Like the little lady said, it's got the potential to take out the year 2038 problem across all world layers. That means the entire world can be saved, along with virtually all the people in the world layers. All except for one individual.
There is? Who? Who won't?
You know who it is, right, Polon?
Oz looked at Momo.
It's you, little lady. You're the only one who won't make it. Your entire existence is gonna be wiped out.
What? For real?
Yes. Since there's no such person as Momo Aizaki in the topmost world layer, I'll be gone.
Ours was the only world with Momo in it. She was someone who should have never existed to begin with. The Gaia in the layer above ours had created her as a potential means to avert the end. When all the world layers had a 100% sync rate, Momo, who didn't exist in the topmost layer, would be gone forever.
So you were aware.
You knew about it, Polon?
Yeah.
That was what Momo had to make up her mind about.
Hold on. Are you okay with this?
Fuck no, I wasn't. But
I made a promise. So I'll help Momo no matter what. I'm gonna back her up with everything I've got, so she can achieve what she wants. She's one of us, and I'll be there for her. I'll honor her decision.
my fist clenched as I spoke. I was half serious, half putting up a front. No, I was bluffing. I had spent the few hours since she told me her plan asking myself whether I should stop her. But the thing was, it didn't matter if the end came or if Momo's plan was a success. She wouldn't make it either way. She knew that, but she wasn't wavering in the slightest. She had been that way since the moment we met, only ever thinking about what she could do to save the world. She had always done whatever she could to achieve that goal, and I had promised to help her in any way I could. She was in need, and I couldn't stand idly by. Momo wasn't wavering, so I couldn't either.
I'm in this with Momo.
Thank you.
That was my answer. No, it was our answer, the answer Momo and I had chosen together. A door opened and Felino Arcana stepped inside the Sistine Chapel. Outside, St. Peter's Square was full of believers. Their reactions to the crisis varied wildly. Some wept in sadness, others prayed silently, and select people were cursing the Pope. But all the buildings in the Vatican were firmly secured, so nobody could get inside them. The Sistine Chapel, which was often full of tourists, was no exception. Inside, the empty chapel was enveloped in a solemn aura, and the silence was almost deafening. But it wasn't completely empty. A certain someone was sitting below the fresco of the Last Judgment.
Welcome, Asuma Soga.
It was Asuma, all alone. He seemed like a frail little boy. It was hard to imagine that this was the child who had destroyed a Japanese city, created an asteroid, and plunged the world into such chaos.
How are you finding this chapel? Would you not agree that it depicts beautifully the wonder of the blessed end to come? All that has transpired is the will of the Lord. The promised end and the birth of a new world. I thank him immensely for his grace in letting me witness this moment. Asuma Soga, that you have come to us shows that we are of one mind. Thus, I welcome you, so that we might welcome the brilliant end together. We are faced with a certain danger, however. There are transgressors out there who dare to defy the will of our Lord. I expect you are quite familiar with them. You must loathe them, no? You've been an extremist from the moment you first set eyes upon their heretical forms. Do loathe them. Embrace your anger. And then join hands with us, that we might cast the transgressors into the flames of hell. We welcome you with open arms.
Shut up. Don't talk to me. Or do. I'll just delete you from the world. Maybe I'll wipe out your tiny little Vatican with you. So don't bother talking to me. I don't want to hear anyone anymore. I don't want to hear anyone's voice. Stop talking.
Why are you here then? If you are not here to cling to our Lord, or to use us to further your cause, then why have you come?
Because they're coming here. The two thorns in my side. They're the only ones who don't do as I want them to. The only ones! They even outplayed me when I tried to bring an asteroid down! They outplayed me! Me! They've always been like that. They never do what I expect or want. They're always one step ahead. They always carry themselves like they can handle anything! What the hell? What is this? Shit. I think they're so cool! I know exactly what they're planning now. I won't let them do it. I won't let them save the world. They think there's hope. They don't even have any doubts. So I'll break their spirits completely and then finish them off. That's why I'm here. Can't wait to see the looks on their faces. It's what they deserve for screwing with me.
Then we are indeed of one mind. Join us and...
Shut up. Are you really gonna make me repeat myself? Didn't you hear me the first time?
Felino shuddered at the sheer malice in the boy's glare.
I don't want to see you again. Beat it.
He was looking up at her, but she felt as if she was being looked down upon by an entity far greater than herself. This boy could erase her existence at any moment, and without any effort on his part. Felino cowered at the thought. It was the first time she had felt as if another had absolute control over her continued existence, and she found it deeply humiliating. Felino turned away from Asuma and walked quickly out of the chapel. The end was near. We had just over 3 hours left. I was in Rome for the first time in my life, and the whole place was silent. The entire world was deep in despair. There was no hope of salvation. God had abandoned us. I looked up at the sky above the Vatican. Dark clouds speckled a darker sky. Damn it.
It's like someone's warning me. I have a bad feeling about this.
We weren't even close to the Vatican yet, but I sensed someone there, a dread overwhelming enough to feel anyone in touch with awe and fear. It was like a heavy wall separating us from them. I knew they were there. I knew by instinct. Below the dark sky stood the agents of the Holy Office 513 and Asuma, but we had come too far to turn back. Momo was waiting for the operation to start. She was sitting on the famous steps here in Piazza di Spagna. She looked pretty tense. Who could blame her, though? Some of us had considered starting this whole thing earlier, but this plan needed a whole lot of prep work, so we had ended up having to go through with it now.
Hey, Takaoka, check this out! More than 10,000 hackers have pledged their support now! We've even got some wizard tier hackers offering to help, like Dash! Based! They said they'll support Izaki remotely when she's trying to reach Necro Pilgrimage.
They're the same people who gave us such a hard time during the quests. We can count on them.
I had hated those hackers until recently, but now I felt like I should apologize. I really appreciate their help with this.
Okay, let's go through the plan one more time. The first step is to get Momo underneath the Vatican, where Necro Pilgrimage is kept. We've worked with hackers all over the world to establish 3 entry routes for when she's inside the Vatican. A, B, and C. When the operation starts, their security system and every door along the 3 routes will be disengaged. She should be able to get straight to the goal, non-stop. There are 2 problems, though. First, the agents of the Holy Office 513 are obviously gonna be ready for this.
The plan involved going into the enemy headquarters. A bunch of agents like Davide and Roman would be waiting for us. Just thinking about them made me shudder. We considered using Juno's quantum teleportation to get Momo to Necro Pilgrimage instantaneously, but if we did that, there would be no one to protect Momo after she got into the reservoir.
Our strategy is to have Momo protected by Polon, Oz, and Juno. Graham and his SFG are gonna be there too, so 71 people.
Graham and his soldiers had actually volunteered to help us with this. Not all the soldiers were from the SFG. They had also been joined by some elites from the armies of other countries. Having professional soldiers on our side was pretty reassuring, even if they were probably going to struggle with the agents.
They'll be dealing with any agents that show up. Momo, don't stop for even a second. Let the others worry about the agents.
Okay.
The other problem is Asuma Soga. We don't know where or when he's gonna make an appearance. If he wanted to, he could delete everyone, along with the Vatican itself. Polon and Juno, you'll have to distract him at all costs if he shows up.
Okay.
Okay. What about that sounds okay to you? Distracting him won't do it. I'll kill that little worm. He's mine.
Although he's gonna be alive and kicking once the world line collapse hits.
And his despair would be reset at the same time. At least that was what I wanted to believe.
I don't care what happens next. I'm going to kill him because I want to kill him.
Well, if you think you can do that, have at him.
I didn't think she could even put a scratch on Asuma. Personally, I was just planning to run around. It was all about how I would save my own ass long enough for Momo to cause the world line collapse.
The operation starts at 1:14 UTC. Everyone, prepare for it while you still have time.
It was minutes away now. I took out the handgun I had fixed to my waist and checked its safety, ammo, and stuff. Graham had given this to me, just in case. I didn't think it would help against Asuma, though. A sudden fear came over me, and I couldn't stop shaking. I wasn't the same guy who had participated in the quests anymore. Asuma could kill me in the blink of an eye. Struggling to cope, I wrapped my arms around myself.
I'm so pathetic. Damn it.
The midsummer sun smiles and beams at the cheer invited by the southern wind.
Momo was reciting that poem again.
A wondrous magic will soon show its gleams. The omen of tears and joy undimmed.
You still don't remember how it goes after that?
No. Maybe that's where it ends.
I had tried looking it up myself a few times, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
How about we add to it ourselves then?
Huh?
Let's make more lines for it.
I like that idea. Let's do it.
I knew the final battle was closing in on us, but this seemed like a good way to calm our nerves.
Let's take turns saying lines that come to mind.
Okay, then you first.
Huh? Me?
It was your suggestion.
Alright.
Don't overthink it. Like you said, just say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
Go on, say something.
Alright.
This was kinda embarrassing.
With courageous heart, we journey ahead. Your turn.
Let's see.
Momo looked around, but it didn't seem like she found anything for a reference. She closed her eyes and was likely deep in thought.
Past leaves of red and petals of blue. Peaches and honey abound where we tread.
Are those your memories as Lucia?
I don't know. It's the scenery that came to mind. I guess that's how I'd like the world to return to. Okay, now it's your turn. You have to finish it.
Big responsibility.
But the right words came to mind pretty quick.
To a world that's waiting. Hopeful and new. How's that?
It's wonderful.
Momo stood up and joined her hands as if praying. Then she closed her eyes again and began reciting it.
The midsummer sun smiles and beams. At the cheer invited by the southern wind. A wondrous magic will soon show its gleams. The omen of tears and joy undimmed. With courageous heart, we journey ahead. Past leaves of red and petals of blue. Peaches and honey abound where we tread. To a world that's waiting, hopeful and new.
Pretty cool.
Thank you. It's a poem by the two of us. For the two of us.
And it was a poem we would forget in a few short hours.
Momo?
Let's make a pinky promise.
Yeah, of course.
I joined my pinky with hers. Her finger was trembling. I knew right away that it wasn't because of the Italian winter. Momo was fighting against herself, just like I was. She was trying to face her fate head on. That way, she wouldn't regret the choice she had made.
Kent wasn't the savior. It was you, Momo.
Oh, that's not...
She was about to deny it, but she cut her own sentence short. She looked back at me, and I saw the determination in her eyes.
Let's save the world.
Yeah, And let's make it through this and meet again.
Hold on. Okay.
Our pinkies slipped away at the same time. We both kept smiling, somehow. The operation started. Accompanied by Momo's bodyguards, we had arrived at the gate leading to the Vatican. St. Peter's Square was just 1 block away, and I could hear the loud voices of the people gathered there. In this tight alley, though, there was barely anyone at all. But then...
Look!
Graham shouted. I looked where he was pointing. Against the dark sky was a human silhouette.
Asuma.
Standing in midair, he looked down at us.
Already here, then?
The bad feeling I had was right on the money. We figured he would be onto us. I didn't think he was going to be waiting for us like this. I mean, I knew he could see us from above, but still. This was way too early. We had only just started our op.
Asuma Soga! You'll pay for what you did to my brother! I'll kill you right now, and I'll kill myself right afterwards! I'll offer your life and mine to my brother as sacrifice!
Juno was raring to go, and I was happy to let them duke it out.
Juno! He's all yours!
Without a hint of a response, she disappeared. It looked like she had used quantum teleportation to get closer to Asuma.
Change to plan B!
Oz and Graham nodded. We switched from the direct route we had prioritized to the one that would take us through St. Peter's Square. With Momo's safety in mind, the soldiers sprinted toward the square. I went with them. It was hardly a surprise, but the plaza was overflowing with people. Weaving through them was tough. Maybe this route was a bad idea.
Well, that can't be good. Look, above the chapel.
I looked up to see Asuma on the roof. Where was Juno? Had he beaten her already? Was she really that powerless against him? The crowd around us began to take notice of him too. Most people knew what he had done in Japan 10 days ago. It wasn't long before panic took the square. People threw things at Asuma. Some begged for forgiveness. Others collapsed from the shock. A fair few ran for it. We were swept up in the rush. This wasn't good. Fighting against the surge, I did my best to keep an eye on Asuma. When I saw him, he was scratching his head, clearly irritated.
Shut up!
As soon as he shouted, the square filled with faint particles of light. It looked like a swarm of shining fireflies. The fantastical sight captivated me for a moment, but then everyone disappeared in an instant. The noisy square was silent. A few traces of light lingered, but they soon vanished with the rest. And before I realized it, Asuma was right in front of us. Did he delete them all? Had he killed everyone?
This is your fault. People around you are suffering because you don't know when to give up. Tell me, how many more people do you plan to sacrifice?
Don't listen to him, Momo!
If you keep going, I'll keep going too.
He could attack us directly if he wanted to, but he didn't. Was he trying to teach us a lesson? Was he trying to break our spirit? If that was it, we could keep this up as long as we were willing. I felt kinda disgusted with myself as I thought it. But we didn't have a choice here.
You're acting like a little kid starving for attention. If you're lonely, admit it. If you can't even do that, no one's gonna play with you. You're better off shutting yourself up in your room and showing off your teddy bears!
All that stirring had turned his face red. He started scratching at his head in frustration.
You're pissing me off! You don't even have your future predictions anymore! What's wrong with you?
Lightning struck the ground in front of me. Holy shit.
Hold on. The stun devices are good to go.
A bunch of drones were speeding toward us.
Nice!
They hovered over Asuma, then activated their stun devices. They were upgraded versions of the ones the CFD had given Momo before. They could easily suppress ground targets from overhead. Asuma's body shook violently. He couldn't move.
Now, go to the chapel!
We raced toward the chapel's entrance. It was further away than I had thought. The square was huge. As I ran, I kept glancing over my shoulder at Asuma. There was no telling when he would recover. The soldiers in front reached the entrance. The door should have been unlocked by now.
Smash it!
They moved fast. A few that were stood in front of the door rammed into it. Instead of breaking, though, it just opened up. Graham went to go inside, but suddenly froze. I looked inside myself and saw the chapel's walls and pillars twisting eerily like snakes. The sight reminded me of what I had seen in Odaiba. I looked back. The drones that had been hovering over Asuma had all been brought down. He was glaring in our direction and slowly getting closer.
No! Protect Momo at all costs!
I shouted to Oz and Graham. They ran deeper into the chapel. I was left to face Asuma alone.
Yeah. I'm not winning this one.
But I had to buy all the time I could.
This is insane!
I had acted all cool, but all I could really do now was run around desperately.
He's fucking toying with me!
Take the alley and head for Rome. I got a car waiting for you there.
Got it! Wait, where's Juno anyway?
No idea. I can't reach her.
Sure hope Asuma hasn't taken her out yet.
Doing as I was told, I hurried through the gate and onto the road outside the Vatican. Suddenly...
Huh? Snow?
White shrouded my vision as an intense blizzard overwhelmed me. Snow battered my skin, and I began to freeze as the cold racked my body.
Now, Whiteout! Where's the car?
I'll control it from here.
Red taillights appeared in front of me as I fought the blizzard.
Thanks.
I fumbled for the car door, then slipped inside. God damn, I was freezing, but I didn't even have time to warm
Punch
up.
it! What?
Someone's hijacked the car. It's not responding to my commands.
The piercing noise of an alarm filled the car. I looked outside and saw the snow outside blown away by the beginnings of an intense storm. The extreme winds flipped over several cars that were parked nearby. The car I was in started shaking and finally rose up from the ground. It flipped sideways. I hadn't put on the seatbelt, so I was tossed out of my seat and slammed hard against the interior.
You okay? Pull!
I crawled out of the car in a desperate panic. The storm made it impossible to even stand. A moment later, lightning hit the car and it exploded. The wind lashed my body as intense heat scorched my skin. I rolled around on the ground and just managed to grab onto a street light. My body was aching all over. I wouldn't survive 10 minutes of this.
He really thinks he's God, huh?
I knew myself how fun it was to get a cheat code and test out a bunch of new stuff in-game, but from an NPC's perspective, it sucked. In disbelief at what was going on, I stood up in time to see the buildings either side of the road collapse without warning. I ran as fast as I could. The rubble of the collapsed buildings was spread all over. If I hadn't run, I would have been
Hold on,
crushed.
I got you some spare cars. I'm sending them your way now.
No. Don't bother.
What?
This again?
The buildings were still full of terrified people. How many of them was he going to kill this
It's
time?
not safe there. You gotta move.
I did as he said and sprinted away. The road in front began to rise up. I did my best to run up it, but its angle suddenly changed and I realized I was running down now. The buildings either side of me were expanding and contracting. They merged, twisted around, and began to warp. I could hear people of all ages screaming inside.
Leave them out of this, Asuma! Don't blame me. This is all because you're running.
Asuma's voice sounded like it was right by my ear. I spun around but didn't see him anywhere.
What are you looking at?
The voice was right next to me, but Asuma was nowhere in sight. My eyes darted from place to place before I finally found him. He was standing about 100 meters ahead on the same street as me. In a second, the road was cut short and Asuma appeared right in front of me without having taken a single step. The town itself had been crushed together. The space between us had been compressed and disappeared. Everything and everyone inside that space had vanished too.
Shall I say it again? This is only happening because you keep running around. Because you and Lucia refuse to give up.
Asuma!
I tried to grab him, but he disappeared in an instant.
Shit!
This would have been way easier if he was just trying to kill me outright.
Hold on, something's wrong. Look at the sky, right now.
Huh? The sky?
I looked up.
The hell is that? The Tokyo government building? Hold on. The sky got connected? Wind, what do you see over Tokyo?
Dude! I can see the Vatican from here!
Holy shit.
Now you see, I would think that this would break the world just as much as whatever Momo's doing, but okay. I mean, that could just be me, I guess.
I've got a visual too! He really doesn't care about Backlash, does he? He's completely disregarded his role as the administrator.
It's really shaky here. It could be an earthquake.
Why connect Rome and Tokyo like this? What's Asuma trying to do?
Tokyo's coming down.
Run! You're gonna get crushed!
Yeah, I would think this would break the world pretty much the same as what Momo's doing, but okay.
Shit! Fucking shit! I gotta stop him, or else the Vatican is history! Can you predict where the buildings will fall?
No! There's no time!
An acquaintance of mine is working on a QCDC simulation right now. A precise sim would take time, but a rough one should be ready. Here you go. This is the forecast, though it's not precise to say the least. Remember, these circles are approximations. The buildings could fall anywhere inside them. The circles could be scaled down if we had more time, but this is the best we can do.
We gotta stop the buildings from crashing into the Vatican. Or else, the whole city's gonna be in ruins before the world even ends!
And that would mean the end of our operation.
Necropilgrimage.
I had finally made it. This was the Vatican's QCD scene, a bleeding-edge brain stored beneath an ancient building, a true blend of past and future. 2 months had passed since I was last here. Francisco and Jacinto's faces flashed through my mind. My heart ached at the thought of them, but I stifled the pain. Jacinto. I looked around. The number of people with me had dropped significantly. We were ambushed on the way here by the agents of the Holy Office 513, and a bloody battle ensued. The soldiers acted as human shields, so I could keep moving and make it here.
How many of us are left?
From my squad, 13.
Of the 71 that entered the Vatican, only 13 had made it. More and more people were dying for the sake of my mission, but that was all the more reason to keep going. Every few moments, I felt shaking overhead, as if we were in the epicenter of an earthquake. The shaking had collapsed in passages, forcing us to take longer routes. The quakes must have been Asuma's doing. I really hoped Poon was all
The
right.
Holy Office will be here in no time, little lady. Get to it right now.
Okay, I'll be counting on you.
I stood before the reservoir that had once contained me, the circular platform inside it. I quickly undressed, then moved to the platform itself.
Miss Kumar, start it up!
All right! Activating the reservoir!
A glass cylinder descended. It connected to the platform and closed me inside. The air was drained out as injectors on the platform began filling it with a special liquid. It was a relief to see that the mechanism still worked. When I was fully submerged, I would be connected to the QCDC. The electrical signals of my brain would be transmitted to it directly, with almost no delay. The fluid was also allowed for liquid breathing. Respiration while submerged in liquids rich in atmospheric elements such as oxygen and nitrogen. Research into liquid breathing dates back to the 1960s and is hoped that it might have such uses as lung disease treatment. It was already confirmed that the alveoli within human lungs are capable of taking in oxygen even while submerged in liquid, but the oxygen in water is so sparse that it is unable to support a human's vital functions, making liquid breathing something of a challenge. This problem was overcome by compounds such as perfluorocarbons, which can dissolve dozens of times more oxygen than water. Instead, filling the lungs with special liquids instead of water allows for an effective influx of oxygen despite the submersion, making liquid breathing possible. More and more filled the reservoir, and when it reached my throat, I started drinking. It felt uncomfortable at first, but I could breathe easily before long. This was far from my first time, so I was used to the sensation. Soon the reservoir was completely full. The buoyancy made me rise up and float. I checked to see what was happening outside, but nothing had changed. Oz and Graham were keeping an eye out.
Online.
Momo, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
The voice wasn't coming from my mouth. It was an artificial voice that the QCDC recreated by reading my brain's electrical signals. I wasn't sure whether it would be compatible with BMI, but it seemed as if we could communicate without a problem.
All right, I'll send the hacking program.
I was connected to the QCDC, but that wasn't the same as having full control over it. I ran the program the moment I received it.
Success! Looking good. You can start now, Momo.
Everything was going as planned so far. Until now, only agents had access to Necropilgrimage's core, but I was about to open it up to the entire world. Anyone who had accessed it now would receive supernatural powers. Next, I brute forced a connection to every communication faculty, public radio station, and internet communication network that I could. All I had to do now was call out to the world. This called for a once-in-a-century speech. The rest of the plan depended on what I was about to say. I quietly prayed for Poon, Francisco, and Jacinta to give me the strength I needed.
Can you hear me? I know that all of you are currently in the depths of despair. The world isn't what you believed it to be. And its end is coming ever closer. I understand all too well how you feel. It's painful and sad. These events are devastating. They're too much to bear. But please, please don't give up. We are not mere data constructed from zeros and ones. We are not copies of originals. There is a soul in each and every single one of you. And this is your world. Please don't give up on it. I once heard the voice of Our Lady Mary. She prophesied the end of the world. And she asked me to save the world. That's why I'm here. To ask the same thing of you. So please, access this address. You'll be connected to me, and granted the ability to wield miraculous powers. I want you to use them. I want you to prove that you're here. To prove that your souls are here. Please, I beg of you.
Suddenly, gunshots sounded outside the reservoir. I looked outside and saw unarmed believers charging in and attacking the soldiers. All of them were bleeding from their hands, the holy marks made by Felino Arcana. The soldiers were firing at them. The believers collapsed when shot, but none of them were even afraid of the weapons. Even as they climbed over corpses, they charged forward.
Shit, there's too many of them! We can't hold them back!
They were being overwhelmed. The Believers had surrounded Oz and Graham and taken their weapons.
Go! Let me go, damn it!
This didn't look good. They were going to be killed.
Lucia.
I heard a voice. It was subdued, composed, and feminine. The voice wasn't loud, but it resounded with dignified majesty. I couldn't help but hear it. There was a certain comfort to it. Felino stepped into the room behind the Believers.
I was mistaken to have ever believed that your incarnation was a miracle. To think that you would transgress against our Lord in this manner.
There were painful-looking wounds on Felino Arcana's chest. I knew those were linked to her sacrament, Stigmata.
You have abused the devotion of those who believed. You have no right to speak for God.
any transgressor here, it's you!
And again they said, Alleluia. And her smoke rose up forever and ever. Revelation 19:3.
Felino strolled up to the reservoir and reached for the switch to open the hatch. No, the plan would fail if she took me out of here, but I had no means of resisting her. I despaired. Would I be rendered powerless even here?
Come out and join us. Let us cleanse that body of yours. Your sins will burn you to ashes.
You're the one who's going to burn!
An abrupt impact knocked Felino to the ground. The person who had appeared was...
I made it.
Rosario!
Despite her wounds, she had gone to Spain to gather information for us, and I heard was hospitalized there. But it looked like she had recovered. What a relief.
Another transgressor.
Felino slowly stood up. She was holding onto her shoulder, with her face twisted in pain. That was where Rosario had shot her.
I won't let you touch her. Awent, Alino Arcana. All this time, I've resented the day you carved your detested stigma onto my body. Prepare to pay for it.
You cannot even use the sacrament. What do you intend to do here?
This. Momo, I'm connecting.
Rosario went online and connected to me.
This is your sacrament! Use it!
Lord, give me strength!
A golden glow enveloped Rosario's body.
What?
She could never use a sacrament before, but she had been granted so much power through me. Such a sight only strengthened my resolve. I knew this was the right thing to do.
Become Mary, the Holy Mother of 2038!
Me? Mary?
There had never been just a single Mary. Throughout the ages and in many forms, Mary had descended to impart meaningful words to us. Our Lady of Fatima, who had once appeared before me, before Lucia, was no exception. And now it was my turn to bless this beautiful world and its people with miracles. I hid in an alley, watching the skies as I tried to think of a solution.
Can you hack an army's missile base?
I just shared the idea with everyone on Hack, though I seriously doubt they can do anything that fast. Also, I'm not sure the falling buildings will be totally destroyed by missiles alone.
I know that, but it's better than nothing! Takaoka, I know it's pretty bad over there, but things aren't good here either. The videos they're sharing on 4chan are totally cracked. It looks like the end of the world, like it's all being flipped upside down. I had no idea it'd be this bad here too. Takaoka, Azaki, hurry up! Tokyo's falling apart!
Hurry up. Does he think we're here on vacation? Shit! There's nothing I can do here.
The scale of all this was too huge to handle. Even if I had saves, I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Hold on! One of the buildings is falling toward the Vatican!
The next thing I knew, I was sprinting in that direction.
What are you planning? Do you have an idea?
Like hell I do!
I knew I would just get there and be useless, but I had to go anyway. At least I could be with Momo. My lungs were close to giving out. Sweat covered my whole body. This was too much. I had been running for so long now that my body was at its limit. But what was messing with me up the most was knowing I wasn't even helping Momo. There was no point in even going to the Vatican now. There, the wall of the Vatican's border. I passed through the gate.
It's coming down!
It was too soon. Suddenly, I could see all around me. I looked up and saw a high-rise building. Its heliport. It was plummeting upside down. I froze in fear. The pain was unbearable, and I was so out of breath that I couldn't even scream.
Don't just stand there!
I felt someone grab my arm. In the blink of an eye, I was somewhere else.
I am not here to babysit you.
She had used her quantum teleportation to save me. A sigh rushed out from between my lips. I saw the building crash down near the chapel. It kicked up a dust cloud that covered the entire building.
Momo, you okay?
Don't worry. Necro Pilgrimage is stored somewhere pretty sturdy.
Miss Lid answered in Momo's stead. That was a relief, but the room Momo was in wouldn't stay intact forever. Juno suddenly grabbed me by my shirt.
Where's the brat? Did you see him?
I didn't. Hell, I want to know where he is too.
Useless!
She let go of me.
Asuma Soga! That audacious little shit! He actually fought back! He practically sent me to outer space! I'll kill him! He's as good as dead!
Stop whining.
I heard Asuma's voice. He sounded incredibly close, but the dust made it impossible to see where he was. The next thing I knew, Juno's body was surrounded by bits of light.
Wait, that... Your voice is grating, so you can disappear from this world too.
You son of a bitch!
Juno vanished in an instant. I instinctively knew that it wasn't quantum teleportation. Asuma deleted her, just like he had deleted the people in St. Peter's Square. He was so casual about it that it sent a chill down my spine. To him, deleting people was probably the same as swatting flies, but damn, seeing it was horrible. I couldn't sense him nearby. He had gone away somewhere again. He was clearly more interested in breaking my spirit than just killing me. But my spirit wouldn't break. I wasn't gonna lose. Tears escaped my eyes and disappeared into the fluid. I could see Necro Pilgrimage's machine room through the reservoir glass. It was full of bodies. There were people I knew, and people I didn't. People who had tried to protect me, and others who tried to kill me. There were so many of them. The mountain of bodies was gradually being buried beneath rubble as the surface shook violently. And amidst all that was Rosario, still fighting Felino. Another quake. More rubble fell, with some small pieces even bouncing off the glass cylinder of the reservoir. The glass was reinforced, but it wouldn't retain its integrity if the whole ceiling came down. And yet, I could do nothing but stay here and continue calling out to the world. All I could do was ask people to connect to me.
We've reached 500,000 confirmed connectors.
That's
We had less than half an hour left. How many more people could we get at that time? If we didn't have enough, the world wouldn't be saved.
It'll be fine. Here, look at this. And this.
This is...
People are making videos and streams about their sacraments. They're popping off like crazy. All the super charismatic hackers are doing it, and they're trending like nobody's business. I told you that 4chan's top-tier hackers would help, right? Well, hackers all over the world are doing all they can. All over the world! Videos are being uploaded to every site on the internet. Not just the internet, they're using AR billboards to show the vids in every city on Earth.
Hold on. In the last 3 minutes, the number of connections has gone up like crazy.
That's word of mouth for ya. Trends, baby, trends!
Yep, it's much easier to understand the potential when you actually see it. Let's hope the trend continues.
After the end of the world was announced, the mainstream media of the world had basically stopped functioning, so we had to rely on word of mouth instead. And so I prayed. I prayed for all the people in despair, and for all those seeking hope and salvation. I prayed that my voice would reach them. Six missiles flew overhead. They had been launched by some wizard-level hackers who had hacked into the Italian army systems. They all hit a fallen building and exploded over the Vatican, raining debris over the city. I really hope nobody had been inside. It was hard to tell whether the missiles had helped much, though. A couple dinky rockets weren't enough to annihilate a well-constructed building. Now with its foundation exposed, the building slammed into the ground, giving rise to a huge tremor.
Damn it! Not even that worked.
This was hell. Buildings all over the Vatican were being destroyed. The city was so decimated it looked like a bomb site. But not yet. I couldn't give up yet. I had to figure out what I could do. Yes, I had to think of something. If I couldn't stop the destruction itself, could I talk Asuma out of it somehow? What if I groveled and apologized to him? What if I just died right in front of him? Would that stop him? There had to be something. There had to be something I could. The sky was torn open again. I could still see the upside-down Tokyo, but there were now some new gashes up there. One was in the eastern sky, another to the west. Two new tears. There was something inside them. The Statue of Liberty and the skyscrapers of Manhattan were inside the one to the east. The one in the west showed Big Ben and what looked like a giant Ferris wheel.
New York and London.
With no regard for gravity, the three cities were tumbling through the rifts. They were falling towards the Vatican. Tokyo, New York, London, from directly overhead, from the right, from the left. I couldn't see the actual sky at all. The Vatican wouldn't survive this. If the wreckage reached the ground, the city would be done for. It would be totally leveled, reduced to dust and destroyed. This attack was cataclysmic, but even faced with the overwhelming scale and hopelessness of it all, I clenched my teeth.
No! Not yet! I won't give up yet!
Amidst the apocalyptic chaos, I strained my eyes for a way out.
Huh?
Why did I see that? It was a mystery even to me. Was it just a mirage I saw 'cause I was cornered, or a spark of genius triggered by instinct? That was when the tears in the sky, the falling cities, the buildings and other structures falling toward me. In the midst of all that, I saw a path of light. For a moment, I thought someone had put it there using AR, but that wasn't it. It was closer to a sensation. I wasn't seeing it with my eyes, I was sensing it. The trail started where I was. It passed over a bunch of buildings that were coming in sideways from New York. Then it changed direction and traced a path across a wrecked building that was falling from Tokyo, and finally jumped over several buildings that were plummeting out of London. It was leading to a point about 500 meters straight up. There was a dark object in the sky. It was Asuma, so basically, if I followed the trail, I could get to him. I would end up right next to him, somehow. But I had no means to do that now. I couldn't just run up there. The trail of light began to fade, then vanished. The buildings were still falling. It was just a moment, a little over 10 seconds. That was all it took for my one shot at reaching Asuma to disappear. The solution had been right there, but now it was gone. For one moment, I felt like I saw a way to turn all this around, if I had just one more chance.
As if I have any chance now.
I only had one go at this, and I lost. Everything went the way Asuma wanted. The faint hope I had that Momo would pull off her plan was crushed flat by the sheer number of buildings falling from the sky.
I'm sorry.
I looked up at the falling sky and accepted that my fate ended here. When you have a bad feeling about something, it pays to be cautious. The key to victory is in your hands here. This is something only you can do.
It's like someone...
If only I could load. Then...
Then... why don't I just do that? It's not game over yet. Not if I have anything to say about it. Right, Anon?
The end of the world is no time to be worrying about consequences. I have to do whatever I can.
You're reaching me loud and clear! I'm not gonna hold back. I'm gonna use that save you made. Wake up, world. I'm not done with you yet. It's time to load! I'm back. Holy shit, I made it. Yes! Yes! Nice. Good job, Anon. You're the best. Man, oh man, am I glad you made that save.
I mean, I might get a bunch of horrible flashback attacks again, and it's not like I have any idea what the rules are for loading your save data. But what I do know is that your save brought me back, and that works for me.
What's going on?
Momo was taken aback by my sudden hype.
Wait, you can load again?
Yeah.
So, you were in a bad enough situation that you had to load then?
I was, yeah.
But things are going to be alright, yes?
You can tell?
Of course. You seem so full of confidence right now, Polon.
Yes, I had seen the path of light. It was the reason I had come back to this point.
I've seen the future, and this time, I'm in it to win it.
Just like before the load, I ran around desperately dodging Asuma's attacks. Thankfully, I hadn't had a single flashback since I loaded. Maybe it worked differently because you're the one who saved Anon.
Hold on, something's wrong! Look at the sky, right now!
I did as Cross said and looked up. I saw the upside-down Tokyo inside the torn open sky.
Feel of upside-down cities the first time around.
If Anon hadn't made that save, I never would have seen this again. That's for sure. Hey, Anon, you can create saves in this world, right? Right now it seems like your existence is unknown even to Asuma. Maybe you're from a world later, way beyond the Asuma above. Or maybe you're in another dimension, totally separate from all the world layers. We've never even talked properly, but there's no doubt in my mind you've been helping me all along. So, thanks. Not like this was over yet, though. The buildings kept raining down, and I was in constant danger of getting crushed. The shockwaves and explosions were knocking me around, so much I spent more time rolling across the ground than standing.
This is nuts!
I knew I had been through this once already, but still. Shit, I hadn't realized when or where the buildings fell. This was just as brutal the second time around. Even now, all I could do was frantically run around.
Still, I'm not gonna break. Not again!
I had to seize my chance. I couldn't waste that moment again. Even when that building fell on the Vatican, even when Juno was deleted. Those weren't the moments to act. I kept myself from rushing in there and waited. It was seconds away. I only had to hold out a little more, just a little longer, until that trail of light would reappear amidst the mayhem. Six missiles flew overhead. They had been launched by some wizard-level hackers who had hacked into the Italian army's systems. They all hit a falling building and exploded over the Vatican, raining debris over the city. The missiles had no effect. With its foundation exposed, the building slammed into the ground, giving rise to a huge tremor. This was hell, but the time was near. I looked up. I couldn't miss that moment. The sky split open once more. The skies to the east and west opened up too. There, the Statue of Liberty and Manhattan's skyscrapers were inside the eastern tear. And through the western one, I could make out Big Ben and that giant Ferris wheel.
New York and London. It's just like you said.
It really looked like the end of the world. This sight was enough to drive anyone to despair. But
this is exactly what I was waiting for.
The moment had come.
Hold on! The BPTS launched your cargo. They brought everything you asked for. It's all on you now.
Yeah! Thanks!
I looked up again. In the tear connecting the city to Tokyo, I could see a faint light approaching at an immense speed. The trajectory was perfect. The CCO had prepared something for me. I had asked them to send me a certain thing at a certain time, once the skies over the Vatican and Tokyo were linked. The BPTS passed through the tear. It would reach me in about 10 seconds. I ran to the drop point. All the running was making it hard to breathe, and I felt like my heart was gonna explode. With my eyes fixed on the designated spot, I sprinted as fast as I could. The window of opportunity was gonna be real narrow. I didn't know what was gonna happen next, but I had to try. And you're with me, Anon, so I know I can do this. There.
It's landing in 7 seconds.
I ran and ran until the cargo, my Graper, landed in front of me, precisely where I needed it. I had it go slow at first, on self-drive. I caught up to it fast and jumped on. I finally switched from self-drive to manual.
Let's go! Get a load of this!
Wreckage from the 3 cities was still falling through the gashes in the sky. Tokyo, New York, London, up, right, left. The buildings were defying gravity and hurtling straight down on a collision course with the Vatican. There were way too many to count. That number could turn the city into a wasteland of debris. But I had seen something else amidst the chaos. The path of light.
Cross, analyze the topography and get me the route. Mapping in progress.
Yes, that trail. This was another thing I had asked for ahead of time. We got permission through Graham to have the JUSDF military sats deliver us the real-time topography of the area. I got them to calculate and display a path for my Graper. It turned out to be the precise route my instincts had shown me before I loaded. If I followed that path, I could make it to Asuma. I quickly switched to the optimal settings. I knew I could count on my ride to get me there. The path of light led me straight to a piece of rubble shaped like a ramp. Full throttle. I flew into the air, clearing a huge gap. I landed on the Empire State Building as it passed by sideways. This didn't feel safe for a second. I felt like I could fall any moment. Only one route would work. If I messed up and strayed from that route, it would be all over. But I could see it clearly. I swerved upwards across the broken wall of a Tokyo building and skimmed my braver over a group of buildings that had fallen out of London. I ended up on a wall at a right angle, but I sped up and shot all the way to the top. That was where I needed to be. I saw Asuma. He stood in the air as he looked at me in shock.
You! How? Anon! Save! How? How did you get all the way up here? Playtime's over, Asuma. You're way overdue a timeout! Shut up! Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away!
Suddenly, a small dark point appeared in front of me. What the hell was that?
It's a micro black hole. Get away from it.
The small dark point moved towards me. Its gravity compressed the rubble and buildings around it. It was crushing them, consuming them. It was about to swallow me whole.
Wait, Anon! Why didn't you save?
I had lost focus amidst the panic. The small, dark point was right in front of me. Damn it. Before I could finish the thought, my body and my braver with it were twisted, compressed, and pulled into the deep dark void of supergravity. There's but one moment to make the save. Don't miss that opportunity. And now we have witnessed every game over. Failure after failure.
Still.
New York.
Is this exact?
Hold on! They brought...
It's landing in... Let's get up. Cross. Mapping. Time to fly. There you are! You... How? How did you get all the way up here? to fly! Go! There you are! You... Anon! Save!
But I wouldn't go down that easily.
I'm back! We'll keep trying as many times as we need. Right, Anon?
Hell? Who are you talking to?
A high and mighty super hacker who happens to be my observer.
Observer? Is that why? Is this observer the reason I can't predict your actions? The hell is this? Go away! You fucking go away!
I'd fall for that again. Asuma! You! Stop throwing a tantrum! Get over it! This world isn't just yours, damn it!
We both fell. We were pretty high up. I wouldn't be walking away from this crash landing. Interesting. There is definitely some backlog here that wasn't there in the manga sequence. How far back does it go, right? Like right here, probably? Stood in the air in shock. Small dark point appeared. What the hell was that? Small dark point moved towards me. Gravity compressed the rubble and buildings around it. It was crushing them, consuming them, about to swallow me whole. But I wouldn't go down that easily. Zuma was seconds away from creating a micro black hole to take me out. Small black point appeared right where I was about to go. It would be over if I went that way, so I looked down at my graper and took out a little something I prepared just in case. I stood up on the graper's seat, then I held up what I had prepared, Very Airy BR-3, and fired. It flung me off the graper in Asuma's direction. I flew past the micro black hole, then let go of the drone. Suma was right ahead. Somehow I had balanced myself in midair, then lifted my handgun. The inertia was going to take me straight to him. Before I got there, I was going to pull the trigger and kill him. That would keep Momo and the wagon safe for the next 14 minutes or so. Looking ahead, I saw a little boy clutching at his head, shaking and crying. What I looked at in that moment wasn't God. It wasn't the devil either. It was just a kid drowning in misery. Seeing him like that triggered a certain feeling in me. I threw away the gun. I channeled the velocity that brought me to Asuma and sank my fist into his cheek. That didn't matter to
The world
me.
doesn't belong to you! That's why it can be changed! Just keep your eyes wide open and watch it happen! Watch! And stop crying!
I could see Asuma cooling off as we plummeted through the air. I caught sight of the rifts in the sky closing. The buildings falling down became bits of light and vanished. We had about 10 minutes left. My battle was over. All that was left was for Momo to save the world. I'm counting on you, Momo.
We're up to 1 billion people now. The rate at which people are connecting is growing exponentially. If this continues, we'll have a whole 3 billion before the end. This is amazing. The end is just minutes away, but there are so many people holding on to hope.
I cried again, but these weren't tears of sadness. People had answered my call. They hadn't given up on life. I could sense them giving their all to stand against despair. I looked outside the glass cylinder. I saw Rosario smiling at me. She looked content. Felino was lying next to her. Rosario had protected me until the very end. And the tremors that had shaken the room for more than an hour had stopped now. Poon must have taken care of Asuma.
We have more than enough people, but they won't overload the world just by using their powers at random. They all need to use their powers at once.
We had 9 minutes left. Everyone had worked so hard to give me those 9 minutes. Now it was my turn to do something. There was nothing to be afraid of anymore.
Let's begin.
Together with the billion people connected to me, I was going to bring about a miracle. I called out to the world through the internet.
All those of you who have connected to me, the time has come. Please, shower miracles upon this earth. I have no doubt that by doing so, we can avert the end. Join as one. Save the world!
I didn't actually know how many miracles were necessary to overload the world. I just gathered my resolve and rushed ahead.
Now, show me that you're here!
As soon as I had sent out my invitation...
This is bad! Your vitals are going crazy! What's going on here?
I expected this. Keep it going.
But these readings, you could die!
The will of over 1 billion people flowed through me. Miracles occurred the world over, even if each miracle alone didn't amount to much. With so many people connecting to me and using sacraments, it was no wonder the burden was so enormous. I felt like 1 billion tiny needles were flowing through the blood vessels in my brain. They pierced my veins as they coursed through them, spreading around my body. 1 billion chambers of memory from 1 billion lives flashed endlessly across my mind. It felt like my own will was close to being washed away by the raging torrent. My mind. I was going to lose my mind. I had to endure it. If I couldn't, we would never reach the output necessary to overload the world. That was why I didn't care if I lost my mind. I just had to endure it for a few more minutes. A few more minutes, and our final miracle would be realized. A billion people had connected, but not all of them were dedicated to saving the world. In fact, most of them had not prayed to Mary in the name of hope. but because they wanted miracles to wield for their own ends. Some struggled to comprehend what was happening and used their miracles simply because they were told to. Some used their miracles because they didn't want to die. Some figured that since the world was about to end, they might as well use their miracles to fulfill their own desires. Some had reached breaking point and started destroying everything around them. Some acted on personal grudges and sought to kill those they disliked. Some yearned for another opportunity to meet with lost loved ones. Some found peace in death by their own hand and spared themselves the anguish of the end. Some wanted to be noticed before they died by even a single other person. The prayers were many and varied. The same could be said of the phenomena brought about by the sacraments. Some miracles occurred with little fanfare. Other miracles granted their users wildest wishes. Some people simply lit up their fingers, while others turned everything within hundreds of meters into a scorched wasteland. But however different their wills were, all of them began to coalesce into a single grand prayer. The people who despaired of the approaching end began to gather and, without instruction, raised their hands to the sky. Their hands were shining brightly. Each of their powers were supposed to have been distinct, so the reason all manifested the same effect was a mystery. It was a phenomenon that could easily be called a miracle. As if it was the most natural thing to do, billions of people all over the world held up their lights. The surface of the earth began to shine with them. Though scattered at first, the lights soon formed tight clusters as people began joining their outreached hands. Gradually, the lights started to spread. From one to many, micro to macro, streaks of light were pulsating over the surface, connecting with and flowing toward one another. They were akin to rivers, or perhaps they were more like the cells of the nervous system, a vast field of neurons. I had no idea how I was still alive. Even the slightest movement was agonizing, and I couldn't see myself standing up any time soon either. Asuma was crouching nearby. I had said all I had to say to him, so I kept quiet.
Is anyone else seeing this? Look at...
What I saw next was genuinely divine, but it felt somehow gentle too. I could tell Momo's hard work had paid off. Good job, Momo. The end was less than a minute away. We just had to wait for this global miracle movement to bring about the world-line collapse. There was nothing more I could do. Would it work? Would it fail? Whatever was about to happen was beyond the scope of any observer. Either everybody's miracles were going to reset, or the world was going to end, and every one of us would disappear with it. And even if we succeeded in pulling off the world-line collapse and averting the end, Momo was going to be gone from us. Did we really do the right thing? This was what Momo wanted, and I agreed to her plan, knowing precisely what it involved. But hey, Anon, what do you think? The soul, how you define one, all the other complex stuff like that. It doesn't matter right now. All we know is that Momo won't make it. She's the only one who's going to disappear without a trace. That's just kinda wrong, don't you think? I said I would help Momo because I wanted to help make her wish come true. That was how I had convinced myself. But I can't lie to myself. I know she can't be saved and all, but still.
I wanted to save Momo too. I wanted to save her.
Polon, about today's job. The client changed the meeting time. Now we gotta meet them at 1800 at Nakano Station. Don't be late.
Huh? That was today? Wait, what day is it anyway?
Hey, get it together. It's January 20th.
Oh, damn. I didn't even realize.
You still shaking about losing that amateur race the day before yesterday?
Hey, I won! I just got caught by the cops after the race.
They put me in that delinquent mentorship program. Again. Man, that was embarrassing.
Well, whatever. I'll get the job done just fine. After all, us Nakano Symphonies are Anons with bright futures who can't sit idly by when someone's in need.
I keep telling you, but don't say that in public. It makes people cringe.
Nothing cringier than the word cringe, bro. Catch you later.
I opened Symphony's door and went in. I turned down the light and, obviously, there was no one here. Everything seemed normal, but a strange feeling washed over me. I couldn't put my finger on why, but the place felt more lonely than usual. Nothing about it had changed since the last time I was here, so why did I feel like this? And that wasn't all. I didn't feel them coming, and it wasn't like I had feelings welling up inside. But, to my own surprise, tears started streaming down my face. I wiped them with the back of my hand over and over, but they just kept on flowing. Something in the pit of my stomach felt wrong, like I had lost something precious. That's what it felt like, at least. But no matter how hard I racked my brain, I could never remember what I had forgotten. I just stood there, alone, and cried my heart out.